we're the new kids in town. Breaking walls, blowing bridges, leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws. Cause we tear the roof off. Yeah. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day 3 of action here at the European Youth Championships, coming to you live from Richeto in Italy, in the region of Piemonte, in the province of Novara. I'm Tony Lyford, and great to have the presence of your company today. Well, yesterday was action-packed. It certainly was throughout all of our events that took place, especially the tricks and the jumping event. And there was actually a pending European under-14 girls record set by the same person who took a pretty nasty fall on jump number 1. And you're seeing the live view of our ramp cam. But if Vincent can permit me, we'll take a look at the instant replay. And this is about the closest we've ever seen someone getting to actually hitting the camera. Well, that's one view from one side, but check out this next view with that same instant replay coming up from the opposite direction for you fans just trying to catch up on yesterday. That competitor Jezvelita Nyahochkaya from just look at that. that was extremely close, and that was during the competition action yesterday. But we won't dwell upon that too much as we have a look at the schedule for today. Boys, 4-2-1 slalom elimination round in the U17s. The U14s have a rest day today. And it's time for the U17s to shine, starting off with the boys slalom elimination round. Then we got girls tricking elimination round, and boys elimination tricking round as well. It's one round. It's 12 skiers advancing through to the next round of the competition. We have enough skiers in each one of the series to go with a 12 skier final. And that's what we got going on today for day 3 of action. I'm Tony Lightfoot. It's a pleasure once again to have you watching the live action, and especially to you hardy souls out there on the other side of the Atlantic checking in the action as well. It's certainly gratifying to have so many fans from across the world. And if you are a true fan of TWBC, then you would have already subscribed. But if you haven't, why haven't you? Click on the subscribe button on the top of the TWBC YouTube channel, and then you'll have the ability to chat on said YouTube channel. And also, if you hit the bell icon, you'll be instantly informed as to the next time we go live. We'll be bringing to you the live broadcast of this competition, the Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships for the U17s, U14s, the European Youth Championship is another way to express that. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to get your bearings together. And looks like our ambulances have arrived, which means we should be on an on-time start this morning. So with that in mind, we'll take a quick break. So just enough time for you to grab a cup of tea, to grab your favorite seat, and get ready to watch some slaloming. Starting off with the U17 Boys Series 4 Elimination Round here with continuing action of the European Youth Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
All right, getting ready for day 3 of action here. We've got the under-17 boys elimination round of Series 4. There is the schedule right up there on the left side of your screen, on the right side of me. And we're going to take a little gander at the running order. There's going to be 10 skiers on this running order, starting off with Sotny Berea from the Republic of Georgia. He'll be our lead-off skier. Then Daniil Hanzuk of Ukraine. Then Georgi Shinoa of the Republic of Georgia. Then Leonard Martinov of Ukraine. Followed on by Brent Joubert. Then Stefanos Lodaros of Greece. Then Kane Hamalik of the Netherlands. Daniel Rodriguez coming to us from Spain. He'll be our third from last skier in this series. Rayos Betsalas of Lithuania. And our last skier to take to the water in Series 4. There are 4 series of boys elimination round slalom series. We've got Santi Baju. So, first skier on dockside getting ready to go. We have an on-time start this morning. Last couple of days, the medical cover has been a little bit late in arriving, and because this is a European competition set under European rules, we have to comply with Rule 4.08, which does state that medical cover must be present on site during the competitive action. I'm sure that there was plenty of reason to implement that rule when it was put into the rule book. Maybe there was an incident that occurred a while ago in European competition where cover was not available, and it didn't work out too well for the skier involved. But now that it is, it's imperative that we have that in place as we get ready for Sotny Berea from the Republic of Georgia. And I make that disambiguation because, well, for those folks watching us from the United States, they may get a little bit confusing the country of Georgia, therefore the Republic of Georgia, with the state of Georgia, which has Atlanta in it, and this country, the Republic of Georgia, has Tbilisi as its major city. And it's great to see skiers from the Republic of Georgia competing, because there's only one other skier that I know of from that country that competes on a regular basis in international competition, and that is Gennady Gorelia. And I'm sure that he's kicking back and having a little bit of breakfast this morning over in San Gervasio and taking in the action this morning. Okay, so coming into the course at 55, 18.25 meters. Bravo 2 on the 0 off. Under 17 boys, their max speed is 58k. He's on the penultimate speed to that and getting the job done. There you go. Good skiing there for Sotny Berea of the Republic of Georgia. little bit of a tight line as he pulled out to the left-hand side, and sharing a little bit of the frustration there with our boat driver Ricardo Botas as he pulled out, or tried to pull out, to the left-hand side to set down. So Sotny Braya from the Republic of Georgia, opening up with a complete pass at 55K, 18.25 meters. Okay, working off a buoy count of 60. Let's see what he does here at 18.25 meters. Getting in a little bit deep here. Now he's going to have to hustle. 58K now, 18.25 meters, and almost biffing it into buoy number 6. Yeah, that will get the heart rate going. As he pulls out to the left-hand side, our first under-17 boys at slalomer. That is Sotny Braya of the Republic of Georgia. All right, getting the signal from the skier to proceed on. 58K now, 16 meters. Working off a total of 66 buoys right now. And looking to pull a few more on, and unfortunately that wasn't to be the case. So it looks like it's going to be 1.5 at 16 meters, giving him a grand total of 67.5 total buoys. That is our leadoff skier representing the Republic of Georgia. That is Sotny Braya, our first skier up in Series 4. So looking at the instant replay, just getting in a little bit narrow off buoy number 1 and even narrow into number 2, and arrived way too late to make an effective turn. So there we go. That is our leadoff skier, Sotny Braya. And we will move on from the Republic of Georgia to Ukraine for our next competitor, Daniil Hadzuk. And following a trend that a lot of skiers are starting to implement, using a lightweight helmet for slalom.
No, riprendo le cose che vuoi.
I don't know whether it's a preventative measure or something that that they needed to implement to mitigate the happening of another crash out there on the slalom course, or whatever the reason is. It's interesting to see. It's not only finding a trend here in Europe, but also in the United States as well. right, so getting ready for the opening pass. It should either be 52. That should either be 52 or 55. The minimum starting speed is 52K. So that's about as far as the zero-base scoring goes in that regard. The minimum buoy count after one pass would therefore be 54. But we'll wait to see. And it is 52, 18.25 meters, so a pending score of 54 buoys will go Daniel's Hadchuk's way, provided that he gets through the opener. Yeah, getting a little bit of air here on one or two weight crossings. And if you think that amount of air is a little scary, you should try 16 meters, which he'll be in a position to do once he gets through the next two passes, if he gets that far. As he pulls out to set down prior to his next run of 55K. See a good few of our folks there conversing on dockside, especially those from Ukraine. We got Mikhailchenko along the shore side, waving the Ukrainian flag. And looking at this pass again, this is his opener of 52K, 18.25 meters. Bouncing around a little bit behind the boat, but he is quite light on that ski. And it would be inevitable that he catches some air on the weight crossings. So 52K. That was 52K. This now is 55K. 60 buoy total awaits him if he runs this pass. Looks like he's skiing with the default setting at 0 off, which is Bravo 2, middle. All right, Daniel Hadchuk from Ukraine getting through his opening two passes. Great to see that. So Danilo Hadchuk. So one of a number of skiers that have come here from Ukraine, and I'd say most of those skiers, pretty much all of them, train over at the Sentosa facility in Dnipro. And many of those athletes are probably spread across Europe. Given what's going on right now, it's hardly surprising that many of those skiers have found sanctuary in a number of places to continue their athletic training. That is Danilo Hadchuk from Ukraine on pass number 2 and getting ready for pass number 3. All right, so representing Ukraine, who currently has the lead in the team overall competition in the U14s, thanks largely to the efforts from the female competitors, one of which has set a new European girls jump record with 36.5 meters in the form of Maria Popova, but she's no doubt watching and seeing our skier out in the water at 58K. Again, bounced a little bit on that run and will unfortunately come up short of the pass, but I'm sure that that's probably one of the very few instances where he's attempted 58K. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a score of 5 buoys on 18.25 meters at 58K. but barreling in towards number 4 and getting later and later here. Getting round number 5, and he was, by the time he was looking across course, the buoy was on the left side of the ski. And yeah, he's celebrating though. That must be a personal best for him, or very close to it. But we'll see if he'll do better in the future for a total of 65 buoys. That is Daniil Hadzuk from Ukraine. Now, I just briefly mentioned the team overall standings in the U14 section, which concluded its elimination round action yesterday. Ukraine currently in the lead with 7,911.02 overall points, thanks largely to the by the tricking of Maria Popova and Mikhailchenko, who both score 1,000 points for their efforts in leading the tricks event after yesterday's action. Of course, Mikhailchenko also took the lead in the slalom event, and Maria Popova setting a new European U14 girls jumping record with 36.5 meters, taking the lead there. So hardly surprising that Ukraine are leading in the U14s. This is Georgi Shonova from the Republic of Georgia, 18.25 meters at 52K. .52K, 18.25 meters, 54 buoys and counting there for him on the strength of that run. Now, some of the other positions in the U14s in the team overall standing. We just mentioned Ukraine in the lead, ahead of Great Britain, who had 1,000 points in the boys U14 jump, courtesy of Harley Costa, who ended off last night's competition with 42.5 meters there and in the lead, and keeping Great Britain very much in touch there. Germany in 3rd, France in 4th, Italy 5th, Sweden 6th, Greece 7th, Austria 8th, Czech Republic 9th, and Belgium in 10th. That is the U14's team standings as it looks right now. Now, so far as the individual competitions are concerned, I'll give you a hint as to what that result is going to be coming up very, very soon after we see our competitor on the water, Georgi Shonova from the Republic of Georgia. 55K, 18.25 meters, rope not moving, boat speed going up a little bit, and getting the job done. I like that. Seems to be skiing ahead of the course, and that's always a good thing. All right, so Georgi Shonova from the Republic of Georgia. Under 14 girls overall results. Your top 3 currently: Melatine Morel with 2,197.93. She's only marginally ahead of 4th place overall, and that is Scarlett Graham. In 2nd place overall, Yezvileta Nyhotchkaya with whom we saw a little bit earlier on at the head of the broadcaster with that jump crash on jump number 1 and getting very close to the camera, but still able to come away with a 31-meter jump to place second in the jump and second in overall to the competitor that's leading in both competitions, as we see Georgi Shonoa from the Republic of Georgia. Again, looks like it's going to be a 2-buoy count. 2 buoys there, or 1.5 maybe at best. We'll have a look at the line and see whether he held on to it beyond buoy number 2, how much longer he got off of buoy number 2. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a toss-up whether it is going to be 1.5 or 2. Now this is going to be a clearer look to determine whether he got 1.5 or 2. A little narrow on number 1. Didn't allow for the ski to fully rotate. And round number 2, oh, that is borderline right there. But I think it is actually going to be 1.5. So 1.5 at 18.25 meters at 58K, giving him a grand total of 61.5. So 61.5 for him. And as I conclude the results here for the under 14 girls overall, Maria Popova from Ukraine in the lead in the jumping event, where she set a new European girls record in the U14s in the elimination round, and with a lot left in her in that regard, she is in the lead in that event and in the overall competition as well, and she leads the tricks and is only a few buoys behind the lead in the slalom event. She makes it through to the finals in all 3, so has a great opportunity to improve in all 3 events. That is Maria Popova representing Ukraine. Also representing Ukraine is Mikhailovchenko, who is currently in the lead in the boys' overall competition. We see him right there, dead center, with that view up on the screen. But would have a look at the top 3. Fyodor Ivanov, with his jump of 36.5, led for a while, but ultimately succumbed to the distance of 42.5 meters, courtesy of Harley Costa. But Mikhailovchenko, he's through to all 3 event finals, and looked especially good in the slalom event, where he scored half at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. And as we see Leonid Martinov on the water. Okay, so it's 55K on 18.25 meters. He will get a 60 buoy count, provided he runs it. And he just did. So Leonid Martinov, I'm sure has some fans in Ukraine right now checking in and watching the events as they unfold here in the U17 boys elimination round of slalom in Series 4. Just to clarify what I was reading out so far as the overall boys results are concerned, your top 3, Fyodor Ivanov in 3rd place, Harley Costa in 2nd, and about less than 300 points ahead is Mikhailovchenko from Ukraine, with the ability to improve in all 3 events. And so too is Harley Costa as well, so there's going to be a battle royale between those 2 competitors going forward, as we see our supporters along the shore side getting behind our current skier on the water, Leonid Martinov, representing Ukraine, and also representing their #1 training facility, which is Sentosa over there at Dnipro. Max speed 58k, 18.25 meters. We've seen one person get into short line this morning, and that is Sotner Berea from the Republic of Georgia. And joining him now on 16 meters is our skier on the water, Leonid Martinov. So making light work with that one. He gets around all 6 and 18.25 meters. And it's now within 2 buoys away of taking the lead in this slalom competition after 4 skiers. All right, here we go, folks. Let's see what we've got. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there, and Leonid Martinov getting round the first 3 buoys that constitutes halfway down the course, but no more beyond that. But it is enough for the lead. It gives him about a buoy and a half advantage ahead of Sotner Berea of the Republic of Georgia. 3 buoys at 16 meters, 3 at 16 meters. And that gives him a grand total of 69 buoys. So that's the lead now. We still have about half of the field remaining in Series 4. And a total of 12 skiers advance through to the next round of the competition. The 12 best scorers, regardless of what series they came from. All right, so continuing to roll along, and just another reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You know it makes sense. You'll be able to live chat and also be able to receive notifications as the next time we go live. And the next time we will go live beyond the scope of these championships will be the Mastercraft Pro towards the end of September. 25th through to the 7th or the 27th of September. So make sure you catch that and keep watching for more action right here from Ricchetto as we continue on with the European Youth Championships. The U14s take a rest today and leaving the way clear for the U17s to show us what they have as we get ready for our next competitor, Brett Jobert from Belgium. And there we see our chief judge there, Elena Kunert, overseeing the action here. 55 kilometers an hour, 18.25 meters. Quite a tall slalomer, should excel in this event. But getting broken over here at 55k at 18.25 meters and oh my word, making contact with the buoy, and that just sends him careening into the water. It's gonna be, I believe 5 because he basically took out that buoy. That was on 16 meters, I beg your pardon, so that was 16 meters. But whether it was 16 or 18, that doesn't change the fact that he came up short of his opening pass. And thus unable to continue skiing on. So for a total of 5 from 55K 16 meters, that is Brent Jobert from Belgium. And taking a big old fall there. Just absolutely got completely wiped on that one. So 5 buoys there will be his best score on the strength of that effort. Stefanos Ladaros from Greece is our next competitor. So getting ready for our Greek athlete to take to the water, Ladaros. Stefanos Ladaros from Greece. We've got 4 more to go to before we round off series 4. All right, here we go. There's number 1 and number 2, Stefanos from Greece, 55K, 18.25 meters, selecting Alpha 2. There you go. Good skiing there. Getting through pass number 1, and let's see if he can improve upon that with pass number 2. As we see our Greek contingent there getting behind their athlete on the water, Stefanos Ladaris. All right, some other competitors getting limbered up. Kane Hammerlink from the Netherlands. Stefanos Ladaris coming into the course right now at 58K. His personal best is 4 on 16 meters, which is about... Whoa, and almost lost that pass there, but he was getting extremely late on that one. But he's still on course for maybe getting close to his personal best of 4 on the next run. So Stefanos Ladaris from Greece Looking a little bit shaky from time to time. But a nice turn off number one, a good stack position, which any skier would be proud of. But a little afraid to come off the handle and extend, especially here on 18.25 meters, where the opinion of many skiers would suggest that that rope is way too long to effectively slalom in with a technique that he can use for short line skiing later on. That's the opinions of some, but let's see what he can do on 16 meters. 16 meters, PB of 2, of 4 actually. There's 1, there's 2. Let's see what he's got for the remainder of this pass. He's round buoy number 3. He's good for number 4. That's his PB. There we go. That's 5. Does he make it round buoy number 6? Oh, yeah! Just about sneaks that ski on the outside of the buoy line for 6. And they're celebrating along the shoreline there. It is a 6 buoy count, and he'll now see 14.25 meters for the first time in competition. And at the same time all of that is happening, he takes the lead. He takes a 3 buoy lead on the strength of that run. So for a total of a 66 and counting. Just about gets round number 6, and then he has to worry about going through the exit gate on 18.25 meters. So this is going to be an interesting scenario as it's playing out there. Stefanos Ladaris. First time that he's ever seen 14.25 meters in tournament skiing. I'm sure he's tried this a time or two in practice, but he gets round buoy number 1. That ski is going to whip round hard, and it's going to keep him on top of the water. He gets halfway down the run. So he'll be happy with that. May not be enough to see him through to the next round of the competition, but he could care less at this point. So there we go. Good skiing there. That gives him a grand total of 75 buoys. And that is Stefanos Ladaris of Greece, taking the lead with 4 skiers remaining in his series. A little stretched out into buoy number 1, but he's still able to get good angle off that turn, despite the fact that he is right foot forward. Now, normally, if you're right foot forward, you have a neutral side turn on 135 and a better turn on 246. But that doesn't seem to be the case for Stefanos. He seems to be bucking a little bit of a common trait out there. Now, the original angle certainly gives us belief that he had plenty of angle coming into number 2. Maybe that angle from the boat is a little deceptive. But there you go. That is a 3 buoy count of 14.25 meters. 75 buoys, and he has the lead with that total. In the meantime, this is Kayan Hamelink of 55K, 18.25 sub-max speed. And drags the hand on his inside there. I actually did that once during the European Youth Championships many seasons ago. It didn't work out so hot, even though I did take the lead after that performance. All right there. So, Kyan Hammerlink from the Netherlands. His personal best is actually the lead score at this moment. 3 at 14.25 meters. The Dutch national champion and the bronze medalist in the Benelux Championship for U17. So this is Kyan Hammerlink from the Netherlands. This is good. That's looking okay so far. 18.25 meters at 58K. So getting the job done at 18.25 meters. And apparently he wants my job, because he wrote here on the section that says others, he says he wants to talk at my table. We're going to have to earn that. Maybe after the set he could come on over to the desk, but he's got to earn that privilege, and he's got to get through the next pass. That should be incentive enough. So, Kyan Hammerlink from the Netherlands. He's through 18.25 meters. This is now 16. Anything more than halfway down this pass should put him in the top 2 right now. There's 1. There's number 2. Getting a little twisted into number 3. Still stays there. Round number 4. He's good to go. Round 5. And just barely gets that ski outside number 6, much like our previous skier, Stefanos Lodaris. And we got a little bit of a battle going on here in one of the early series. It's Greece versus the Netherlands. Each of their skiers have made it onto 14.25 meters. Our previous skier, Stefanos, had never seen 14.25 meters in previous competition. By contrast, Kyan Hammerlink of the Netherlands has a personal best of 3 at 14.25 meters, but needs to get a good start here to make that kind of impression, because that score of 3 at a 14.25 meters is the new lead total. So Kyan Hammerlink getting ready to go. Skier about to take to the water next is Daniel Rodriguez out of Spain. So here he goes, Kyan Hammerlink, 14.25, gets the start that he needs off buoy number 1. He's there for number 2. Does he make a play on 3? Yes, he does, but he drops the handle. And I don't know if he got anything like a significant piece of 3, and the score is under review right now. He's gotten 2 at least. He can get up to 2.5 at best, but it could end up being 2.25 based upon where he dropped the handle. Now he's got to keep hold of the handle to the buoy line, which he did. Now the question is, did that ski go round the buoy in the middle of that process? This is a better, more forensic view of what happened out there. So he got round buoy number 1, which was okay. Looking good for number 2, a little loose into number 2, and that's why he skied long. Kept the handle out, and I think the ski was outside the buoy at the time. So I believe that is going to be 2.5. Actually 2.25, I beg your pardon. 2.25 at 14. And that should give him a grand total of 74.25. Daniel Rodriguez from Spain. That sounds like 58K. 58.16, which he seems to have a pretty darn good grasp on. So 58.16, giving him a grand total right now of 72. And is now within 3 buoys of taking the lead, or at least establishing a tie with Stefanos Lodaris, who is in the lead with 3 buoys on the next pass of 14.25 meters. This is Daniel Rodriguez. Okay, Daniel Rodriguez at 14.25 minutes has already taken the lead, and then some, because he increases upon that lead to the tune of a 6 buoy count on 14. Daniel Rodriguez. Personal best of 2 on 13, which is the next run that he will attempt. Daniel Rodriguez of Spain, the Spanish national trick champion in the U17s last season, and second in slalom last season in the U17 Youth Championships. Enjoys football. What self-respecting Spaniard doesn't? And tennis as well. I guess you can reply that moniker as well. So Daniel Rodriguez, he's gone through 16 and 14. Now this is 13. If he can get deep enough into 13 meters, he could keep himself very much in contention here. Here's number 1, but just absolutely pummels the snot out of number 1, and just unable to continue on from there. So with a grand total of 78 and 1/2 buoys. 78 and 1/2, that's half a buoy on 13. So looking at this once again. So half a buoy there total on that run, as we now work our way towards our next competitor. Representing Lithuania, it's Rojus Basilas. There is the Lithuanian flag along the shoreline, getting ready for Rojus. There you go. Gotta love it. So, Rojus. Basilas from Lithuania. And you know, several years ago, I came up with a little bit of a method in being able to identify the Baltic countries. It's basically alphabetical order, because the northernmost country in the Baltics is Estonia, right? That starts with an E. And then you've got the two ones that start with an L, but then you still go alphabetical order, so it's Est, Lat, Lit. And coming to us from Lithuania, whose capital city is Vilnius, this is Rojas Basilas. Getting ready for his opening pass, and not too sure what it's going to be.
Un po' fastidio il riflesso.
Okay, so it's a 16-meter opening pass. I would imagine that it's 58, unless I'm to be informed otherwise. Okay, that sounds like 55K to me. Okay, so just confirmed from the boat as 58K. Now, sometimes there is a slight change in the engine tone in accordance to what the skiers have put in so far as they're setting for 0 off. Sometimes it revs a little higher, sometimes it comes in a little softer, depending upon what they do so far as the setting for 0 off is concerned. And we'll have that graphic for you very soon in terms of what section, what affects what. There you go, right there. Later response for A, medium response for B, earlier response on C, and the intensity to which those responses are invoked by a 0 off is governed by the number. A is later, B is somewhere in the middle, and earlier with C. So if you're a heftier guy, someone a little bit heavier and a little taller, you'd aim to go with C. Whereas if you're a little lighter, then you'd plump for something like A, which I'm sure that Rojas Basilas, who's gotten through 16 now, is having a crack at 14.25 meters. I don't have too much in the way of biographical information on him, but maybe that's not necessary, but considering what he's just done out there on the water. Rojas Basilas from Vilnius in Lithuania. So he's 2 passes in. We'll see what he can do as he skis past his compatriots along the shore side, waving proudly the Lithuanian flag of yellow, green, and red. Looking good on 14.25 meters. Now, the top score at this time is half on 13 meters from our previous skier, Daniel Rodriguez. And now he is on 13 meters. Let's see if he can make an impact here with 13 meters. Needs to get past number 1 to take the lead, but for all intents and purposes, he's going to have to get a little bit deeper there and maybe start to attack the pass afterwards to give himself a genuine shot of being able to make it through to the next round. He gets the turn on number 1. He's good to go round number 2. He gets a little loose off number 2 and unfortunately has to eject from that point. So it looks like it's going to be either 1.5 or 2. I'd suspect in 1.5. because he started to lose his skiing position off number 2 and he didn't get it back in time for the wakes. So it looks like it's 1.5 on 30 meters. It gives him a grand total of 79.5. Gets round number 2, just getting a little bit squirrely on his back foot and just gets a little bit squishy off number 2 towards number 3. So releasing the handle before he got to the center line and lost his skiing position way before that time. But he does have the lead. 1.5 at 30 meters. Total was 79.5. As we now work our way to our final skier in this series from Spain. It is going to be Santi Bayu. Hopefully I pronounced that right. If I have mispronounced 1 or 2 names along the way, you do receive my apologies. So Santi Bayu from Spain with a personal best of halfway down 13 meters. I would need that kind of score to take the lead at this time. So 16 meters will be his opener, much like the situation with the previous 2 competitors. All right there, Santi Bayu from Spain.
No, amo, mi si gira, mi viene.
Coming in on 16 meters for his opening pass. Takes a hit off buoy number 1. Nice roll into number 2. He's left foot forward, which should mean he's better balanced there on the right side. Good skiing. Seems to have found a nice smooth rhythm that he can work from. It's only going to get harder from here on out as the rope gets shorter. Good to see a good few of you watching from across Europe, and even some of you are watching from as far afield as Australia and New Zealand. If you are watching from those locales, a good afternoon to those of you that are watching us from Victoria and New South Wales and Queensland in Australia, where it is almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon there. It's pretty early in the United States right now on the eastern seaboard. It's 2:54 in the morning. In Dubai, if you're watching us there, it's mid-morning there, 5 minutes to 11. And right here in Central Europe, and especially Richeto in Italy, it is 5 minutes to 9 in the morning. So, let's continue on, shall we? We've got Santi Bayu. Santi not looking too bad on 14, getting the job done. A little bit late, mind you, letting himself run down course, but sometimes you have to do that in order to run the pass.
No, grazie. Tardi.
Bajo. Okay, so Santi Bajo of Spain. Santi coming in on 13 meters. He's already run 16 and 14. Now his assault for the lead starts right now. Santi Bajo. There's one. Little narrow on number 2. He's good to go round number 2, and he almost biffs it into 3. But not before he gets the 2 that is needed to take the lead for a total of 80 buoys. We have a new leader, Santi Bajo, with 6 buoy count, with a 2 buoy count, I should say, and giving him 80 total buoys. Tried to load up there, and unfortunately the boat hit him at the wrong place, and he comes up inside number 3, so he'll not continue to ski beyond that point. A left-footed skier, which means he had a stronger turn on his right side, and then he tries to let the ski come round, but unfortunately the ski was a little behind him, so when the boat decided to give him the beans off number 2, he wasn't ready to take them. So let's have a quick look at the current leaderboard after the first 10 skiers. We'll get that up on your screen. Santi Bajo with 2 on 13 meters. Rojas Basilius from Lithuania. 1.5 on 13, Daniel Rodriguez with half on 13. Then we see Stefanos Laudaris from Greece with 3 on 13. Kayan Hamalik with 2 1/4 on 14. Leonard Martinov with 3 on 16. Sotne Baraya from the Republic of Georgia with 1.5 on 16. And then the remaining competitors, Daniel Hajuk, Georgie Shona, and Brett Jobert, all with scores into 18.25 meters. And this is the running order for boys Series 3 Slalom. Ramon Biksander from Spain will be our leader skier. Then we got Charlie Fern from Great Britain, Andreas Tofas from Cyprus, Florian Kopacek from Austria, Ittori Serafica from Italy, followed by Giuseppe Acquaviva, also from Italy, Oscar Withers from Great Britain, Ionis Afanicus from Greece, Leon Vermeulen of Belgium, and Peter Steiner will be our final skier to go in Series 3 Slalom. Our lead-off skier in Series 3 is Ramon Biksander. Okay, so Ramon Biksander coming in, I believe, on 16 meters. Am I hearing that right? Yes, it is. It's 50. Oh, and Ramon getting in deep there off buoy number 1. Now he's going to have to dig himself out. The question is, does he have a big enough shovel to do so? He's round number 4, inside buoy number 5, and oh my word. Oh. Left that ski behind him. Left that ski behind him on buoy number 1 like bad luggage at the airport. Oh my word. Round number 2, round number 3. Still tried to ski his way out of the situation. Looks totally uncoordinated with his ski, and it's not doing much for him. So it's going to be a 4 buoy count, 4 buoys total. So at 58K, 16 meters. He certainly gave it his best shot after a disaster on number 1. I'm sure he's cleared smoother passes before and even had a handle dunk on number 4 on the opener, but just couldn't make up for lost time that he had. And there you go. That is Ramon Boixander as we look inside our judging position right there. There you go. What a happy crew they are. So, next competitor to take to the water, wearing bib 68 and representing Great Britain, it's going to be Charlie Fern.
Ehi, buongiorno. Ok, vado. Prendi tutto il tuo tempo, tanto non abbiamo fila piazza assoluta. Ok. Prendiamo un quarto d'ora per riprenderti.
Okay, so he'll be coming into the course for his opening pass at 55K, 60 meters. 55K at 60 meters will give him a total of 66 buoys, provided that he runs it. Then he'll move up in speed but keep the line length the same for the next pass after that, which would be 58 at 16. So coming in with the sub-max speed of 55K, 60 meters, Charlie Fern running with Alpha 2 on the 0 off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and indeed number 6 there. A little nervy on the start, but managing to come good where it matters. As we see a good contingent of our folks there from Great Britain waving the flag and getting behind a Charlie Fern as he gets to work. Current best score that we've seen so far is that a score of 1.5 on 30 meters by Roas. Actually 2 on 30 meters by Santi Bayou. So Santi Bajo in the lead with 2 on 30 meters and starting the chase for that. There you go. Settles in a little bit better with that run. That is 60 meters at 58K. Now the max speed is attained. And he is on a grand total of 72 and counting. That is Charlie Fern. So looking at this once again in the all right then, continuing on with 14.25 meters. Getting in a little bit deep off number 4 into number 5, but let's see if he can recover well enough to run the pass. There you go. 6 at 14.25 meters on a running total of 78 buoys and counting. That is Charlie Fern with a great looking score there. The chase continues, and I'm not talking about the one hosted by Bradley Walsh. Getting a good start off number one, getting a little buffeted into buoy number two, but managing to keep the ski far enough underneath him to where he can control it and still able to obtain angle. A little less there off 3 into 4, but managing to have enough patience to wait on the line to tighten, because at that point it's time to go. And he gets round buoy number 5 and number 6, and that was at 14.25 meters at 58K. Now, needing more than 2 for the lead. It's all going to come down to the start on his gate pull-out, starting now. He's wide up on the boat. He should get a pretty good swing in towards buoy number 1. Gets it round buoy number 1. Oh, my word! He gets across the wake into buoy number 2, maintains his skiing position long enough to score 1. So that is good enough for third place at this time. Charlie Fern, 1 on 13 meters, 1 buoy on 13 meters, giving a grand total of 79. A little bit jumpy off buoy number 1, but managing to hold the handle long enough, even though he knew that that his time on 13 meters was going to be rather limited beyond that point. Santi Bajo still in the lead with his score of 2 on 13 meters, and Charlie Fern, personal best coming into this competition of 4 on 13 meters, won't get close to that, but I mean, he's on the same pass, so he should be relatively happy with what he's doing at this major championship, the European Youth Championships, coming to you live from Richeto. Andreas Tafas from the island nation of Cyprus. $16 meters with the opening pass and getting the job done. And making it look very, very smooth, I do have to say. And seeing a lot of good skiers are coming out of that island nation of Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean. And thanks to 2 factors, to a high-class facility over at the Polomedia Dam, which is located centrally on that island, and also the fact that they have a little water ski manufacturing industry going on, courtesy of SP Skis. Savos Patalis, the man behind the manufacture of those slalom skis, which he is riding on right now. And he is also beyond the scope of slalom skis, is also producing trick skis, and in a limited fashion just started producing jumpers. And it's great to see the manufacture of water ski equipment, especially the skis, being more diversified to other locations around the world outside of the northwest corner of the United States. Andreas Tafias getting ready for 16 meters at 58K. Yeah, establishes real good angle and gets it to go. That is 16 at 58K. Andreas Tafias, whose personal best is 5 on 13 meters. Enjoys football and also water polo, Although to actually say you enjoy water polo is a bit of a misnomer, because no one enjoys water polo. If you're involved with it, that's just several minutes of torture just trying to stay afloat in the water while someone bashes your head in. But to each his own. Andreas Tofias from Cyprus, age 15. His first appearance in the European Junior Youth Championships in this category. Lists as his sponsors his parents and the Cyprus Water Ski Federation. I'm sure that there are some folks watching the competition as it's progressing right now. All right, continuing on at 14.25 meters. This is Andreas Tofas from Cyprus. Getting a few messages I see coming through the live chat, especially those from Great Britain. I'm just trying to figure out where one of these messengers are along the shore side, especially Richard Crossland, who seems to have been making a habit the last few tournaments in creating some messages on the live chat, as we see Andreas Tofas getting through 14.25 meters and making it look very, very straightforward. Now his personal best is 5 on the next run of 13. If he can get through that and get reasonably deep into 12, then it could be game on there for him. Florian Kopasek from Austria is next. Here we go. This is 13. There's Andreas Tofas from, oh, look at this, from Cyprus. He's good to go round number 3. He's still good for number 4. The anxiety is eating him up alive, but he manages to get round number 6, and he will see 12 meters for the first time in competition. Andreas Tofas from Cyprus. So great skiing there, and he really held on to this pass together very well. Did not hit the panic button at all on this run. Just allowed the ski to rotate, to do what it's designed to do, and then went across course a little bit late into number 6, but he had enough room to spare to make that pass a reality. So Andreas Tofas, the first time that he will see 12 meters in competition. He's probably had enough go at this in practice, so he knows kind of what to expect. Trying to keep the line tight, trying to get a good swing into buoy number 1, which he does, and tries to make a break on 2, ends up being narrow, so it's going to be 1 buoy on 12 meters, 1 at 12 meters. That gives him the new lead score. We'll double check on that, but if he ends up being 1 on 12, that will give him a grand total of 85 total buoys. Andreas Tofas from Cyprus. Oh, yeah, that view is pretty conclusive, isn't it? It's 1 buoy on 12, and that is Andreas Tofas from Cyprus. I think he pulled out just a little skosh early there for the entrance gates and was really struggling to maintain his width to get a decent swing into number 1. But I'll tell you what, that's a good confidence boost for whatever he intends to do in the immediacy after this event, having seen 12 meters for the first time ever. So there we go. There's our schedule. U17 boys series 3 to 1. And then we go on with the tricking events to come afterwards. So on our schedule, we have slalom and tricks, no jumping today, but we saw plenty of that yesterday in the U14s, and you can wind back to a previous webcast player that existed for yesterday's events. You can check that out. You can always check out coverage from previous tournaments on the TWBC YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to. Hit that subscribe button, the TWBC YouTube channel. And also check out our various archives that go all the way back to 2010, which is older than a lot of these competitors here. So they can view the immediate history of the sport of tournament water skiing insofar as those tournaments are concerned. Just to let you know that 1 on 12 meters is the confirmed score for Andreas Tafas from Cyprus. He has the lead with that total. As we now get ready for our next skier, Florian Kapasek from Austria, 58K, 16 meters for his opener. All right, let's see what he has. There's 1, there's 2, 3, and 4. 16 meters. Has a pretty good handle on that. Gets the job done. Try and find out a little bit more about him if I can pull up that information. And his personal best is 1 on 12 meters. That pass, incidentally, was 55K on the 16-meter run. So deciding to go the zero-based route, which means that he goes in at sub-max speed on a shorter line. So Florian Kopacek from Austria, age 15. He's the national champion in tricks for this season in the U17 competition, and we'll look forward to seeing him later on in the tricks event for today's action. All right, so Florian Kopacek from Austria. There's number 1 and 2. Florian Kopacek. Oh, getting the ski behind him a little bit there on 4 into 5, but still managing to make it through the pass despite all of that, and gets his effort underway in the U17 boys slalom elimination series 3. All right, so just looking at this run there for Florian Kopacek from Austria, and again through this run, and like most Austrians, has interest in alpine skiing, enjoys a bit of tennis as well. Both of those activities requiring a high level of fitness to succeed in, as is the case with this sport. Tournament water ski slalom. Here we go, 14.25 meters. This is a 58K. Looking good. And Florian Kopacek getting ready to go through 14.25 meters, gets 6 buoys, and operating now off a grand total of 78 total buoys, and still continuing to ski into 13 meters. So that's coming up next. So we see on briefly on the start dock, Ettore Serafika getting ready to slalom. He's our next competitor representing the host nation of Italy in the U17, the boys slalom elimination round. But Florian Kopacek from Austria. Like what he's doing out there. Keeping everything going forwards there, and the effort was certainly admirable there on that pass, as Ettore nervously pacing around up and down the dock there, just trying to get himself situated. And now getting ready for Florian Kopacek to come through on 13 meters. Let's see what he has. Number 1. Florian Kopacek, who has a personal best of 1 on 12 meters, has run 13 before, but not this time. So not getting the best of starts, and unfortunately bringing his attempt on 13 meters to a little bit earlier than anticipated conclusion. Yeah, got the start on number 1, but unfortunately didn't get much in the way of angle, and reared up on the ski with the handle up high, and 2 things that he didn't want to have happen just did there for him. That is Florian Kopacek with a score of just 2 on 13 meters, 2 on 13 meters. For a total of 80 buoys right there. So now moving rapidly along, that's Ettore Serafika. $16 meters. I believe this is at 58K. Indeed it is. So starting off with a running total of 72 on the strength of the fact that he has run through 16 on the opening pass at 58K. That is Ettore Serafika. Skis here at the national training site of Rocchetto, so well used to the surroundings here. So Ettore not the only Italian on the dock or participating in this Slalom Series 3. Giuseppe Acquaviva is our next competitor to go afterwards. Here comes Ettore coming into the course now. This is 14.25 meters, having run 16 on the opener at max speed. There's 1, there's number 2. Ettore Sierrafrica coming in. There we go. That's 4. That's 5. And that's number 6. So again, a chance to attack 13 meters next. That is Ettore Sierrafrica. So Ettore has a younger sister, Margarita, who is competed already in the U14s. Saw her a little bit earlier on in this competition. The U14s have a rest day today. I wonder if some of them are going to be on site, but certainly if they wanted to visit the locale of Novara and maybe some of the surrounding area, it would be a good opportunity for them to take a little bit of time away from the facility and view such great places, such as the local basilicas and the Roman walls that surround the city of Novara, the various bistros and piazzas in this area. Certainly a delight to experience if you get the opportunity to get into this province of Novara. 30 meters for Ettore Sierrafrica. Look at him go. There's number 4. There's number 5. Takes aim at number 6. And he's our next skier to attempt 12 meters. Ettore Sierrafrica getting through this pass of 13. Getting through 13, and now we'll take aim at the lead score from Andreas Tofas from Cyprus, whose score at 1 buoy on 12 meters is still the lead at this time for a total of 85 for total buoys. And now looking to see how far he gets through 12 meters. Ettore Sierrafrica coming in on the next pass of 12 now. We'll see if he gets a good start here, because he could well be off to the races if he gets the right type of pull out for the entrance gates. A little bit ragged there, but let's see if he can roll that ski in. There's number 1. Oh my word, he collapses in towards buoy number into number 2, and unlike Charlie Fern, wasn't able to get much past the first wake, let alone the second, before he ultimately fell. So that could end up being half a buoy on 12 meters as opposed to 1. We'll have a look at the instant replay. We'll pick the angle that will best determine that. And I believe he released the handle at about halfway between the number 1 and number 2 buoys. So the judges have the ultimate call on this one. Now, this is a better forensic view from the towboat. Yep, looks like the handle made it past the halfway point, and it should stay as 1 buoy on 12 meters. That puts him in a tie for the lead with Andreas Kopasek. So, looks like we got a tie for the lead. Whether that's enough to see either of those two competitors advance or not is going to be determined within about the next 12 or 13 or so skiers, and even a little bit beyond that. But in the meantime, this is Giuseppe Acquaviva. This is the 60-meter attempt at 58K. All right, seems to have Good control on that run there. Nice rhythm. So great skiing there from him. As we look over to the dock and see our next skier, Oscar Withers. He'll be making his way down that slope there as we see Ettore Serafika walk his way back towards the shore and to the starting dock area, and will no doubt be taking aim with the tricks event very soon. As we see Giuseppe Acquaviva get to work with 16 meters at 58K to open up his account. He'll be coming back at 14.25 meters on the return. And we'll see how far he gets down that pass. And realistically, from this point of view, with the skiers that we have to come, we've still got Series 2 and Series 1 to take to the water. It's probably going to take a score deep into 12 meters to be able to ski in the U17 boys slalom final. It is that competitive, folks. He gets around all 6 buoys, and he seems to have some confidence going for him as he gets the job done with the opening 2 passes of 60 meters, 16 meters 55, 16 meters 58. Or actually, he did start at 58K 16 meters, so that was actually 14.25 meters. And having run 14.25 meters, it gives him a running total of 78. 13 meters is going to be next. All right, so 14.25 meters was pass number 2. 13 meters is next. A critical pass. Here we go. Good stout pull out for the gate on pass number 3. This is 13 meters. Giuseppe Acquaviva. A little bit ragged on number 2, but still able to stay upright for the next few buoys. And the next few buoys constitute the remainder of the pass, which he gets under his belt. So Giuseppe Acquaviva. So Giuseppe Acquaviva. Personal best is 3 on 12 meters, which is the next run that he will attempt. So, continuing right along, Giuseppe Acquaviva, who says his hobbies are reading. Well, that's pretty much everyone, I suppose. I mean, he just needs to be a little bit more specific with what he's reading. Could be a novel, could be a library book, could be a bus timetable for all we know. Or slalom scores. Just need to dig into the nitty-gritty here with this. But here we go, Giuseppe Acquaviva coming into the course. Let's see if he can get more than halfway down. There's number 1, takes the hit. There's number 2, he's still there. He's still running with that ski. He's round number 3. He's good to go for number 4. And he skis round number 4 into the wake, and it's a new PB. His PB before was 2. It is now 4 on 12 meters for Giuseppe Acquaviva. For a grand total of 88 buoys. That's Giuseppe. So coming in at 16 meters 58K, our next competitor is Oscar Withers. All right, personal best with 2 on 12 meters. Oscar Withers approaches the course. (16), allowing that ski to run wide. There you go. About as good as it gets there on the opener. 16 meters at 58K. Oscar Withers looking good out there on pass number 1. Just rolls that ski in towards the wake and just allows it to track wide and maintain speed and maintain support for the skier that's on top of it. That's Oscar Withers, who's aged 16. This is his sponsor, the Wildcard Bar and Grill, and enjoys rugby and the gym. So here comes Oscar Withers, coming back in for 14.25 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2. Now he's got to try and calm himself down a little bit. He's off to a good start there, off number 4 and number 5. And skiing, still continuing to ski with ultimate aggression. He gets the first 2 passes under his belt and now gets ready for 13 meters coming up next. Let's having a look at this instant replay one more time there for Oscar Withers. Still getting quite a few messages on the live chat. Most of those are pretty brief and to the point. And maybe the odd message or two will come flooding in for Oscar Withers as he continues to have an impact upon this this boys U17 slalom event in the in Series 3. Here we go. Here comes Oscar Withers. This is 13 meters. Nice pull out there. Good glide into his gate shot into number 1. Takes the snap off number 1. Good to go round number 2. He's still on top of his game here. He's round buoy number 3. Keeping the ski out ahead of him. Just enough time off number 4 into 5. And he will make 13 meters! So great skiing there from Oscar Withers. And to quote another famous Withers, it's a lovely day. So there we go. Good skiing there from Oscar Withers on 13 meters. It was all over that pass. And now he's got a little bit of confidence working for him. Based upon that complete run on 30 meters. Now, what's to say he can't make it the similar impact on 12 meters? That will be the pass coming back. Personal best of 2 on 12 meters. All right, here we go. Oscar Withers, 12 meters. Boat being set up in towards the slalom course. A little on the tail heavy there with number 1, but managing to get past number 1 and number 2. He's still there. He's not hit the panic button up until that time, but there you go. It's going to be 2.5 on 12 meters. 2.5 buoys on 12 meters. That currently puts him in second spot right now. 2.5 on 12 meters, giving him a grand total of 86.5 buoys. That is Oscar Withers. Tried to get the early snap on the line off number 1 and lost a bit of his angle into buoy number 2. He tried to make it back with his strong side turn, and then he tried to do the same thing off number 3 and nothing was doing there, but he is in second spot right now on 2.5 on 12 meters. Looked very aggressive, looked very purposeful right off the dock. There you go. That is Oscar Withers with 2.5 on 12 meters. We now move our way down to our third from last skier to take to the water in Series 3 boys elimination round for the U17s. Ioannis Afenakakis from Cyprus. Ioannis Afenakakis. So not much information to go upon for our skier out on the water, other than the fact that he is represented Cyprus in this competition. Transition timer is now been expended between the end of the gates on the opening pass and the 3 beeps that now indicate that the boat driver has to go along and bring on his next run. 14.25 meters, started at 16 meters, 58K. Looking him go, continuing to ski here. And he gets the job done on 14.25 meters. Aggressive, purposeful, and effective. Don't see too much wrong with that effort as he lowers himself into the water and gets ready for his next run. Ioannis Afenakakis from Cyprus. I don't have too much information in regards to him, where his personal best is, but given what I know about the previous skiers up to this point, I would say that it's probably stands somewhere in the initial reaches of 12 meters. He's about to attack 13 meters at this point, so needing to get through that run. As we see a shot there of Oscar Withers, who is currently in second spot with 2.5 on 12 meters. A new PB there for him. Here we go, Ioannis Afenakakis on 13 meters. Getting a little bit jolted off number 4, but managing to make it round number 5 and just about sneaks that ski round number 6. That is Ioannis Afenakakis from Cyprus. Getting through 13 meters. And now he will be our next skier to attack 12. Now, just to let you know the amount of skiers that we have in Boys Series 1, we have 13 in that series. We're still one more series to go between here and there. And 12 skiers will make it through to the slalom final. So we are at least 15 or so skiers away from making that kind of determination. But at this early stage of the game, it's probably safe to say that it's going to take an effort deep into 12 meters, or maybe into the early reaches of 11.25 meters to determine the 12 skiers going through to the final. There could be a shocker in the making between here and there, but so far as that is currently concerned, that's essentially what these skiers are kind of aiming for if they harbor that kind of aspiration. Here we go. Ioannis Athanakas from Cyprus getting round one and number two. He's still there, and he's inside buoy number 3, which gives him a total of about 86 buoys total, 2 on 12 meters, and puts him in a bit of a logjam with a number of competitors now. We have at least 6 competitors now that have gone into 12 meters. A really hard and really quick gate shot into buoy number 1, and bringing the handle up high and losing angle, losing his punctuality in towards number 2, and unfortunately from there it was a case of survival rather than thriving from that point onwards. So there we go. That is Ioannis Athanakas from Cyprus, leaving the way clear for Leon Vermeulen of Belgium. His personal best is halfway down 12 meters. And notice that a lot of the messages that have come through on the live chat make reference to this skier. That is Leon Vermeulen, who starts off on 16 meters. Oh my word, and he's inside buoy number 5. Disaster there for him on the opener. Skier who harbored high aspirations, and he certainly had the support to back it up. He got round number 1, he just reared up on number 2 and just couldn't really get back into any kind of shape that mattered out there on the slalom course. Gets round number 4, he was still confident of maybe making an impact on that run, but unfortunately it's not going to happen here. So there, that is Leon Vermeulen. He'll score, unfortunately, 4 buoys total. Started off at 60 meters and ends up with 4. For a grand total of 4. So looking down the lake and seeing one of our camera crew along the shore side from the tower, there's Jeremy up there keeping an eye on things from that perspective. We have Alicia Bagnoli along the shore side as well. Got plenty of angles to work with here. And we also have our boat camera as well, which is operated remotely. All right, that brings us down to our last skier in this Series 3. It's going to be Peter Steiner from Austria. Okay, so 55K, 16 meters for the opener. Going the softer route going forward, so he'll return at 16 meters provided that he runs this one. And has a score of 66 running total of buoys waiting for him provided that he does what's expected of him and runs the opening pass. So there you go. 6 buoys, 66 buoys and counting there for Peter Steiner, who has a personal best of 2 on 12 meters at 58K. Currently ranked 26 in Europe in the slalom event in the U17s. Likes weightlifting and ice hockey. All right, so looking at Peter Steiner from Austria, our final skier in this this series of Series 3. All right, then here's Peter Steiner on 16 meters. He ran this a few moments ago, but with the slower boat speed of 55, and he will run that pass again, but with the boat speed now at 58K. He's on a running total of 72 now, and we'll see how much further he can go. Austria's Peter Steiner.
Are they gonna queue up after this guy before series?
All right, so continuing to rock along here. Peter Steiner out of Austria on 14.25 meters at max speed now. Let's see if he can settle in a little bit better than what he's doing right now. He gets through 14, but he knows that he's got to dig a little bit deeper here to get through 13, which is the next pass to come. All right, so Peter Steiner getting the job done on 14.25 meters. And just to let you know that we got a fuel break coming up after the conclusion of Peter Steiner's slalom scoring. But he's still out there on the water, and he's still looking to put a hurting out there on the slalom course. Let's see what he's got for us. Peter Steiner. This is 13 meters. His best is 2 on the next pass, which is 12. Still letting the ski run here, keeping himself on top of the water, keeping himself in contention as he gets round 6 buoys on 13. Peter Steiner is now within a third the way down the course on the next run of 12 from establishing a personal best or at least equal to it. So Peter Steiner, who represented Austria at the Junior World Championships over in Canada not too long ago, is looking to try and get a little bit deeper into 12 meters and maybe, just maybe, being with an outside shot of skiing in the 12 skier final in the U17 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. So Peter Steiner. So still in the lead with a 4 buoy count of on 12 meters is Giuseppe Acquaviva. Ultimately, he'd want to get better than that, but let's see if he can get past his personal best first. There's number 1, getting broken over off number 1 into. Oh, he's still there on number 2. But unfortunately, he can't go any further than that. So it's 2 on 12 meters. It equals his personal best, so well done to him for that. For a total of 86 buoys. That is Peter Steiner. So 2 on 12 meters is the score. It ties him up with Ioannis Athanikis of Greece. Of Cyprus, I beg your pardon. A little bit of a faux pas there, but they're nice to each other, so they're okay. So Peter Steiner, Ioannis Athanikis, and I believe one other competitor is very close to equaling that score of 2 on 12 meters. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard to confirm all of that. As Peter Steiner works his way to the dock, we're going to take a fuel break, giving us enough time to have a quick look at the leaderboard status after the opening 2 series of slalom. Series 4 and Series 3 combined together, and it should give us the results as it stands right now. Giuseppe Acquaviva with 4 on 12. Oscar Withers with 2.5 on 12 in second spot. Ioannis Athanikis and Peter Steiner in third place with 2 on 12. And in fifth place right now is Andreas Tofas from Cyprus with 1 on 12, sharing that placement with Ettore Serafrica of Italy, 1 on 12. We're in a fuel break right now. Stick around. We've still got continuing live and exclusive action here from the European Youth Championships, coming to you live from Rocchetto in Italy. And we'll be back right after this.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
All right then, folks, welcome back to continuing and live coverage of the European Youth Water Ski Championships here in Richeto in the province of Novara in the region of Piemonte in northern Italy. Giuseppe Acquaviva still in the lead with 4 on 12 meters ahead of Oscar Withers with 2 on 12, and then there is a two-way tie for third place between Ionis Athanicus and Peter Steiner with that score of 2 on 12. Here is your running order for our penultimate series, Series 2. We have Maximilian Wienerreuter, followed by Tulio Wolfersberg, then Tamer Kolilat from the Czech Republic, then Toms Runges of Latvia, Victor Blomqvist of Sweden, James Cosgrove of Great Britain, Alice Polidor of the Czech Republic, followed by Sebastian Turp of Great Britain, Gaspard de Guig of France, and Ionis Kosathanos of Greece. By the time we get towards the end of Series 2, we'll have a fairly good idea of what it's going to take to make it through to the next round, although there are 13 skiers to go after the completion of this series, and 12 make it through. Here we have our new driver, Claudio Benatti. Looking good. 16 meters, 55K, all over the pass. Good, confident effort out there from side to side. That is Maximilian Wienerreuter. Our second Austrian in as many skiers. So Maximilian Wienerreuter, his personal best is 2 on 12 meters. We're currently ranked 29th in Europe. Enjoys hiking and alpine skiing. So looking at this once again with the opening pass, 60 meters, 55K. All right, here we go. Claudio Bonatti mashing the throttle down and getting ready to bring in our skier on the water. This is Maximilian Wienerreuter. There's number one. This is at 58K now. The boat speed is not going to move any higher than this, or any lower for that matter. Max Reuter out of Austria, age 16, so he's got one more championship of eligibility next season in the European Youth Championships. In tremendous shape up here and getting everything out of the pass that he could hope for on 16, 58K. There isn't an awful lot of time between these passes as we look at the instant replay for one. We're already ascending the skier in towards the course in real time for the next run, and this is 14.25 meters. There you go, and good skiing there for Maximilian Wienerreuter on 14.25 meters.
Grazie, sono dentro la borsa chiara.
So Maximilian Wienerreuter looking in good shape there for the this pass of 14.25 meters. And getting that pass to go all the way through, representing Austria, it is Maximilian Wienerreuter. On dockside right now, Tullio Wolfersberg from Switzerland. So an Austrian on the water right now, a Swiss on the water, and very soon as Maximilian Wienerreuter comes in on 13 meters. Nice and relaxed on 13 and gets that pass going. All right. Maximilian Wienerreuter. In extremely good shape up there after those initial 4 passes. So, continuing to ski and ski with purposeful aggression out there. Just holding everything together well and keeping a good tight line Extremely important that he does that. His line control appears to be impeccable out there, and we'll see if he's able to extend that further into 12 meters. Currently, the lead is in the possession of Giuseppe Acquaviva with 4 on 12 meters. Here we go, Maximilian Wienerreuter coming in 12 meters, right here, right now, entrance. Number 1 takes the hard hit. Round number 2, he still has control of the line. Round number 3, he's still there on 3, but just not enough power off that turn to get him around number 4. So he's gonna make do with 3 on 12 meters for a grand total of 87 buoys. That is Maximilian Wienerreuter. Again, a little flat off for number 2 into number 3. Jumped on the back of the ski and unfortunately unable to generate much more in the way of angle at that point. So coming off of 3 into 4. It looked pretty impressive from the boat, but tried to do too much in the way of slowing down and not enough in terms of creating and generating angle to stay with the pass. So Maximilian Wienerreuter is skiing back into the dock right now, having gotten 3 buoys on 12 meters, which is good enough at this time for second spot. We'll take a quick look at that leaderboard as he makes his way back to the starting dock. Giuseppe Acquaviva still in the lead on 4. Maximilian Wienerreuter is now slotted in second with 3. Skier coming up next is Tullio Wolfersberg. Oscar Withers now reduced from second to third with his 2.5 buoy total on 12 meters. So it is Acquaviva, Wienerreuter, and Withers, 1, 2, 3 in that order. All right, folks, 16 meters. $58K, 16 meters. Getting to work quickly. Tullio Wolfersberg. Skiing out of the Club Nautique Vassaux in Switzerland, though much of their activity actually takes place outside of Switzerland due to that nation's current ban on motorized towboats pulling skiers for the most part. Most of the skiers in Switzerland do compete outside of their borders in places like Bourg-en-Bresse. And her sister, Ledina Wolfersberg, was scheduled to ski earlier in the competition as of yesterday, but took an injury to the elbow, and we certainly wish her the best going forward as she tries to get well soon. And she is here on site, and no doubt will be watching and seeing what Tullio does out there, having gone through 16 meters at 58K, now coming back at 14.25 meters for the return pass. Tullio Wolfersberg Looking good and strong. Tulio Wolfersberg. There you go. Good skiing there for him. So in good shape there off his opening 2 passes of 16 and 14, and looking aggressive out there on the slalom course, but yet at the same time trying to work his way subtly around the turns and then getting the job done behind the boat. That's Tulio Wolfersberg. All right, as we look and see along the shoreline our Swiss contingent of supporters. Here we go into the course. There's number 1 and number 2. This is 13 meters, a critical pass now. There's number 4 and number 5. Almost overloads it into number 6, but managing to get round all 6 and continue to ski. That's Tulio Wolfersberg. So Tulio Wolfersberg, I'm not too sure what his personal best is, but let's just say that if these skiers are actually in this order by rank, I would say that his personal best is somewhere maybe about a third or halfway through the 12-meter line. So if he was to get about 2/3 the way down this run, then that should be about a personal best there for him on the next line of 12 meters. But if he can create a little magic and actually make it through that run, then it would definitely be game on. Tulio Wolfersberg, let's see what he's got. First of all, he needs to get the gates right. Here he comes into buoy number 1. Oh, good start on number 1. He keeps a good tight line. He's round number 2. Look at him go. He's round number 3. Good to go round number 4. He's off to the races. Round 5. Oh, and he collapses around buoy number 5. He was that close to running it. He's happy with the score. But at the same time, he knew that he was within a whisker's width of making it through that run. He takes the lead with 4.5 for Switzerland. This is Tulio Wolfersberg. Tulio Wolfersberg with 4.5 on 12 meters, giving him a grand total of 88.5. Getting round and just pulling up on the handle, wanting to get that handle in quickly. But maybe he could have safety checked on number 5 and still had enough room to go around number 6. He did all of the hard work on the first couple of buoys there and just skied to survive. And that number 3 helped him out a bunch too. But then he collapsed around buoy number 5, and could that ultimately be costly for him going forwards? It's good enough for the lead, but is it good enough to advance? Tamer Kolilat from the Czech Republic coming in on 16 meters at 58K. Tamer Kolilat. Personal best of 2.5 on 12 meters. The U21 Czech national champion and a European finalist in last year's European, so looking to repeat that distinction this time around. Tamer Kalilat from the Czech Republic. All right, just waiting on the boat timer to hit 0, and then it's a 3 beeps there indicating to the driver that now's the time to go. Claudio Bonatti at the helm of that towboat, coming to us out of Jolly Ski in San Gervasio. Just one region over towards the east, towards Lombardy. We're here in Piemonte. Tamer Kalilat, 14.25 meters. It's gone through 16 and 14 now, and getting ready for the next run on 13 meters. So as we continue to rock our way along here with this event, with 14.25 meters successfully cleared. Tamer Kalilat enjoys playing basketball. All right, Tamer Kalilat continuing to ski as we go through this event. Just to let you know, I gave you the team reckoning as of yesterday for the under 14 teams. Team Ukraine is in the lead ahead of Great Britain and Germany. Those are the top 3 right now. France still very much in close proximity. In 4th place right now. We'll give you the individual overall in the U14s very, very soon. But in the meantime, Tamer Kalilat, 30 meters, good extension, round 5. Should have an excellent turn on number 6 to complete the run. That is Tamer Kalilat, representing the Czech Republic. And also, let me give you an indication of where we are in the U14 individual results in the overall. Maria Popova making it into the finals in all 3 events. Currently in the lead ahead of Yelizaveta Nayahotskaya. And then Malatine Morel of France. She's making pretty good impact as well, but she is about 150 points behind Yelizaveta Nayahotskaya in 3rd place. And there is not a significant gap between Malatine Morel and also Scarlett Graham. Scarlett Graham in 4th overall, Malatine Morel in 3rd. Give you the under 14 boys overall in just a moment, but in the meantime, this is on the water Tamer Kalilat. There's number 1. Oh, he tries to get back on it. Looks like it is going to be half a buoy on 12, half a buoy on 12 meters. 1 half buoy on 12 meters, giving him a grand total of 84.5. That is 84.5. Total buoys. We're going to take a look at the instant replay. Does he hold onto the handle beyond the wakes? I do not think so from that perspective. Maybe the officials would see something different if they have a better camera view like this one that we're seeing right now. Now that handle has got to be in his possession, and actually I'm prepared to go back a little bit and suggest that is going to be 1. It just depends on the skiing position. So I believe the officials will probably call one for that effort there, and giving him a total of 85. That is Tamer Khalilat. And it looks like it is actually a half. So my original assessment was correct on that one. Half on 12 meters for a grand total of 84.5. All right then, here we go. Next competitor up, Toms Rungus from Latvia. Toms Rungus from Latvia. And a good opening pass. Looked very well composed and continued to make some inroads on pass number 1. That was 60 meters at 58. All right, so with about less than 5 seconds remaining on the 0-off wait time between the passes, the skier on the water right here at this time is Toms Rungus out of Latvia. Here we go, Toms Rungus. Looking in good shape here. So there we go, going through on that pass, that second pass. That was 14.25 meters, has a really good handle on that. So continuing to ski, Toms Rungus of Latvia. So not looking too bad there as we try and get some biographical information, and we do. It's 3 buoys on 12 meters, which happens to be his personal best. So hobbies involve boxing and music production. There's a wide swath of activity between those two. Boxing and producing music. Just wondering which comes first. So Toms Rungus. So now he's gone through 16 and 14, now getting ready for 13. As he goes through 13, let me tell you that in the under 14 boys overall results, Michalauchenko currently in the lead in overall, and with a great opportunity to increase upon each of those scores as he is in the final in all 3 events. Leading in 2 of them out of 3, as we see Toms Rungus out of Latvia taken to the water here on 30 meters. Currently second in the U14 boys overall is Harley Costa, and Fyodor Ivanov is currently sitting in 3rd place, and there is quite a bit of difference in terms of overall points that separate each of one of those 3 competitors for the top 3 positions in U14. So, Toms Rungus. Now, he's gone through 13. Let's see if he could become the first person in this event to get through 12 meters. And if he can get through 12 meters and get deep enough into 11, then that could really stir the pot a little bit going forwards. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in 12 meters. Handle up high. This is Tom Zrungus, whose personal best is 3. He's gotten past that point, but unable to make a play on number 4 to get well and truly past that. So he equals his PB. A 3 buoy count on 12 for Tom Zrungus. 3 on 12 meters, giving him a grand total of 87. That puts him in a 2-way tie for second at this time, I believe. Or actually a 2-way tie for third, because there are some scores, more than one score separating them from the lead total, which is 4.5 buoys on 12 meters from Tullio Wolfersberg. In second spot right now is Giuseppe Acquaviva. And then there is a 2-way tie for third place between Maximilian Wienerreuter and Tom Zrungus on the 12-meter line. So those scores still in contention. It's going to be it's going to come down to some very, very tight skiing and scoring between now and the end of Series 2. And then we're going to go into Series 1 afterwards. Tom Zrungus out of Latvia. Just try to make a play on 4, but nothing was going to go his way in that regard. All right then, so skier coming up next from Sweden. It is going to be Victor Blomqvist. All right there, so the shortest line length that we've seen attempted so far, 14.25 meters. Victor Blomqvist has an older brother, Felix Blomqvist, who is an exceptional slalom athlete and has represented Sweden on a number of different occasions. Yeah, there you go. Victor Blomqvist. A little bit of a celebration there around buoy number 6. Okay, so second pass and straight into 30 meters, and still having a little bit of time to celebrate round buoy number 6, although right now he's struggling a little to stay on top of the water for the most part, but he's still gets through 30 meters, and he'll still have an attempt on 12 meters for pass number 3. Now, I don't know whether he's playing wind strategy at this point, but I think that he is. He'll be attempting 12 meters into the wind. He'll be our first competitor to do that in this direction. All right, so looking good. He thinks that he looks good. Good enough to throw the fist in the air as he gets round buoy number 6 on each of his openers. Let's see what he can do on 12 meters at 58K. There's one. There's Victor Blomqvist. There's number 2. Takes a big hit and getting a little bit twisted round number 2. He's good to go for number 4. Is he good to go for 5? Not quite. So 4 buoys on 12 meters. That puts him in a 2-way tie for second place with Giuseppe Acquaviva. Both of those competitors on 88 total buoys. So 4 on 12 meters for Felix. Not for Felix, but for Victor Blomqvist. A little bit of a faux pas there towards the end. But Victor Blomqvist, 4 on 12 meters, 2-way tie with Giuseppe Acquaviva. And they're still very much in. Now, here's the rub with Victor Blomqvist. We're halfway down the Series 2. Potentially, and I've seen this happen before, that maybe a score of 4 on 12 meters could be enough to send him into a potential runoff situation. It hasn't reared itself up, but the seeds of a potential runoff going forward have definitely been sown. All right then, so as Victor Blomqvist leaves the stage, we go on to our next competitor from Great Britain. It is going to be James Cosgrove. So coming in on 16 meters for the opening pass. Once again, the British support in full voice as James Cosgrove approaches the course on 16 meters. Looking good, looking strong here. All right, so James Cosgrove getting it done there on 16 meters. Just working his way cagily through this run, not overpowering the pass or trying to put too much pressure on himself to run it. Just getting the job done and getting ready for the next run, which is 14.25 meters. Okay, James Cosgrove on 14.25 meters, almost overloading it off number 2, but managing to settle down into this pass. Having said that, number 5 looked a little sketch, but he gets round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters and getting set up for 13. All right, so James Cosgrove successfully running 14.25 meters. Now he's seen the course and from both directions and has enough of an appreciation for where the wind is blowing as well. 13-meter attempt past number 3 into a slight headwind here. Let's see if he's up to the task. Opens up his hips and gets that ski round on the gate shot into buoy number 1 and closing them off just in time to make an attempt on the left side of the course. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and indeed number 6 for James Cosgrove. So looking at this once again at the tail end of the run with the instant replay, and seems to be in full control of 13 meters. Now he's on the lead pass of 12 meters. And the British skiers enjoying some great support along the shore side. James Cosgrove, no exception to that, as he pulls out for the entrance gates. 12 meters, good extension on buoy. Oh, nicely done around buoy number 1. Now he's got to stay relaxed here. He's got to try and keep that ski in the water for long enough off buoy number 4. He skis inside buoy number 5, and that puts him into quite possibly a multiple way tie situation. 4 on 12 meters. Still out in the lead is Julio Wolfersberg with 4.5 on 12. But he's got to keep an eye on that score, because there are a number of competitors that are tied with 4 on 12 meters, which could force a runoff even at this early stage of the competition. 4 on 12 meters. Just kind of got a little bit antsy off a number 3. Knew that the pass was on. Then took some angle off a number 4 and let the ski run down course to keep him on top of the water. But 4 buoys on 12 meters, that gives him a grand total of 88. That is James Cosgrove. Here we go, next competitor up. Alice Polidor of the Czech Republic. 16 meters opening run. 16 meters, 58K. We're really starting to up the ante now. Good skiing there for Alice Polidor of the Czech Republic, as we see another skier from Great Britain get ready to go. Sebastian Turp. All right, so Alice Polidor getting through the opening pass getting through 16 meters and now having an attempt at 14.25 meters. The extension is good into number one. Round number two, keeping a good flow going from one side of the course to the next. That is Ales Poliador of the Czech Republic. And for his part, he's been able to ratchet up a personal best of 3 on 12 meters in a past tournament. He's been in 6th place in slalom at the Europeans in the U14s, 6 overall and 6 in jump. But trying to see if he can break away from that trend. So Ales Poliador, who's a national champion in alpine snowboarding as well. All kinds of surprises. Here we go. Coming in, Ales Poliador. He's gone through 16 and 14. This is now 13. Getting a good snap off each side of the course, and he gets 13, gets the job done, and continues to ski. Ales Poliador. All right, so Ales Poliador getting ready now for 12 meters. No one has run this pass yet. The closest that we've seen is 4.5 by Tulio Wolfersberg. He gets round number 2. And I don't know whether he'll make an impact upon 3, but he seems to have enjoyed that one. His personal best was 3. I think he's equaled it there. Whether that expression there was part frustration, part celebration, we'll find out. We'll have a look and see. Ales Poliador, a little bit bounced off number 1. Getting cleanly round buoy number 2. Let's see if he does the same round number 3. Yes, he does. And he gets to the wake just in time for the boat guides to secure 3 buoys. So part celebration, part frustration there for Ales Poliador. And with 3 buoys on 12, it ties in with Toms Rungus of Latvia, and also Maximilian Wienerreuter with that same score. Looking to see if 3 on 12 exists elsewhere in the previous series. I can safely say it doesn't. Sebastian Turp is our next competitor from Great Britain. 14.25 meter start. Sebastian Turp coming to us from Great Britain and trains over at the Gosfield Lake water ski site in Halstead in Essex, and getting the job done on the opener. So looking at this pass once again, looking in fine shape. There's Claudio Benatti getting everything situated for a good straight path along the slalom course on 13 meters for Sebastian Turp. He's run through 14, this is now 13. Coming to us from a place where the water is always smooth. There we go, Sebastian Turp. Getting things set up for himself as he now sits in the water and gets ready for 12 meters. Sebastian Turp looking good on 13 meters, but he knows that the task is not complete yet. He still has to get far enough down the next pass of 12 meters to put himself in with the possibility of being a feature in the boys' slalom final in the U17s. We're still quite a few skiers away from determining who could possibly make it through, and trying to work with the probabilities and all that kind of stuff is mind-boggling at this stage. But let's see how far Sebastian Turp can get down this run of 12 meters. It all starts with the pull-out and the glide. Gets a good swing into buoy number 1. Gets a good load off number 1. Round number 2. He's right foot forward. He skis neutral on his right side. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Round 5, and he has a clear path to number 6 and takes the lead. There you go. They'll be singing when they're winning. So 6 buoys on 12 meters, the first time we've seen that run so far. He's taken the lead by 1.5 buoys ahead of Tulio Wolfersberg. So on a running total of 90 buoys. Looking to add some more to it. Taking a huge hit off buoy number 5, and round number 6 gets the job done. If that stays in the lead for the remaining, for the next 3 competitors, beyond the next 3 competitors, he could find himself in a position where he'll be slaloming in the U17 boys final. But he still needs to climb up 11.25 meters. Oh, he's there on number 1. He's still there on 2. Look at this. He gets round number 3. S turns to the wake. He gets halfway down 11.25 meters. So, in the history of this event, a score of halfway down 11.25 meters has been enough in the past to get through to the final when he tick-tocks his way into the dock. So, Sebastian Turp. God Save the King playing up in the background there, as you can probably hear through my microphone. But great skiing there from Sebastian Turp, who in all probability has just skied himself into the boys' slalom final in the U17 category. Still 2 competitors left to go in the Series 2. Gaspard Gilg of France and Ionis Kosathanas of Greece. So 55 K on 14.25 meters. This is a rather unusual start, but it's a start that he can invoke. Sub-max speed, short line. And he's not leaving himself with an awful lot of room to make that pass, but he makes it, he does. Gaspard Gilg of France. So Gaspard. So Gaspard Gilles of France on the water right now. He's gone through 14.25 meters with the opening pass with the sub-max speed of 55k. Completing that pass at sub-max speed gives him a grand total of 72 buoys and continuing to count. He will have 78 total buoys once he clears this pass at 14.25 meters with the boat speed increased now to 58k. Gaspard Gilles of France. 14.25 meters. The rope doesn't move. The boat does in terms of speed and getting the job done. On a buoy count right now that is 78. That is Gaspard Gilles. Started out at 55k, 14.25 meters, which is the equivalent of started in at 16 meters at 58k, because both of those passes, once cleared, yields 72 buoys. So Gaspard Gilles, 58, 14.25 meters, 13 meters coming back now. So Sebastian Terp still in the lead with a score halfway down, 11.25 meters. Tulio Wolfersberg relegated to second with 4.5 on 12. And the results resolving as they are right now. This is Gaspard Gilles. And Gaspard seemingly finding some confidence out there to work his way wider on that pass of 13 meters. He ran 14 back-to-back for his opening two runs at 55 and 58. That was 13 meters. And he'll now have an attempt coming up next. So, Gaspard Gilles, who comes to us from the Limousin region of France, skiing out of Moissac. Okay, so continuing right on, we've got Gaspard Gilles on 12 meters. Trying to get a decent start off number one, which he did, but unfortunately the turn on number two let him down. So it's going to be 1.5 on 12 meters, 1.5 at 12 meters. giving him a score of 85.5, 85.5 buoys for Gaspard Gilles. Personal best is 2 on 11, so a little ways off that pace, but it might not even take a score of that magnitude to see him through to the next round. Historically, it's taken scores of somewhat less than the current elite score of Sebastian Turp to make it through to the next round. All right, coming in, Ioannis Kosophanos out of Greece. Coming into this competition with a personal best of 2 on 12 meters. Let's see what he's got with the opener. 14.25 meters, running with Alpha 1 on the 0 off. Almost dumped it there on number 4, but still managing to stay on top of the water long enough and strong enough to get through the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Has won the Greek Nationals. Looks like there's a little bit of confusion here because I'm looking at his announcing sheet, and Ioannis Kosophanos There is a little bit of a confusion here with the announcing sheet. Ioannis Kosophanos, who I believe represents Greece, although what I'm looking at is another competitor who represents Cyprus, but with similar names. But we'll try and get that resolved very, very soon. In the meantime, let's have a look and see Ioannis Kosophanos of Greece. Nicely done. Good to go round all 6 buoys there on that particular pass. So it's gone through 14, he's gone through 13 meters. All right, now on 12 meters, needing to get a good start here to continue on with the run, with the run. Ioannis Kosophanos of Greece, looking and go. This is 12 meters, and he absolutely pummels it there with confidence. A great start with the entrance gates, came in with a lot of aggression, and he needed to stay calm at the same time, which is probably the hardest thing to do out there on the slalom course, is to be aggressive behind the boat, yet shut all of that down in time for the turn and stay balanced on top of the slalom ski. And that's something that our competitor on the water seems to have perfected at this time, getting through 12 meters. Becoming only the second competitor to run through 12 meters, and as such, currently puts himself in second on 90 buoys and continuing to ski. Now taking aim at Sebastian Terp's lead score of 3 at 11.25 meters. I don't know too much about Ioannis Kosathanos, but I do know that he's through 12 meters. Looking good on 11. He's round number 1 and 2, and I don't know whether he's gone round 3, but he gets to the wakes. He's trying to sell it, and there you go. Good skiing there from Ioannis Kosathanos of Greece. He's celebrating. Whether he's celebrating the fact that he's now tied the lead possibly with Sebastian Terp, or whether he's celebrating maybe a new personal best. Either way, a fantastic little performance there from him. He gets round number 3, doesn't need to sell it anything more than that, but he manages to get back to the wakes in time for the boat guides to get the full 3. Good skiing there from Ioannis Kosathanos. So he gets 3 for this effort. Cleanly round number 2. Clearly round number 3. And he just S-turns. There are some pros out there that can't even S-turn like that. And they're looking on in admiration and seeing what Ioannis Kosathanos was able to achieve there on 11.25 meters. So well done to him. We now go on to Series 1. Skier on the water is Axel Garcia. So now chasing down a buoy count of 93 buoys. The buoy count that's shared between Sebastian Terp and Ioannis Kosathanos. Historically, a score of that magnitude has been enough to graduate a skier through to the next round of the competition. And it has done so with a lot of room to spare. So Axel Garcia. So coming on in, Axel Garcia, who was a medalist at the Junior World Championships that took place not too long ago in Canada, and looking to come through with a medal-winning performance here, but he's still got to work hard, and he's got to get through the opening passes. 14.25 meters he opened up with, and that was 13 on the return. Just to close out a little bit on the announcing for Ioannis Kosathanos, his personal best coming into this event was 2 at 11.25 meters, so he betters that. On the water is Axel Garcia, who's already run his opening 2 passes of 14 and 13 meters and getting ready to take aim at 12. So Axel Garcia, when he's not on the water skiing, he's a gymnast. Tricks national champion, jump national champion, and third in the world in the tricking competition, took the bronze medal there. Age 16, currently ranked in the top 25 in Europe in slalom. There we go. That is 12 meters there for Axel Garcia. So, having started at 14.25 meters, he's now through the 12 meters. Okay, so from what I understand, he'll be coming back in on 12 meters, which would suggest that the opening pass was 55K, 14.25 meters. So he opened up at sub-max speed on a shortened line. So now he's run 14, 14, 13. Now this is 12. Here he comes on the 12-meter line, Axel Garcia. Critical that he gets far enough down this pass to possibly put him through to the boys slalom final. Oh my word! He gets round number 2 and he just loses his balance and the tension on the line, and he gets 2 1/2. 2.5 on 12 meters. So 2.5 on 12 meters there. That is good enough for 86.5 total. Buoy count there for Axel Garcia. Now, with 12 skiers remaining, we now know the cut. And it is a two-way tie with that cut. 3 buoys on 11.25 meters, shared between Ionis Kosathanos and Sebastian Turp, both with 3 on 11.25 meters. Okay, so working our way through our next competitor. Coming in here. We have Adrian Elias from Slovakia. All right, so Adrian Elias getting through the opening pass. That was 14.25 meters. Whether that was at 55 or 58, we'll find that out. I believe it was at 58. All right then, so from my understanding that that was 55K. All right, so Adrian Elias, 55K opening pass. He's going to come back at 58, and I'm Tony Lightfoot here with with the European Youth Championships for 2024. As we continue right along, 14.25 meters for the return run, but the boat speed is now raised from 55 through to 58. To be immediately into the boys slalom final, he needs to get through this pass, through the next, and more than halfway down the pass on the other. Effectively more than 3 on 11.25 meters as he gets settled in and gets ready to shorten. All right, so as we continue right along with Adrian Elias from Slovakia, we've got a guest here coming to us out of the Netherlands. Introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Kian Hamelink. I'm 15 years old. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm under 17.
Okay, so you slalomed earlier. What was your performance there?
Yeah, I did 2 1/4 on 14, but I would have liked to run it and do a few on 13. But you know, I saw some guys going down in their first pass, so I think it can always be worse.
Yeah, there were quite a few competitors, and well, not too many, thankfully. But we're at this stage now where we're on slaloming in Series 1. Based upon what you've experienced and what you're seeing out there, what do you think it's going to take for our competitors to make it through to the next round?
Well, I think like around 4 at 12 will be a runoff. Don't know for sure, but I think it will be something like that. For 12.
Yes, and here we go. This is, oh my word, this is Adrian Elias flirting with disaster right about here on 4 and 5 and number 6. Yep, that was a scary looking pass there. That was pretty scary towards the end. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so we got locked in on buoy number 1, and right about here on number 2, started to leave the ski behind him on number 2. He is right foot forward, which means that side is stronger. But then he took a huge hit there, and he could have let every part of that go. And 13 meters, getting the job done, but that was a little scary. So coming back in on 12 meters, and it's going to probably in all probability, it's probably going to take something along the lines of about 4 to maybe be in a position to make it through to the final. But at this time for Adrian Elias, being our second person out and with 11 to go after him, it's going to take something along the lines of 3.5 and 11.25 meters to jolt him straight into the next round. This is 12 meters. He's there. He's there on 5. Rears up from 5 to 6. Takes the slack out the line, and a wonderful looking pass. He's through to the next round, Adrian Elias. And he has a new personal best as well with running that 12-meter run for the very, very first time. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's great. Looked good until 4. I got a bit late, but I think he did his best, and let's see what he can do on 11 meters.
Okay, so he's through 12 meters, and certainly speculating as to what score he needed to get at the very least to put him in with a shout of making it through to the next round. But he's trying to ski beyond that point and leaving it without doubt in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition. Now, this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky. We have a two-way tie for the lead between our Greek skier and our British skier. We got Ioannis Kosophanos of Greece and Sebastian Turk both tying on 3. If he can get past those two, then he will establish a new lead Oh my word, and he goes down around buoy number 2, which means that we have that two-way tie for 3, potentially going through to the next round. But as it is a two-way tie, both of them are not through officially through to the next round. It's one spot between two skiers at this moment, and from what you can see out there, what changes would you have made to have gotten round buoy number 3?
Well, I think he should have gone easy on 1. I think he was there with a lot of speed. I don't think he was 100% sure. I think it was like he was too excited, too much adrenaline. But I think he did great, so congratulations to him.
Okay, so great skiing there. Currently on a buoy count of 91.5. That is a score of 1.5 at 11.25 meters for Adrian Elias. But with 11 skiers remaining, 12 skiers making it through to the final, and the current lead score being shared 2 ways between Ionis Kosathanos and Sebastian Terp. That kind of complicates matters, and for both of those competitors to make it through, who are currently in the lead, there has to be a score produced of less than 3 at 11.25 meters to allow both of those competitors through. It'll certainly be one of the greatest rounds of slalom skiing in junior competition history if a runoff would exist between those two competitors, Ionis Kosathanos and Sebastian Terp, for them to battle for a spot via a runoff, a 12th spot. But we'll see how things resolve themselves. All right. Now, most of these skiers that we're going to see on this list are competed in the Junior World Championships in Canada, and the next person, no exception. This is Germany's Pepe Leonhardt. Now, what's your read on him?
I saw him on the Worlds. I think he did great. I know he's a 3-event skier, so I don't know if his slalom is his best. How do you say that? I don't know if slalom is his best event. But yeah, we'll see. I think he has a great shot.
All right, we're going to see if he can take this opportunity to make it through to the slalom finals. Effectively needing more than 3 to do that. But let's see what he can do. Pepe Leonhardt. His personal best is 6 on 12 meters. 14.25 meter start. I'm not too sure what speed this is, however. 58K, 14.25 meters, so looking to return back at the 30 meters. Now, you skied a little bit before, and the wind wasn't quite as strong then. What do you think of the wind in its direction and strength right now?
Yeah, I think you can use it in in a positive way. I mean, it's like a good headwind, and then not too bad of a tailwind. For Pepe, his personal best is 6 at 12. So if he starts at 14 meters, 58, he can have a 12 meters at headwind. So I think he can run it. Conditions are great.
All right then, so a wind strategy coming into play here for Pepe Leonhardt as he works his way through the opening pass of 14.25 meters at 58K. 14.25 meters at 58K, giving him a running total of 78 buoys as we work our way along. And as we also see on the starting dock getting ready to go, Harrison Crossland of Great Britain. He is on deck right now as Pepe Leonhardt trying to put a hurting on this pass of 30 meters. It's not looking 100% comfortable out there, but despite that, he's still able to get through 30 meters and continue his challenge there.
Yeah, it was great. It was like confidence, I think. He was in a good rhythm. Skied him out. Now it's just It's a record pass, 12 meters, so let's see if he can run it.
All right, not looking bad there at all on that particular run. Don't see too much to worry about at this time in this series of slalom. So once again, introduce yourself to the good folks. Kane Hammerlink, right?
Yeah, it's Kian Hammerlink. Well, I'm a 3-event skier here. I have tricks in this afternoon, I think. But slalom was like my best event. And it didn't go as I wanted to, so that's too bad. But I'm happy to be here in Italy. It's a beautiful place here, and yeah.
So where do you ski in the Netherlands? Do you ski over at Ruiplas?
No, yeah, I've been there a few weeks, but my home lake is the ZVWC in Zealand.
Uh-huh.
It's down the south, so no, but I know the Red Lake.
Yeah, I know the Red Lake as well. Actually won an overall junior tournament all the way back there in the late 1980s. But there you go. This is Pepe Leonhardt on 12 meters now, trying to get through this pass. Pepe Leonhardt, leaving it very, very close there on number 5, around number 6. He now has a shot at 11.25 meters. So Pepe Leonhardt doing a fine job in recovering on that one. And we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we definitively put a mark against, or rather for, the two skiers that are currently tied with 3 at 11.25 meters through to the next round. But taking a huge hit off number 4, but a little bit of overstretch into number 5 there, Kane.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a very long skier. He skis on a Syndicate, I see, Syndicate Pro, I guess, so it's an aggressive ski, I know. So I don't think it was necessary, but he recovered, and it was a good pass.
All right, then. So the current lead score of 3 at 11.25 meters is shared between two people. We are on our 11th skier from last off the dock. So that's... and we're taking 12 through to the next round of the competition, so that complicates matters so far as who's making it through to the finals. It can be significantly decomplicated depending upon this performance from Pepe Leonhardt. He's round number 1 and round number 2. He gets round number 3, and this complicates matters further because there are 2 spots between 3 competitors. So it's going to be 3 buoys there, and it just... it's madness out there, wouldn't you say, Kane?
Yeah, it is. I think it's great. I mean, like, I don't know how many years Pepe is already skiing on 58, but I know that the Greece kid is its first year. So, yeah, it's just great to see that a lot of skiers are doing great. It's good.
Well, with that score, that gives him a total of 93 buoys, and that ties him with Ioannis Kosophanos and Sebastian Turp, all of them on 3 at 11.25 meters. So 10 skiers remain, 3 skiers tie for the lead. So that puts a wrinkle in the proceedings as we continue right along. Next competitor up, representing Great Britain, is going to be Harrison Crossland. Round buoy number 1 gets a good hook up into buoy number 2. This should be 14.25 meters, but a little bit narrow on number 3. Look at him go, round 4, 5, 58K, 14.25 meters, no problem. So plenty to work with there on pass number 1 for Harrison Crossland, a 6 on 14.25 meters. And taking a really, really aggressive gate shot there, Kane, into buoy number 1.
Yeah, that's totally right. And yeah, you can see that he trains with Rob Hazelwood as well. I don't know, but the arm is Rob's style, so.
yeah, there's that trait to look out for, you know, and yep, just bringing the handle across his body or off his shoulder, and then gripping the handle. It's quite effective if executed right, but not something that I would terribly encourage too much, as we see the top three in the lead with the tied score of 3-11. Leonhardt, Kosathanos, and Terp, all of them tied with 3 on 11.25 meters. None of them guaranteed a spot through to the next round of the competition. Look at him go. Harrison Crossland getting the job done with pass number 2. 14.25 meters to open up with, and 13 meters coming back, both of those completed at 58K. So as we continue to walk, go through these skiers, as we look down along the shore side there and see a few of our spectators, in your opinion, how does this lake ski compare to a lot of the other places that you've been to?
Yeah, I think the lake's great. I think it's a very strong boat that we're skiing behind. A lot of skiers have to pull very hard. I think it's great here. It's warm water, it's soft, slow, but no, I like it. And I think the other skiers do.
All right there, so Harrison Crossland getting all 6 buoys on 30 meters. And now comes the critical pass of 12 meters. Now, there are a number of skiers that have scores tied in the 12-meter line. And historically, it's taken a score of somewhere in the middle of 12 meters to advance through to the next round of the competition. But we're in the here and now, so that might not even be the case this time around. Harrison Crossland. This is 12 meters, gets it to go around buoy number 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. So Harrison Crossland looking good on the 12 meters, a little narrow off number 1, but I tell you what, he fought his way back into contention here, Kane.
Yeah. I think he looked great. He looked strong behind the boat, and I think it's a personal best, right?
Yeah, Harrison Crossland will take a look and see his personal best score. Actually, Pepe Leonhardt got a personal best with more than 6 on 12 meters, our previous skier, and Harrison Crossland, actually his personal best currently stands at 2 at 11.25 meters.
Yeah, let's see if he can break it.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's going to have to get halfway down the course. And just good reaction there from the driver, Claudio Benatti, and you know, Claudio Benatti, he's a driver, he's a coach over at San Gervasio, Jolly Ski. So if there's one person out there that has a good feel for skier in relation to driver, then that's that man. Harrison Crossland he's inside buoy number 3, but that does set the bar score, however, because that means that all the 3s are through to the next round, and setting the bar score with 2 on 11.25 meters now is Harrison Crossland, who could well find himself through to the next round of the competition with that score, scoring 92 total buoys. That is Harrison Crossland. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, he's at the Euro prelims. He tied his PB. And yeah, I think it's always nice to be on your top when you're at such a big tournament. So yeah, I think he did great.
So Harrison Crossland, who acknowledges his sponsors, Midlands Nautique, Algrid Ashley Group, along with friends of Tournament Water Skiing in the UK, who have done an amazing job with that program, providing the funds necessary for the tournament teams to travel and to train and to stay on top of their game, as we see Harrison Crossland do a fine job there with a 2 at 11.25 meters, equaling his PB. You're right with that one, Kane. But now we're setting the bar score with 2 at 11.25 meters. Anything more than 2 at 11.25 meters, and there is a strong possibility that that skier will be through to the next round. This is Joshua Vanege of Switzerland, and what do you know about him?
Well, I know he's a tricker as well, I thought. I never saw him before on Euros. I think it's his first one, but I'm not sure. And yeah, I don't know a lot about him.
So Joshua Vanege actually skied at the Junior World Championships over at the Lakes of Castonstone in Canada. And see if we can get a little bit more of a read on him. Don't have too much about by the way of an announcing sheet there from him, but the fact that he is in Series 1 should tell you quite a bit in terms of his capability in making it through to the next round of the competition. So we'll have a quick look at the leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screen to at least confirm, at the very least, that the top 3 competitors, all with 3 at 11.25 meters, are through. That is Sebastian Terp, Ionis Kosathanos, and Leonhardt. So with 9 skiers remaining, they are through. The bar score, the bubble score is 2 at 11.25 meters. Anything above will guarantee a spot. Anything below, and Harrison Crossland is through to the next round of the competition. So exciting stuff there. So here we go. Joshua Vanege. This is 14.25 meters. Working his way now. There, 14.25 meters, good looking run. Certainly just trying to stay upright on the turns, not move around too much, and then wait for the boat to tighten up on you, and then it's off to the races as our Swiss contingent along the shore side continuing to support one of their own. And your assessment of this pass going forwards?
Yeah, I think it was a great pass. He looks strong. It's a big guy, so I think he's very powerful. I think he can do a lot on 12 meters and 11. Yeah.
All right, so Kane Harmelink joining us here in the announcing position, as always wanted to be behind the desk here at TWBC. So granting that wish to him.
You sure did.
Yeah, well, I try. It's not every day I play Santa Claus, but there you go. All right, here we go. Coming in, Joshua Vanege with now an attempt on 30 meters, a pass he knows he's got to run. Can't afford to make too many mistakes and still run it. Good power behind the boat, good width, good extension here. Josh Vanege of Switzerland now has an attempt at 12 meters coming up. As we look at the dockside and see Noan Burrell from Switzerland. So 2 Swiss competitors going at it back to back. So Josh Vanege looking good off buoy number 1. Being a right foot forward skier, he can turn the snot out of number 2, which he does, and that gives him a really good advantage going into number 3 there.
Yeah, that's totally right. He was a bit tight at 5, but I think he did great. Looks very powerful, so let's see what he can do on 12.
All right, Kane, there we go. That's 30 meters, 12 coming up, and needing a good start. And Claudia Benatti just waiting for the 3 beeps to sound. Signals to the skier that he's ready to go, and he should be ready too. So now it comes down to being a straight battle between Switzerland and Great Britain right now. There is Joshua Venege. There's 1 and 2 and 3, and he breaks forward on number 3, giving him a score of 2.5, and it also gives Harrison Crossland a path through to the slalom final. So Harrison Crossland, with his score of 2 at 11.25 meters, guaranteed a spot in the slalom final. 2.5 on 12 meters there for Joshua Venege, and giving him a score of 86.5, or 2.5 on 12 meters. A little bit of a disappointing effort there for him, Kane. All right, looks like we got Noah Burrell about to take to the water. Noah Burrell on the water at this time, and coming into the course 40.25 meters at 58K, I believe. So there we go. That's Noah Burrell on pass number 1. Very, very effective in running this pass. And what do you think of this one, Kine?
Yeah, I know Noah, so I know what he can do, and I know he can be very dangerous. I mean, I know he can run his 12. I think his PB is like 3 at 11, somewhere there. And yeah, I think it's great. He was a little too strong to 3, but he recovered, and yeah, I think he's a very good competitor.
All right, let's see what he does with pass number 2. He's gone through pass number 1 of 14, and now 30 meters coming back. So the skiers that we know that are through to the next round of the competition: Sebastian Terpt, Ioannis Kosaftanas, and Pepe Leonhardt, and now Harrison Crossland. So look down to see the next to lowest score, and that is Adrian Elias with a 1.5 at 11.25 meters. Anything more than that would guarantee a spot through to the next round. Anything less, and the Slovak has made it through to the next round. Here we go, 30 meters for Noah Burrell. It's looking good so far. And good skiing there for Noah. And you said that you know and you've skied with him. I mean, what's going through his mind right now?
Yeah, I think he's like really focusing on his 12 pass here, because a few days ago he didn't run it, I thought. Yeah, and I think he has a really good shot of running it. When I skied with him, he was always running his 12 with great rhythm. So yeah, I think he's like excited to go to 12.
All right, obviously through 14 and 13 meters, and 12 meters is definitely going to be a critical pass going forwards. And it might even take, in reality, an excursion into 11.25 meters for all intents and purposes to be guaranteed a spot through to the next round of the competition. The next score down, the bubble score, is 1.5, and that is courtesy of Adrian Elias from Slovakia. We have 4 competitors already through with 8 remaining. So this is a must run for Noah Burrell. One-handed gate shot, which on the grand scheme of things is rather unusual these days. Most have gone back to the security of the two-handed gate shot. Noah Burrell on 12 meters getting a little bit pulled out of position here and having to really overwork to make that pass happen. And Noah Burrell, not bad effort there. What do you reckon to that?
Yeah, I think it was already late at 1, but he stayed cool, kept his mind, and yeah, I think it's very good that he ran this pass, and I think he can also do a good thing on 11. So we'll see about that.
And you know, the thing that's going on right here with Noah Burrell is that he's not overworking the turns. He's trying to stay relaxed and stay focused, you know, because he knows that he doesn't have to be 100% perfect out there to run the pass, and he showed that right about there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he skis always with Thomas de Gasperi, so that's why he does the one-handed gate, I think. Yeah, and I think it works out pretty well for him.
Okay, so we've got on the water Noah Burrell. If he gets more than 1.5, he's through. 1.5 will force a runoff, possibly, and less, and he'll have to wait. There's number 1. And he's inside buoy number 2, which means that Adrian Elias is through to the next round, and he now is tied, I believe, with one of the other spots below that point. But Adrian Elias from Slovakia through to the next round as a result of that score of 1 for Noah Burrell. 1 and 11.25 meters for Noah Burrell, giving him a grand total of 91 total buoys. That is Noah Burrell. And what happened here on the gate shot into buoy number 1?
Well, I think he just went out a bit too exciting. He didn't turn the ski enough, so yeah, don't really know.
All right then, so you have to be extremely precise there to run 11.25 meters, and just got a little twisted through the entrance gates into number 1, carrying a lot of speed, and then having to re-establish himself very, very quickly. But he gets a score of 1 buoy. That still keeps him very much in contention. There are a number of skiers that have scored around about that point. For Sebastian Terp, Giannis Kosathanos, Adrian Elias, Pepe Leonhardt, and Harrison Crossland all through to the next round of the competition. With 7 skiers remaining. Skier on the water is Konstantin Atensum. A personal best of 4.5 at 11.25 meters at 55K. And doing a good job there with the opening pass, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I do. Well, I spoke to him the other day, and he told me that 58 was doing him better than 55. So let's see if he can get far into 11.
All right, we'll see if he's able to ski on the same level at 58 as he had been skiing at 55 previously. Konstantin Atensum, who trains over at the Wiener Wasser Ski Club, which is about half an hour outside of the city center of Austria's nation's capital of Vienna. And actually, they've got a tournament coming up very, very soon there. Many of you that have watched our TWBC webcast will see the ad spots from the Wiener Water Ski Club. And from what I understand, it's a extremely nice site. So Konstantin Atensum, the only member of that family skiing in this competition. His sister was due to ski in this competition, but sustained a leg injury, which has put her out of commission for a while. And there, Konstantin doing his best to keep the family name going as he gets round all 6 buoys on 30 meters for pass number 2. And good confident start so far with the opening 2 passes, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I do. looks very relaxing. Didn't hit the panic button, just stayed cool, and yeah.
Absolutely. So Konstantin Atomson is into golf, alpine skiing, and ice hockey. You know, it's important to have a good mix of activities beyond skiing. So, kind of what do you do a little bit in the off season?
In the off season, of course I go to school, I play football, and yeah, I just hang a bit out with my friends and.
You're not into ice skating or anything like
No,
that?
no,
you know,
no.
When the canals and stuff are freeze in Holland, you know.
No,
maybe
no. My dad is, but I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a great sport to be involved with, ice skating.
Yeah.
Especially speed skating. All right, there. Here we go. Coming in, Konstantin Atomson. He's gone through 14, 13. This is now 12. Running with Alpha 1. And already a little bit behind course right now, but he's staying with the pass. Konstantin Atomson needing a score of more than 1 at 11.25 meters, which is the next pass coming right up. And do you see anything out of the ordinary here?
No, actually not. I did expect him to run his 12, actually. He said he was going to work on his excitement. He normally goes a bit too fast, but he said he was going to try and relax a lot, and I think he did it very well.
Yes, indeed. You know, because it is a confusing prospect to have when you come into 11.25 meters and needing to be aggressive to keep your resistance behind the boat to prevent yourself from going down course, and yet still be able to control your momentum as you go wide and try and keep the line tight and make a good path in towards the area of number 1 to start things going. Okay, so here we go. Scenarios that play out. If he gets 1, that forces a runoff with one other skier. If he gets more than that, then he will advance, which he's done. Oh, and he tries to throw the ski outside number 3, but he gets 2 buoys. That ties with Harrison Crossland for 4th place right now. But he's confirmed as a participant in the European Youth Championships U17 Boys Slalom Final from Austria, Konstantin Atomson. What do you reckon to that? Some good, intelligent skiing, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I do. I think it's very impressive if you run 12 and then you played yourself in the finals. He knew what he had to do, so yeah, I think it's really great. Respect to him.
All right, excellent stuff there, and getting round buoy number 2 has a lot of height to work with. Didn't get the best start on number 1, but he didn't need to have that perfect start to get to where he wanted to be in respect to making it through to the final. But there you go. That is Konstantin Atomson. A little bit separated there into number 1, but he's been in this position before on this particular run. And Konstantin Atomson been sparring with Nicky Antonsen for as long as they've been involved with the sport for, you know. So always that sibling rivalry coming into fruition there. As we see Christos Petropoulos from Greece coming in at 58K, 14.25 meters, unless I hear otherwise. Yep, that appears to be the pretty consistent theme here. Christos Petropoulos running with Alpha 2 on the 0 off system. Nicely done. And, you know, a good, confident looking opening pass, and it's very, very important to establish a good rhythm early, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. Yesterday I trained with him, and he told me that in training before a competition he can't run his 13 or 14. And if I see how easy it goes now, I think he's having a great rhythm. So I have confidence in him.
All right, working our way along very, very nicely indeed. And as we look at the instant replay and see him produce a picture-perfect first half of the course and going through with the remainder of the pass. Looking good. Looked pretty strong out there, and it gets around 06, but it is only 14.25 meters.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much.
All right, so Christos Petropoulos. Personal best is 3 at 11.25 meters. And quite a tall and very svelte looking competitor. Not particularly muscular, but he gets the job done because it's that whole weight to power ratio, which he seems to have working in his favor, and looking very strong out there.
Yeah, he is. He's very strong, and of course he's long, so he can have that an advantage. So yeah, I think he can do something really great.
All right then, so we're along with Christos Petropoulos. There are 6 skiers remaining, which means currently the top 6 that are on this list are through to the next round of the competition. You can add Konstantin Atomson through to the roster of skiers that have made it through to the final. Konstantin Atomson alongside Harrison Crossland, along with Pepe Leonhardt, Adrian Elias, along with Sebastian Turp and Ionis Kosothanos. All of those through to the next round. All right, so needing to run through 12 meters to keep himself in the battle here. Noah Burrell currently waiting in the wings to see what happens here. He's the next bubble score with one on 11.25 meters, but Christos Petropoulos not about to make life that easy for our skier from Switzerland. But the skier right now from Greece looking very, very confident here of the first 3 passes, including 12 meters.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, of course, because he knows what to do. And I think he's handling it pretty well. It's one of the better 12s that I've seen this competition, so I think it's great.
Not bad there, and as I mentioned, the next drop score is going to be that of Noah Burrell with his 7th place score of 1 at 11.25 meters. We'll take a quick look at that leaderboard, and there you see 7th spot, iron in on Noah Burrell. That's the bubble score. Anything above that guarantees. Anything below, and the skier has to wait, and anything equaling would potentially force a runoff unless there is another score that comes up less than 1 at 11.25 meters between now and the end. He gets round number 1. There's 11.25 meters. He's through to the next round. Christos Petropoulos, he gets round number 3, tries to make a play on 4, but ladies and gentlemen, he is halfway down the pass, and 3 buoys, 11.25 meters, puts him into a 4-way tie with the lead now, with that score of 3 at 11. What do you reckon to his gate shot into buoy number 1? It looked very, 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 very well done.
Yeah, I think he did it great. One buoy was, I think, one of the best at 11 right now, but I think at 2, he was just a bit too excited. He didn't turn the ski enough, but yeah, he did 3 at 11, and he's now in the lead with 3 others, of course.
All right, and it's going to take a coin flip to basically divide him from the other skiers that have also run free at 11.25 meters in terms of deciding who will leave the dock in the boys slalom final, the earliest or the latest or somewhere in between. So there we go, our latest skier, Christos Petropoulos, through to the next round of the competition, and 2 Greek skiers will be part of that boys slalom final. Let's continue on. This is Matteo Georgis. Let's see what he's got. A member of the French junior team, which featured on the podium at the most recent Junior World Water Ski Championships. Matteo Georgis, 14.25 meter start, and looking very, very aggressive and very, very positive out there.
Yeah, he absolutely did. It's a very technical skier, and
all right then, for those of you looking out for the tricks event, the U17 Girls Tricks Elimination round, in about less than 45 minutes, we'll have the tricking competition take place out there on the water here in Rocchetto. For the slalom event, we have about 4 skiers remaining after Matteo Georgis. And so far as the target score for Matteo Georgis is concerned, he needs more than 1 at 11.25 meters to see him advance. That score of 1 is the target, and it's currently held by Noan Borrell of Switzerland. Skier about to take to the water on deck right now is Andreas Constantino of Cyprus. Getting a little bit low there with the pull out for the gates, and Matteo Georgis very, very active there on his setup. Matteo Georgis, who has a personal best of 4 at 11.25 meters, doesn't need to ski up to that level, but needs to be on the same pass at the very least, as Matteo Georgis gets ready to pull out. Age 16, coming to us out of France, that is Matteo Georgis, and can't help but be impressed so far with what he's done out here and also in earlier competitions there, Kane.
yeah, it is. I think he's a very good skier. He's always into 11. But yeah, let's see if he can do it right now. There's a lot of pressure on him. He knows he can do 3 at 11, 2 at 11, but he still has to do it.
That's right. He's still got to conjure up the magic and get the job done. It's by no means an automatic as he makes his way around the 6th and final buoy on 13 meters. And is now looking and taking aim at the next run of 12 meters. Here we go. Coming in, Matteo Georgis. Entrance round buoy number 1, takes the hit off number 1, gets round number 2, continuing to work. He's round number 4 and number 5. He's still upright on the ski and about the best looking 12-meter pass that we've seen all day long. That is Matteo Georgis. And plenty to like about that run, but ultimately very, very early with this pass here, Kane.
Yeah, he is. Even when he's late, this guy knows how to turn a ski. It's just amazing to see.
Yeah, he certainly knows how to turn, but he also knows how to control the tail of that ski as well, because that fin could have quite easily have popped out of the water, and then it would have been an uphill struggle for him to complete the run as he exits 5. Good and early for number 6. Well controlled there. He's certainly a skier that has had plenty of good training up until this competition. As we see Our next skier coming to us out of Cyprus, Andreas Constantino. So coming in for 11.25 meters, needing more than one. There's the one. There's the piece of 2, and it is a clear 2. He's round number 3. Good to go round number 4. He's on for the pass. Let's see if he can make it. Yes, he can. 611.25 meters. A good shot in the arm there for the French squad. 611.25 meters. I think he's through to the next round, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he sure is. I mean, just as I said, Tony, it's a really technical skier. It's so amazing to see, man.
Yeah, didn't exactly get the perfect start, but allowed for that ski to run loose and to run wide. First time that he's ever run this pass this season. His personal best is 4 at 11.25 meters, but now he can happily say that his personal best is going to be into 10.75 meters on the strength of this run right here. Yes. 6 buoy count. That outstrips his PB, establishes a score of at least 2 more than he's produced in competition before. Matteo Georges. Let's see what he can do here. Matteo Georges. Entrance, 10.75 meters. First time we've seen this today. And he's inside buoy number 2. He gets the 1, he gets the lead, he's through to the next round. All that good stuff. That is Matteo Georges. So 1 at 10.75 meters. I'm sure that he'll get plenty of cheers and plenty of congratulations along the dockside. So for a total of 99 buoys, that is Matteo Georges. And what do you see here?
Yeah, I see some great skiing here. I actually expected only one skier to be at 10.75, but yeah, I think he did great. Nobody, or at least I didn't expect it, but he showed me the opposite.
All right then, excellent skiing there all the way through. So coming in and returning to the dock, I'm sure the French will only be too pleased with that score, because it not only establishes a good total for Matteo Georges, but it also puts the French team in what I believe to be in a pretty good spot in regards to the team competition. All right then, so back in with the announcing here for this event. We've got Kane Hammerlink from the Netherlands here, joining me on my left side and on the right of your screen. He's always wanted to be here at the TWBC desk, so who am I to deny him? I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company, and right now getting ready for our next competitor, the fourth from last off the dock. And started in, I believe, on 16 meters. Is that what I'm hearing to be correct? It is Andreas Constantino. So deciding to go one pass earlier. And obviously wanting to feel out the slalom course. But very little wind to speak of. maybe a little bit of a breeze ahead, on pass number 1. So, but he's not worried about the wind so much now as he gets around all 6 buoys on 16 meters. So what do you reckon here? I mean, we've seen a whole bunch of skiers that have gone in on 14.25 meters. As a matter of fact, the entirety of Series 1 skiers has done that so far, but he's decided to go on 16 meters. Now, what's his thinking there?
Yeah, I think he does it for its 11 because he knows what he has to do, and he can. I think he can go up to like 5 at 11. I think that's his PB in training, in the competition. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think it's for, all for his 11. I think he wants to run it now. He saw Matteo George run it, and yeah, he knows he can. That's just the thing.
All right there, so a skier on the water right about now. Andreas Constantino from Cyprus, currently number 1 in Europe in slalom skiing in the U14s, has graduated from U14 to U17 this season. And here we go, coming in, Andreas Constantino. Representing the island nation of Cyprus. Seems to have a pretty good way about him on that opening pass. So still waiting in the wings to see if he's made it through to the slalom final is Noah Burrell. And he's also keeping an eye on the score, because if there's a score of 1 buoy on 11.25 meters between now and the end, that could potentially open up a runoff situation. But Andreas Constantino, he's gotten through 16 and 14, so he's taken the course in both directions, and I think that he has probably made a good determination for himself that there is no real wind to speak of, so that should help him out with his confidence level, right?
Yeah, sure. No, he's pretty confident. He told me already. Yeah, he skied a lot of competitions. He won the Euros last year. So, yeah, I think he has a pretty good shot of going into the finals.
All right. But in order to make it through to the finals, he's got to get through these next 2 passes and more than 1 on 11.25 meters. 3 passes or 2 passes and an attempt on the 3rd will determine his path going forwards. Andreas Constantinos from Cyprus, who enjoys basketball and snow skiing in the off season, and currently the European champion in the U14s as of last season. Cypriot national record in U14 and U17, and ranked number 1 in the world in U14 in the past 2023 seasons. So he definitely has a lot of pedigree going forwards, but we'll see how he is fully converted from the upper boat speed of 55 all the way up to 58k now. So now he's going to get ready for the 12-meter line. It's gone through 16, 14, 13, and now 12. It's got to get this start right, or at least keep himself in the running. Here he comes. There's 12 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2. Running with Alpha 2. Round number 4, round number 5, taking it to the limit and taking that pass. There you go, our skier from Cyprus, a 6 buoy count. That really sets himself up well for 11.25 meters, and we'll see if he's good to go for that one. But there was plenty to like about that pass, wasn't there, Kane?
Yeah, it was. He was so calm and so technical. It's really good.
So coming off the handle there, relatively early into buoy number 1, but he is tall and he can make up for any kind of potential mistake that he could make here on 12 meters. Skiing on that SP slalom ski now. Now, Kane, I'm sure that you've demoed a few models of skis in the past, but have you tried this ski?
Yeah, I've skied on a sort of an SP. It was wrapped from Jody Fisher. It comes from SP, so I know a little bit how it feels, and yeah, I've skied pretty good on it. It's a very fast ski and very light, so yeah, let's see how he does.
Light and fast is always good in slaloming, and here he comes, 11.25 meters, needing more than 1. There's the 1. There's the piece of 2. He's through, and he tries to make a play on 3, so looks like he ties Harrison Crossland on 2. 2 at 11.25 meters. 2 on 11.25 meters. That gives him a grand total of 94. Total buoys. That is Andreas Constantino. So a good approach into number 1. Knew that he only needed to get past number 1 and get a piece of 2 to advance. And I'm sure that that was paramount in his mind, but he wanted to try number 3 anyway.
Yeah, it is, but he's not looking like he's very excited about it. He knows he's in the finals, right? So
yes, he is through, yeah.
So yeah, I think he's just focusing on the finals already, and let's see what he can do in the finals on Sunday.
All right, yes, the finals on Sunday for each of our categories, whether it's U14 or U17, slalom, boys, girls. We got a lot of skiing ahead of us come Sunday. It's certainly not going to be a rest day by any stretch of the imagination. As we get ready for our third from last skier out from Italia, it's going to be Salvatore Maturana. Then we got 2 skiers after him, and that's Louis Pierre-Germain. We'll try and get some information here on Salvatore Maturana. Ricky Caselli there, we just saw a short while ago giving some advice there for Salvatore Maturana, who has a personal best of half a buoy at 10.75 meters. All right, Salvatore Maturana, 14.25 meter start, I believe. Back to the bold start of 14.25 meters. Salvatore Maturana. Quite a tall skier, which is always an advantage in the slalom event. And the European champion of slalom for U14 about 2 seasons ago in 2022. And he is also the European champion in tricks in the U14 at the same championships in Greece. And looking quite safe out there on pass number 1, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. Of course, he's Italian. I don't know if he skis here a lot, but he looks like it. Very comfortable, very confident, and yeah, I think he has a great shot. He ran his 11 before in competition, so.
Salvatore Maturana, who lists as his sponsors PKB, the water ski accessory company that's headed by Patrizio Kiko Pizzata, hence the initials. And he also enjoys riding his dirt bike as well. But that couldn't be the furthest away from his mind right now, because he's through the opening pass and looking at the score necessary to make it through. Noah and Burrell is still waiting in the wings to see if this 1 at 11 is enough. Last year it took a score about halfway through the 12-meter line to make it through to the final, and it looks like that particular target and bubble is going to be considerably higher this time around, as we see Salvatore Maturana get through 14 and 13, now getting ready for 12 meters coming up next. A critical run coming up there, Kane.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he looked pretty strong on his 13, pretty calm and collected, so I think he has a great shot at running 12.
Right, you are. So 12 meters coming up for Salvatore Maturana. We've already got a number of skiers through to the next round of the competition. All right, so here we go. Our third from last skier out, Salvatore Maturana. 12 meters on the water. Oh, taking a hit off number 3, taking a huge one off number 4. He's still there on 5, relaxes enough to get round number 6. Probably not the smoothest pass of 12 meters that he's ever run, but he is effective enough to actually make a full-on 6-buoy count on that run and getting ready for 11.25 meters. But just take us through this gate shot, Kane.
Yeah, it was great. He took a big hit on 3, but he didn't panic. He stayed calm and he ran his pass.
Yes, absolutely. It just allowed that ski to work its way out nice and wide and take in a little bit load of a 3 into 4, but is able to switch edges and make some good turns and employing some good technique and style, and is able to get the job done. So there we see at the helm of that towboat Matteo Georgis with that score of 1 at 10.75 meters. So here we go. This is Salvatore Maturana. More than one is necessary. There's one. Oh, and gets round. Now, does he get round buoy number 2, though? We wonder about that. That I believe that could be well under review, and that could be a major shocker going forward, because if it is 1, then that ties in with Noah and Burrell, and that could force a runoff just when you thought things were going predictably. Ooh.
It's close.
Okay, so it looks like it's a score of 1. Noah and Burrell, if you are within earshot, get your equipment and be ready, because there is the potential of a runoff. Just looking at this once again, taking the hit off number. Just drop the ski heavily on the inside there, so that's 1. So the prospect of a runoff is in play here. We still have 2 skiers remaining, so we just see Salvatore Maturana. He's looking for the nearest golf cart, because he's going to need some transportation back to the dock, because if things shape up the way that they're anticipated, then he is in a runoff situation. So now, coming into the course, our skier from France. Pierre-Louis Jamin. Coming in at 14.25 meters. And looking good there on the opening pass, a good confidence booster going forwards there, wouldn't you say, Kane?
Yeah, sure is. I mean, he saw a lot of skiers today. He told me he was a bit stressed, but he knows what he can do. He saw his teammate Matteo George, run his 11, so I think he wants to run his 11 too. I know he can. He knows he can, so let's see what he can do.
He doesn't want to be left out of the French celebration of great slalom skiing, and we saw a short while ago Matteo Georges get through 11.25 meters. So our skier on the water, who is Pierre-Louis Germain, his personal best is 1 at 10.75 meters. So he's definitely capable. Certainly is capable of running that 11.25 meter run, as we see on the dock. French coach for the German team, that is Christophe Duverger, and keeping an eye on the situation along with Tim Field. So getting deep on that run. So all right, so a lot of situations, a lot of scenarios are playing out at this moment in regards to the runoff, to the potential for a runoff, as we work our way towards the end here. And the Kane just looking at this slalom in there from Pierre-Louis Germain, age 17, which means that this is his last European Youth Championships. He wants to go out on top, and looking like he's going to try and put as much pressure on that pass as possible. Isn't that right?
Yeah, of course, you always want to be the best version of yourself, and especially when it's your last youth Europeans. So yeah, I thought he's a specialist. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I think we'll see him in the past.
All right, here we go, folks. So currently we have a potential runoff situation between Noam Burrell and Salvatore Maturana. One spot contested by two competitors. Oh my word. Oh, and getting in really in a tight situation there. That was 12 meters and almost negated the need of having the runoff for starters, because yeah, I mean, at that been less than that pass at 12 meters, then that would have meant that the two skiers that were tied for one would both have made it through.
Yeah, that's sure. But what happens if Tim Wilt doesn't run it? Are the Noam Burrell and Salvatore still?
Then both of them would be through.
All right.
All right, so continuing on and continue to work out the potential scenarios and permutations and everything that goes on with that. We have a number of confirmed skiers making it through to the final, and amongst all of that, Andreas Constantino, Matteo Georges, Christos Petropoulos, Konstantin Attenson, Harrison Crossland, Pepe Leonhardt, Adrian Elias, Ionis Kosathanos, and Sebastian Turp. Round number one. Round number two. He knows that he's done enough to ski, and he doesn't want to risk anything else beyond that. I think that he knew that the writing was on the wall there so far as his slaloming was concerned, and anything beyond two buoys, 11.25 meters, was just too much of a risk for him to take, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. He did what he had to do. I think his coaches are very happy. He's happy too, I guess. So we'll also see him on Sunday.
Okay, so for a total of 94 buoys, that is the score for Pierre-Louis Jamin of France, who was a member of or at least a member of the traveling contingent of French skiers and athletes that went to the Junior World Championships at the Lakes of Casting Stone. All right then, so next competitor, last competitor out in the slalom event. It is going to be Tim Wild. So Tim Wild, a lot of potential scenarios that could play out here, but the one major one is that he needs to get through passes such as 14 and 13 and 12. Now, beyond that, if he scores more than 1 on 12 on 11.25 meters, he will be through to the next round. If he scores exactly 1 on 11.25 meters, then there will be 3 skiers contesting 2 spots. And then if there's anything less, then that means that Noah Burrell and Salvatore Maturana would both make it through to the next round of the competition. So a lot could play out here. But at this time, at the very least, a runoff is potentially on the cards between Salvatore Maturana and Noah Burrell. So there we go. That's Tim Wild opening up with that pass, and Tim Wild, who's had a very, very good season this year representing Germany. Let's see what he can do to round off his season in style. This is Tim Wild coming in. There's number 1. Good hard snap off number 2. He's still there on number 3. This is 13 meters. Tim Wild, an exceptional overall talent, mirroring the achievements of his father, Stefan Wild, the very first junior world overall boys champion way back in the 1980s. And Tim Wild not looking too bad out there on the course, wouldn't you say?
No, he's not looking bad. He's a very
Oh my word, there's a gate review on this pass. There is a gate review on this pass there for Tim Wild, which could really, really upset the apple cart if it goes badly for him. We await to see what the result of that gate review is. But certainly that's not going to be it is approved, but just the very fact that there was a gate review could really unhinge a skier mentally and emotionally going forward. So let's see what Tim Wild can do with this pass. Let's have a look. He's gone through 14 of 13. This is now 12. There's 1. There's number 2. 12 meters. Round number 3. He's still got to stay focused here. There's number 4. There's number 5 and number 6. And quite a good pass there, but having to knuckle down and to stay focused when the situation that surrounded him after the previous pass might have just completely unhinged him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will do anything to Tim. He's very consistent, he's strong, and I think he's very well prepared to this tournament. So.
All right, so here are the following 3 scenarios. If Tim Wild scores more than 1, then that forces a run-up between Noah Burrell and Salvatore Maturana. If he scores equal to 1, then he joins that runoff to contest 3 into 2. 3 skiers, 2 spots. If he scores less than 1, then Noan Burrell and Salvatore Maturana both make it through to the finals without the need for a runoff. So, given that situation, how would you approach 1?
I think I would do it very calm. Maybe just do a safety check on 2 if you can get to 2. No, but just turn really easy, get to 2, and then maybe safety check.
There's
2.
1. The runoff is going to come up next. And ladies and gentlemen, he still continues to ski. Never mind just getting the 1 or beyond it to get through to the next round. Yes, there you go. 6 buoys at 11.25 meters for Tim Wild. And Tim Wild comes into this competition with a personal best of 2 at 10.75 meters and looking to attempt that next. What do you reckon here? I mean, because he didn't need to complete this run in order to make it through, but he had better designs here.
No, I mean, like, Tim is very disciplined, of course, so I think he wants that number 1 spot of Matteo George, and I think he's going to do everything he can to take that spot.
Yes, and let's not forget some of the other skiers that are in the frame so far as the overall is concerned. I mean, even skiers that haven't made it through to the slalom finals are still very, very close to achieving a good score that could really, really upset the apple cart so far as the boys overall is concerned. But let's have a look. If he can get more than 2, he'll set a new PB. If he can get more than 1, he'll take the lead. There's number 1. Round number 2. Can he continue on? Yes. And he gets round number 3. S-turns, new PB. And a great score there that might even be possibly a German national record, possibly. We'll find out definitively if Tim Wild has scored enough with 3 at 10.75 meters. But for someone of his caliber to conjure up a personal best of 2 at 10.75 meters is just remarkable skiing.
It is. I mean, like, if someone deserves it, it's Tim. I mean, he's trained so much. I saw it, and yeah, well deserved.
So 3 at 10.75 meters. 3 at 10.75 meters. That gives him 101 buoys total. So good skiing there from Tim Wild. Actually, the point score is actually just a shade under 100. It's actually 99 buoys, but I don't think he cares about that too much. But superb athleticism there. And now we've got some extra skiing to come. No, not for the first time here at Rocchetto during the European Youth Championships. It's runoff time. And it's going to be contested between Salvatore Maturana and Noan Burrell, who both tied with 1 at 11.25 meters. And there you even see a multiple way tie for 7th spot between Crossland and Attensom and a couple of others. So great skiing all the way, and certainly the bubble or the score needed to get through to the finals much higher than last season, where this event took place in Spain. But here we are in Italy, and with some fantastic skiing and scores being recorded here in this competition. So, who takes to the water first? All right, so we're in bib 110. And the first skier to take to the water is Noan Burrell, and he'll go into the course with 12 meters as his opening pass. Now, this is going to be a tall order. What would you do in this situation, Kane?
Well, I've had a run of once at the Nationals, and they coin flipped it, so I had the choice if I was going first or second, and I went first. So I don't really know what I would do in this position. I think I would just relax and give it my all.
All right, then, here we go. This is runoff situation. All right, here we go. 12 meters, opening pass. Noam Burrell. There's one. Beautiful conditions still abound. He's round number 3. Having to pull long to get close to number 4, and looks like he's going to have to make do with a 3 buoy count. It's the score is under review, and to determine 2 things concurrently: whether that ski made it outside of number 4 and whether that ski made it outside number 4 with him keeping hold of the handle at the same time. We know that he's gotten the first 3. But we're also checking that. There, definitely outside number 3. But does he make it outside number 4?
I don't think so.
No, I would definitely agree with you there. It looks like he's gotten 3, but no more than that. So, but the judges have the final say on this one. Noam Burrell from Switzerland establishing the target score of 3 in this runoff at 12.
Well, it's all very exhausting. So starting at 12 is very hard, of course. So, yeah.
Okay, so 3 at 12 meters. Good skiing there. So 3 on 12 meters. Now that is the score that Salvatore Maturana has to come in and exceed. Now we're not using Pro Tour rules here with this runoff. Pro Tour rules would suggest that the second person in the runoff has to fully exceed the buoy count of 3 in order to advance, because a tie or a lower score would eliminate you. If there is a tie, then we continue on to sudden death, where the opening pass would be 11.25 meters. All right, so here we go. Italian, last off the dock. Needing to get a piece of 4 to advance. 3 will keep the tie going. Anything less than Noam Burrell would advance. Here he comes, Salvatore Maturana. There's number 1, takes the snap. Round number 2. Round number 3, gets a piece of 4 right about here. Doesn't have to ski anymore, but he's just out there to impress whoever he wants to impress. So there we go, Salvatore Maturana. He advances through to the next round of the competition, skiing the full 6 buoy count on 12. And commiserations to Noam Burrell of Switzerland, who is walking back right now, and on the outside looking in respect to the boys' slalom final. But we now have our 12 skiers, the 12th of them being Salvatore Maturana. And Kane Hammerlink couldn't help but be impressed with how well he got off the dock and skied that pass at 12 meters.
Yeah, with that much pressure, I think he did great. He kept his head cool. I mean, he just skied it with a lot of confidence, and yeah, congratulations.
All right then, so that concludes the slalom. That concludes the slalom in the Elimination Round Series. We're going to go into the under-17 girls series 2 tricks. Shouldn't take too long of a transition between this event and that. So there is the slalom leaderboard. Tim Field with 3 at 10.75, a new personal best and a pending national record for Germany in the U17. Matteo Georgis with 1 at 10.75. 3 at 11 for Sebastian Turp, Ionis Kosafanas, Pepe Leonhardt, and Christos Petropoulos, all of them on 3 at 11. Harrison Crossland, Konstantin Antonsen, Andreas Constantino, and Pierre-Louis Germain, all of them with 2. Adrian Elias, that score of 1.5 at 11.25 meters, giving him the 11th spot, and Salvatore Maturana at the 12th spot with 1 at 11.25 meters. So there you go. Great skiing. You had fun here?
Yeah, it was great. Great experience, and thank you.
Not a problem, not a problem. I'll let you go get some lunch and rejoin your fans out there. But this is continuing coverage of the European Youth Water Ski Championships. We have girls tricks. We have tricks coming up next in the girls in the U17. And coming to you live from Rocchetto in Italy, the European Championships, European Youth Championships continues on with girls tricks, and all that is to come right after this.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right then, folks. Welcome back to continuing in live coverage of Day 3 action here at the European Youth Water Ski Championships for 2024. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company coming to you live from Riccetto, the home of the Italian National Water Ski Centre. So, our first competitor out is Haraglika from Greece, followed by Willow Skipsey, then Maxi Zippel, Tuvaliso Runafor, then Krenara Bodoreva, then Izobeta Ferova, and Veronika Slavkova. So, our first skier is about to take to the water very, very soon. And for those of you that have been following the Tricks event in the last day or so, we're using iTricks to help us come up with scores far quicker than we typically would be associated with this event. iTrick, your bulletproof trick judging system. And you can find out more by going to www.itrick.ski. That is itrick.ski. So, first competitor, it's Haraglika from Greece. Hopefully I haven't butchered that name enough. Getting ready and just discussing what a game plan is going to be going forwards. We're just about to start Series 2 of the U17 Girls Tricky Competition. And then after that, then we would go into Boys Series 3, then Boys Series 2, and then Boys Series 1 Tricks before we round off the elimination round action for Day 3. So just waiting for the green light from our officials before we proceed on with our first competitor. We have our camera positions in place. Returning to the towboat for her camera position is Alicia Bagnoli, who, for those of you who don't know, is a high-level Italian water skier and currently number 2 ranked slalomer in Europe, based upon the results from the recent European Water Ski Championships. Actually on the podium, I believe, in the top 3 for Alicia Bagnoli, but we're using her services here as an above-average camera person in the towboat. All right, here we go. This is Haraglika representing Greece, setting the boat speed up for 26K. Tow tricks for starters, Bravo 2, and each of our trickers skiing behind the Correct Craft Nautique 200. Tow side reverse. Tow wake back and tow wake front. Good little sequence here. Going through the motions with the tow tricks there, with the tow surface turns, which includes a tow reverse back, but getting in a little bit deep there, and the thumbs up there for Haraglika, representing Greece. All right, let's have a look at the instant replay, and at the same time, we'll try and assess where we are with the judging of these tricks using the iTrick system that worked extremely well yesterday. Just going from one trick to the other. Keeping everything moving. Just moving forwards here. Tried that toe side and unfortunately unable to recover that trick enough to ski away from. So she's should be on her way back towards the opposite end of the lake and getting ready for pass number 2. All right, so as our crowd continues to work their way along the shoreline, Hara Glika from Greece, getting ready for pass number 2. We'll get the point score for her on pass number 1 very, very soon. Here she comes, Hara Glika, coming to us from Greece. 20 seconds will start. Pass number 1, 880 points. Pass number 2 on its way here. About 15 seconds remaining. She works her way through these tricks. Handle tricks seems to be the easier option for her going forwards. Surface O's. All right, and seems to have done all those tricks in about 17 seconds, so well done to her for that. She'll ski into the docks. She'll be happy with that. That is a Hara Glika. $880 points on pass number 1. I expect that one to be maybe about the same range and maybe a little bit more, given as they were hand tricks. Okay, just working away nicely from trick to trick with the instant replay and trying to stay focused and relaxed and just focusing on the sequence in it as a whole in its entirety rather than focus on 1 or 2 particular tricks. So good trick in there for Hara Glika. We'll wait the total of the 2 20-second passes and see if we can't get a score on pass number 2, courtesy of iTricks. Okay, so looks like the committed score is 850, so basically it is 1930. 1,730, I beg your pardon. Skier on the water right now is Willow Skipsey. Starting with a boat speed at 28 kilometers an hour and looking good for some hand tricks. Looks like it's going to be a Waco for starters. Nicely done. Well executed. Wake back and wake front. Reverse wake back and reverse wake front. Keeping the handle very close to a midsection with the wake back to back. And here's the reverse. All right. And falling on the surface O towards the end, but she enjoyed the heck out of that opening pass and falling on a couple of lanyap tricks towards the end. Some tricks that she throws in just for good measure, not fully expecting to get them within time or indeed to be scored. But maybe on the off chance that she does, it's just some more points that can be added to the total. A surface O is about 90 points apiece. It's interesting to see some of the surface tricks making a comeback. Certainly with the 7 front to front and 7 back to back being 130 apiece. 540-degree spins 110 apiece. 360 spins 90, and just your basic 180 is 60. So Willow Skipsey hand pass is a 710. 710. So needing 1,030 points to exceed the score of Hara Glika, whose lead score right now is 1730. So there is your schedule for the remainder of the day. So this is an elimination round event. Top 12 move on through to the finals. And getting ready for pass number 2. This is Willow Skipsey. Let's drop the boat speed down just a skosh. And getting ready for the second and final pass. Here comes Willow. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Oh, and with wrap toe side, getting an inside edge caught there, but she's okay, thankfully. But she'll lose the tricks that would have come afterwards, and that is Willow Skipsey's effort there with the 2:22 runs as she swims into shore. From Great Britain, it's Willow Skipsey. Did the toe wake back and toe wake front well enough, and then did the reverse toe side. Toe back and toe front. I think she actually tried the reverse toe back here, but couldn't get enough turn out of that ski and caught the inside edge, and down she went there. But whether she's done enough to take the lead away from Hara Glika is yet to be seen, as we see our good folks, our supporters from Great Britain walking along the side of the lake, and we'll bring Willow Skipsey back to base, as it were, as we look and see Maxi Zippel from Germany about to leave the dock and head towards the trick course. We're pushing a score for Willow Skipsey. It's 1,340. 1,340. So about 630 points on pass number 2. So let's see. Maxi Zippel. Okay, just waiting for a best time to start, and here it is. Going from one trick to the next. As slow as she goes, making sure that everything that she had planned, she executes. Maxi Zippel all the way through on pass number one. Her personal best is 2,220 points, age 13. But skiing in the U17 girls category. All right, just looking at the pass again, and looked very, very, very smooth and very precise from one trick to the next. So that is Maxi Zippel, and we'll look to see what amount of points she gets on pass number one here in the Series 3 Girls Tricks Elimination round. So Maxi Zippel, a little over 900 points there on pass number one, around about 930. But coming back now on pass number two, hoping to rack up a few more points before her attempt at this tricking event is done. So there we go. Taking a fall about halfway down that run. So it looks like the point score for pass number one has been amended to 830 points. And Maxi Zippel working her tricks here. 830 points is actually the second best opening pass that we've seen so far out of our first three skiers. But I suspect that this run here might actually be better than any of the others that we've seen so far as the second pass is concerned. Tries the toe into wrap and gets the rotation, but just not quite the balance that is needed to ski that one out. So that is Maxi Zippel coming to us out of Germany. And we wait to see our next competitor, who should be Tuva-Lisa Ronafor. Okay, so 24.90. The score for Maxi Zippel, 21.90. So with the lead there, Maxi Zippel, and looks like Tuvalisa Runner 4 is challenged to usurp that lead. May have taken an early setback there with a 4 on pass number 1. Oh, taking a huge fall there, and she's not going to be especially pleased or happy about that. So Tuvalisa Runner 4 from Sweden is being picked up right now, and she'll be taken down towards the opposite end of the lake. All right, continuing to present live coverage of this European Youth Championships for 2024. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company right here in the commune of Rocheto, which is in the province of Navarra, which by extension is also in the province of the region of Piemonte, and brought to you by those good folks, as well as the Italian Surfing, Water Ski, and Wakeboard Federation, along with the local office of the Italian National Olympic Committee, which has the purview of supervising all of the sports that the Italians are involved with, not just the Olympic sports that compete in those games, but also some of the other major sports beyond that scope. And we certainly appreciate them for their assistance, and it's been quite significant over the years. Many people remember when this site put on the World Championships for the very, very first time, which was in 2001. Much of the trees and the growth around the lake had not occurred by that time, but with continued investment, that situation has been rectified, and it's certainly a different site to what was here way back in 2001, when the World Championships were first held here at the elite level. For skier on the water, that's Tuvalisa Runner 4. We'll get a total for her very, very soon. So Tuvalisa Runner 4, who scored 150 there on the pass number 1, and unfortunately won't be adding too much to that point score, unfortunately. Tuvalisa Runner 4.
Almeno 40 minuti.
We await the final score total for Tuvalisa Runner 4, but in the meantime we have Karina Bondareva from Ukraine on the water right now. Karina Bondareva from the Ukraine. Karina Bondareva competing in the U17s, despite the fact that she is 10 years old. So Tuvalisa runner 4 with 1.260, and in the meantime, Karina Bondareva, whose personal best is 28.90, looking for something along that line. And Ukraine, which is currently leading the U14 team standings, looking to try and boost their team in the U17s as well. It certainly puzzles me why they have a few of their skiers that are quite clearly U14 compete in the U17, but I fully suspect that their priority is making sure that they have the right team together for the U14s, and anything that they have surplus to that requirement they put in the U17 in order to give them international tournament experience. So by the time another year passes, the skiers that some of the skiers that you see here from Ukraine competing in the U17s have the kind of experience that will allow them to excel in the U14s, much like the current team is doing right now, who are currently in the lead in the team overall competition after the elimination round series. Looks like we've got some tomfoolery over on the jump there, and they are on camera. We'll see more of that camera tomorrow. So we have that total for Tuvalisa runner 4 of 1,260. 930 on pass number 1 for Karina Bondareva. And looking to get a little bit more of a boost on pass number 2 with toe tricks. Toe tricks is something that the Eastern European nations seem to really excel at, and they do put in the time to make sure that these kinds of tricks are performed perfectly. This is Karina Bondareva. Couple of toe sides at the end, toe back and toe front, and nicely done, and wonderfully executed run there for Karina Bondareva, who's aged just 10 years of age. Ukrainian national champion, first place in tricks, and first place in slalom for the under-10s. That was last season. She's a 10 right now. And current best ranking right now is a 63rd in Europe. But Karina Bondareva with a personal best of 28.90, making it through both passes, and wonderful display of tricks there for Karina. All right, so getting through that performance and looking very smooth and very precise, Karina Bondareva. All right, moving on from Karina Bondareva, we go to Elzbieta Florova of the Czech Republic. All right, so continuing right along, we've got Elzbieta Farova. Look at her go. We'll get the total for Karina Bondareva very, very soon after we get done with this this effort here on pass number 1 for Elzbieta Farova of the Czech Republic, who has a personal best of 26.50. And looking good to score something like that, provided that she gets through pass number 2. Elzbieta Farova pushing the score for Karina Bondareva. It's a 24-10, 2,410 points. 2,410 points. So just working away through the tricks there, Elzbieta Farova, who's age 16 and enjoys kickboxing and snowboarding and reading. Without hesitation, likes to tell everyone that she's the smartest of her entire family. Sure that that her parents may have something to say about that. Elzbieta Farova from the Czech Republic, keeping a good tight line here in preparation for the first move, which should be a toe O. 1,040 on the opening pass there for Elzbieta Farova. Trying to position herself for a toe back-to-back, but didn't pull hard enough or long enough to make that happen, so she has to make do with some of the more rudimentary toe tricks that we saw. Something like the toe O would definitely be regarded as one of them. Elzbieta Farova. A little on the back of the ski and unfortunately unable to recover well enough to ski away. On that toe pass, she gets 1,040 on pass number 1. On pass number 2, we'll get the point score to you very, very soon. In the meantime, we have another skier about to take to the water, and it is Veronika Slavikova. Pushing a point score and 1,770, 1,770 for Elzbieta Farova. Still in the lead is Karina Bondareva from Ukraine with 24.10. Again, a little bogged down with the step sequence and the spinning into a 180 to the front and then a wake line O to come out of it. But it's a very, very good, a very, very smooth very smooth pass out of those tricks. There's the Waco. There's the backs and the back-to-backs. Now, she had to spend a little bit of time with the step sequence, and a good portion of the reason why is because she didn't have full control over her stepping foot. However, she did have enough control to spin to the front, into the leg, and get ready for a wake line O. So 1,060 on pass number 1. Exactly the same as Elzbieta Ferova. Within about 20 points of that anyway. Oh, and just falling back, way too far back on that one. That's Veronika Slavikova to conclude the Series 2 girls tricking elimination round. We're now going to go into the first series. And remember, we take 12 through to the girls tricking final in the U17s. All right, just looking at the particulars for our next skier to go, which is going to be our first competitor to take to the water representing Greece, is Veseliki Zazopoulou. So we'll take a quick look at that list, I believe. We got to Series 2. Veseliki Zazopoulou to lead off our tricking competition in Series 1. All right, so we're in Series 1 right now, and our skier on the water at this time is Veseliki Zazopoulou, 28K, Bravo 2. Keeping the handle close to her body there for the step sequence, and a couple of side slides there before she continues on with the remainder of the run. But it doesn't look like that she has anything else beyond that point. So she's gotten through her opening pass, and it seems to be very, very quickly done. Just looking at this instant replay once again and just marveling at some of the wake line tricks that she was able to perform, keeping very well very good control over the line, which is the essential element to performing these line tricks of this complexity. All right, so as our starting dog gets ready with their next competitor, the next competitor from Italy is going to be Michaela Graham. Here is our here is our running order. Veseliki Zazopoulou is still out there on the water as our first skier out, and you just seen the running order for the remainder of the event. So here comes our skier Veseliki Zazopoulou. It's 1,290 on pass number 1. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Right, spinning our way through that pass, and a good job quietly making some inroads here. That's Veseliki Zazopoulou. We'll see the point score and see how that stacks up against the leaderboard. 12 skiers advance, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. But there's some good trick in action to conclude that second pass. We're pushing the score out, and Veronika Slavikova with 24:40, 24. So 23:40 there for Veronika Slavikova. So Veronika Slavikova with 23:40 for her total, our previous skier, and I suspect that Veseliki Zazopoulou is probably going to get a score of a similar vein as we get ready for our next skier to hit the water. Representing Italy, it's going to be Michaela Graham. All right, so we're getting some more points coming in. 1980, 1,980 points for Veseliki Zazopoulou. We're going to get the complete total for her very, very soon. It should pop up on your screen momentarily once we've made the addition, and it is 3,270, 3,270 for Veseliki Zazopoulou, as we have coming into the course. Michaela Graham. Oh, and just not able to control her foot. So based upon what I've seen there, it would appear that whoever is in the lead at this time, based upon what we've seen there from Michaela Graham, it might have just put Veseliki Zazopoulou through to the next round of the competition, unless she can conjure up a score of 32.70 based on pass number 1, based on pass number 2, I would say, then it could, otherwise it could potentially mean that whoever's in the lead through this skier is through to the next round of the competition, and that would appear to be Veseliki Zazopoulou. But certainly not done and dusted yet. Michaela Graham has been taken towards the other end of the lake, and we'll see what she does with the remaining pass. 160 on pass number 1 for Michaela Graham, 160. All right, so Michaela Graham, pass number 2. 150 points scored on 160 points scored on pass number 1, and needing a huge score here to at least keep her in contention for a finals spot, of which there are 12 of them, 11 of which are available because Veseliki Zazopoulou has claimed the first one, being the leader coming into this section of the competition. And Michaela Graham on the back of that ski, and she'll swim in for that effort, but we'll soon see what the total is. The next bubble score, incidentally, is 24:10 from Karina Bondareva. All right, just waiting on the green light for our skier to make her way into the course. It should be Katarina Kozlova from the Czech Republic. All right, easing herself into the water there is Katarina Kozlova. Just waiting on the final score for Michaela Graham to be published. All right, so 1,590 points, still with an outside chance of making it through, but it is an outside chance, and that means that also through to the next round of the competition is Karina Bondareva of Ukraine, Katerina Kozlova, trying to keep moving forwards and performing trick after trick. Just needs to stand up basically, and then things will resolve themselves after that. So good skiing there. Right, just looking at the instant replay once again. And seeing Katerina Kozlova of the Czech Republic. And keeping a good eye on things there, being able to get from one end of the course to the other is certainly a big boost. As we see the top scores right now, Sazopoulos with 32.70, Bondareva with 24.10. Both of those are through to the next round of the competition. And our 10th skier from last out onto the water, needing the score that will put her above 9 others to see her advance through to the next round of the competition. Looks like she's going to go with toe tricks right here, setting up the boat speed. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Oh, look at this, and needing a score in excess of 23.40 total to advance through to the next round, and I think she might have done it there with that combined performance. Okay. All right, so looking at Katerina Kozlova, and as I said, needing a score of about 23.40 in excess of to advance. Currently, that 23.40 is good enough for third place right now. As we see the remainder of the start list, our next competitor to take to water is Maja Jakobsen of Denmark.
I can't see you, but thank you.
All right, then. Looks like we got a score that will send her through to the next round of the competition for Katerina Kozlova. 3,000, I believe 3,420 if my reckoning is correct. Maisa Jakobsen on the water at this time. All right, so Maisa Jakobsen doing well to get through pass number one. 32.30 is the total for Katerina Kozlova. She's through to the next round of the competition with that. And Maisa Jakobsen looking for a total of over 23.40 to advance by herself as well. And off to a good start there with the opening 20-second run. With steps on the wake and on the outside of the wake. Just looking at the dock there and seeing our next skier, Dominic Korsten from the Netherlands. Getting ready to go as soon as Maisa Jakobsen comes off the water. Maisa Jakobsen, for her part, her personal best is 34.20, so she's well capable of doing enough to ski in the girls' tricking final. 950 points on pass number one, so needing a score of about 1,400 or so points there and thereabouts to advance. But I'm sure she has far greater designs going forward with the toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back. And by the time I think she gets through with the toe wake front and the toe side slides, I think she may have done enough to advance. Toho wrap in, she gets that one, Toho out, and she is pleased as punch on that one. Toho in and out. Not the easiest of sequences to get through. So Toho in and Toho straight back out there for Maisa Jakobsen. 200 points apiece for each one. That kind of gives you an indication of where we are. Trick-wise, 350 for that. Toe back-to-backs are also 200 points apiece. So about 900 points by the time she gets to this point in her run. Toe wake back and toe wake front. The toe wake back and toe wake front is about 150 points, and there was another 200-point trick, and it's a trick to continue away from, which was the Toho out. So I reckon she's done enough with toe tricks to combine with the 950 points a total on pass number one. And there you see how quickly those points add up. 1,500 or so points. And 2640, 2,640. Not the best score for Maisa Jakobsen, but she'll take it because it is enough to send her through to the next round of the competition. So we have 4 skiers that have made it through to the tricking final, which leaves us with the remaining 8 to contend with. So looking at our next skier on the water, Dominic Corsten. Wake 5 front, 310 points for that one. A couple of surface turns, backs and fronts, a couple of side slides, and to end that off with good measure. So getting good elevation off the wake there with those step tricks. And keeping a good head on her shoulders as she works from one to the next. There's the wake back to back there with the instant replay. And follows it on with the wake back to back reverse. Goes for the wake-o, a little lacking in height there. That may not be a credit-worthy trick. But it's up to the judges ultimately to say whether it is or not. And there you go. That's a couple of side slides at the end and a very, very sprightly end to pass number one. As we look at one Dutch skier, we anticipate seeing another, Sophie van Bergen. Dominic Corsten coming back in on pass number two. Looks like she's going to try a toe. She does the toe 7 front. 450 points right off the gut there. Couple of 200-point toe back-to-backs. Toe wrap in. Toe wake-o. What does she do next? Toe wake back-to-back. These are some really, really high-point scoring tricks. A little disjointed in one or two places, especially with the recovery from the toe 7 front. A little bit disappointed with that part of her performance, but as long as it's enough for her to get through the finals, then she can think about the mistakes a little bit later, because she would be in a position to rectify them as a skier in the girls' tricking final. So looking at the tail end of that run and combined with the beginning, it looked a little bit disjointed there, and she knew what was happening on that one. But counting her blessings, she should be pleased enough that she stood up with that effort. As Sophie van Bergen is ready to go and ready to go next in this tricking competition elimination round. We await a total score to come up there for Dominic Corsten from the Netherlands. Looks like a second pass has 1,550 points. So with that, combined with pass number one, that should be enough. We'll get confirmation of that shortly when the point score pops up on the screen. Pushing the point score, and it is 2690, 2,690 points. Yep, that should be enough. 26.90 for Dominic Corsten. Here we go. This is Sophie Van Bergen. Sophie Van Bergen waiting on the ultimate result there on the 2 passes before she came into the course. So she knew exactly what is expected of her and how hard she goes in with the first pass at 2. Make sure that she doesn't risk anything unnecessarily going forwards. This is Sophie Van Bergen, looking at her with the step sequence. And I tell you what, looking good with these surface tricks. They were fast, they were clean, they were fluid. And the wake tricks just as good as well. All right, there. So Sophie Van Bergen, we've just seen her produce an excellent-looking opening pass. We'll get the total for her effort very, very soon after she gets done with this run here with what appears to be a toe 5 back. Just trying to keep the toe leg close to standing leg, and trying to keep the rope tight as well. Any significant slack going forwards could be disastrous for her, and Sophie Van Bergen deciding to go against the toe Waco. A split-second decision, called an audible on that one, and went there for the toe wake line back instead. Oh, and traveling across the wakes. So the score on the opening pass for her was actually 1,300. So looking for something along the lines of maybe about 1,004 at the very least to see her work her way through to the next round. And these toe tricks looked very, very well spun. But there was the split-second decision. She wanted to make sure that she continued on to the end. There were more tricks for her to get her teeth around with the toe wake back and toe wake front, and especially the toe wake line back, which features the ski going over the line. But in the recovery phase, of that trick, unable to ski it away, so she loses the trick and loses any other trick that she wanted to perform afterwards as well by default. So there we go. That is Sophie Van Bergen. We await the point score. Looks like it is 1560 as the judging continues on in its review phase, and looks like some points are coming off at the same time. So looking at that second pass in the review phase, it's at 1,280 points in its review. That would ultimately means that would give her a provisional score if it goes through of 2,580 points. but we await the timing. I think she fell before the end of 20 seconds. As we await our next competitor up, it should be Katarina Hafner. All right, pushing the score, 2580, 2,580. Yep, I believe that's enough to send Sophie Van Bergen through. Katarina Hafner of Austria on the water at this time, setting the boat speed for about 25.5 kilometers an hour. Surface back-to-backs. Wake front, wake 5 front. Wake back. Does she go for the flip? Yes, she does. Goes aerial here. There's the back flip. There's 500 points, a couple of side slides. 20 points apiece for those. Wake line back and falling on the wake line front. But I think the point where she did the flip, beyond that point, she was just prepared to throw in anything and everything that she can think of at that time, just to take her over the 20 seconds of time that she's allotted to do these tricks with. So just looking at a performance there with the wake line back and then the wake line front, taking in an edge and just flinging herself into that one where it wasn't completely necessary to do. But she's been taken down to the opposite end, and she's going to get ready. Now, so far as the trick skiers that have potentially made it through, I identify 5. There's Sophie Van Bergen, Dominic Korsten, Maisa Jakobsen, Katarina Kozlova, and Veseliki Zazopoulou. All of those, I believe, the top 5 have made it through, and there are 7 skiers remaining. 7 skiers remaining, including Katarina Hafner. Katarina Hafner's score committed at 1,400 points after pass 1. Let's see what pass 2 yields. Okay, running with A2 and 26.2 kilometers an hour for toes. This is Katarina Hafner. All right, Katarina Hafner turning in for a toe-o, but going not for the wake on this one with the toe wake-o. Might not have needed to in terms of points, but she substituted that toe-o spin for a toe wake spin. Had a far greater degree of success turning that toe trick on the surface instead of going for the wake, so she had to make that split-second decision to do that. So Katarina Hafner, who has a personal best of 4,050, tricking very well up to that point. needing about 2,600 points to get within striking distance of her personal best. So she done well there with that 22nd pass, and as we continue to go right along, we see Marta Olsson from Sweden getting in the water and getting ready to go. 1960 on that second pass and still continuing to be judged. $33.60 with 3,360. That should be good enough to see Catherine Hafner. All right, on the water at this time, we've got skier from Sweden, Marta Olsson, who has a PB of 42.60, and it's certainly easy to see why with the tricks that she was able to perform on pass number one. Very, very quickly spun with each single one. Elected to go with toe tricks first. And these are tricks being calculated and scores coming out courtesy of iTrick. You can find out more by going to iTrick.ski, iTrick.ski. Nice lift there on that toe wake front. Then has got the toe 360-degree spin into wrap, and toe wake O, toe wake back. So the effort was certainly there, and looks like we've got some changes in the score. Katarina Hafner with a score of a little over 3,300 points is good enough for the lead and good enough to see her through to next round of the competition with 6 skiers remaining. The top 6 in no particular order: Veseliki Zazopoulou, Katerina Kozlova, Maisa Jakobsen, Dominique Korsten, Sophie Van Bergen, and now Katarina Hafner. All of those competitors in Girls Series 1 tricking have made it through to the Girls Tricking Final in U17s. All right, here we go. Wake line back, line front, and line back. Really attacking the wake and those tricks with some really, really good aggressive action there. There's the surface tricks towards the end, a couple of side slides, a couple of O's, and she's good for each one of those tricks and in good position to do so on the surface. So working her way back to the dock, she'll be pleased with that effort. A very, very tidy performance for Marta Olsson out of Sweden. Oh, wonderful spin there with the Waco and a surface O that comes directly afterwards. And, yep, celebrates at the end. Two great looking passes there will get the point score for Marta Olsen. We're continuing to calculate the tricks and the calculation screen on your left-hand side there. That is based upon the hands on pass number 2, 1,720 points. The combination score of pass 1 and pass 2 will be revealed any second now. And it is 41-10. It's good enough for the lead for Marta Olsen. Good enough for the lead, good enough to advance. Marta Olsen with 5 skiers to go has now taken the lead with 41-10. All right, here we go. This is Victoria Dyden. First trick is going to be the wake line O, which it is. Wake line back, line front, line back. And get in really, really good height and good spin for the tricks that require each of those elements. Wake 5 back. All right. Skiing all the way through towards the end. Keeping a very close grip on that handle, keeping the handle very, very close to a lead hip, which is especially useful for a Waco, and then same deal for the Wake 5 front, where she spins into the wrap and then does the Wake 5 back almost immediately. As she continues to motor along and try and put herself in a position where she'll be in the trick and final. We have a quick look at the leaderboard. So that's Olsen, Hafner, Zazopoulou in the top 3. Victoria Dyden, for her part, looking to try and score above the score of Karina Bondareva with 24-10. Looks like we got a committed score on pass number 1, 1840. Victoria Dyden coming in on pass number 2. Go. That's a toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake back, and toe front. Yep, able to do all the tricks, all the major ones. She was able to schedule in 2 passes and was able to get her done in this U17 Girls Series 1 Tricks Elimination round. So, looking at this pass again for Victoria Dyden of Belgium, who has a personal best of 41.50, is the Belgian national trick champion in U17 and in Open as of last season, and was 10th in last season's European Youth Championship in the U17s in this particular event. Looks like we got some scores coming through. 22.90 on pass number 2, which means that that the combined score should be 3,200. 4130, and that is 20 points higher than the Marta Olsen. So looking at this, that is a great score. 41.30. So now she takes the lead. Victoria Dyden above Marta Olsen. It's really starting to come through with the scores at a rapid clip here, meaning that we're able to bring our skiers in quickly and efficiently once they know the top scores going forward. 4 skiers remaining. Lenny Wenzel, the first of them. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front, back and front, back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe O straight back in. Oh, and totally missed the rope there, and has got just enough for a toe side and a toe back and toe front, toe wake back. And hopefully she has enough time for each of those tricks, as she recovered from not being able to grab onto the line and launch herself in for the wake for the toe wake O. Just was really in a good technical shape from the get-go here, especially with that toe foot being close to the standing leg. Lenny Wenzel, who lists a personal best of 46.60, which she did in last year's German National Championships, and the runner-up last year in the 2023 European Youth Championships. Doesn't say what event, but one would assume it would be in the overall. Age 15, this is Lenny Wenzel. Currently ranked 8th in Europe in the tricks event in the U17 category. All right, looks like 21.60 on the opening pass, 21.60. So looking for maybe about 1,500 points to put herself in a realistic chance of getting into the tricking final. Maybe even less than that, but 1,500 seems to be a reasonable target for her to accomplish with the tricks that she has set out already on pass number 2. Wake back-to-backs, wake 5 front, wake 5 front reverse, wake O, ski line back, And I think that will do for her. That's 20 seconds. The time has been expended there for Lenny Wenzel. Right, so Lenny Wenzel working her way back towards the dock. A successful two-pass trick set there in competition here at the European Youth Championships in the U17 Girls Trick Elimination. Looking at the tricks and looking at the total from the previous pass and this one, I would imagine that it would be enough to see her through. All right, so we await the score for Lenny Wenzel. All right, Lenny Wenzel's score coming through very, very soon, and I suspect it's going to be about 42.70. Provisional score there, 42.70, based upon what I've seen from the calculation. Yeah, 42.70, 4,270, and the skier on the water right now representing Italy is Margherita Serafica. There you go. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front. Toe back to backs, toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in, toe wake O. The elevation is good, toe wake back, toe front, toe sides. And very quickly done there. Italy's Margherita Serafica. So let's see what Margherita has on her first of two 20-second runs. Went straight into the toe wake back to back after completing the toe 5 back. Keeping that toe leg very, very close to a standing one, enabling her to pull effectively, but not to over pull. So Margherita in a very good trick in shape out there, was able to recover very, very well from one or two mistakes as we see a few of our U14 competitors take to the ramp. We've got plenty of sun lounges, guys. You don't have to use the ramp. Maybe we should turn the water on. But for those guys that are on the jump there, in all seriousness, it took them a while to wax the jump, and they don't want to have to do it again, so you might want to jump off there if you could. All right, coming back in on pass number 2 from Italy, Margherita Serafrica. Wake lino to start, step sequence to follow. Wake back to back reverse, surface back-backs. Oh no, and taking a big fall there on that wake back, a rather innocuous trick for her to fall on. She tricked 24.60 on pass number 1, which I think is enough on its own to see her through to the next round based upon the scores that are the scores and the skiers that have produced them. 2 skiers remaining as long as Margarita's score is in the top 10 on the leaderboard, then that should be enough. But just looking at her tricks, I mean, it's, yeah, just edged over the wake and just allowed her hands to get towards the boat, and it transferred weight to her back foot, and it was just all over by the shouting there for Margherita Serafrica. So Margarita's personal best of 4.750. I don't think is in any danger of being superseded with that performance. One, 2, 2, 0. So it's going to be about 3,680. Yes, 3,680. That's just enough. So now we're going on to our penultimate competitor. It is going to be Cloudy Komentova. Cloudy Komentova from the Czech Republic, personal best 57.50. Not hard to see why with some of the toe tricks that she's performing right about now. And just calmly works her way through towards the end of that 20-second run. So keeping a very, very tight rein on that rope and using it to great effect there. Skiing into the wind, into a very, very slight headwind for the opening pass of toe tricks. And able to keep a good tight line as a result of that. Now, a lot of skiers with doing toe tricks would tend to plump for the tailwind, but it all comes down to the strength of that wind. Of course, it will. If it was blustering up and creating whitewash, then that's certainly understandable if you wanted to do toe tricks with the tailwind, but with a wind like this, it's basically down to the skiers' discretion as to which pass they want to take first. As we see Marie-Lou Duvergier get ready for her 2 20-second runs. All right, looks like all quiet there at the TWBC control. I'm right here at the announcers booth, and there is your remaining schedule of the day. Tricks elimination round for girls, and then tricks elimination round for boys. We got 3 series coming up for boys. Cloudy Komentova selecting Charlie 1. $2,690, the best score that we've seen from one pass, and that score from one pass alone is enough to see her through. Cloudy Komentova from the Czech Republic up. Oh, nicely done there, using that good MK1. Nicely done. Oh, and spinning like a top, but unfortunately she threw the handle away. I'm just unable to ski back to the dock as a result, but I think she'll be pretty pleased with that. And on the whole, she's through to the next round and doing quite well. And Cloudy Komentova using a trick ski that's of Czech design, not built in the Czech Republic, but a Czech skier designed it in the form of Martin Coleman. If indeed it is the MK1, or it could be the other modular trick ski that is produced by Good called the Avalon, which is designed by Jake Abelson. But 2 extremely good trick skis produced by that company based out of Ogden in Utah in the United States. So Cloudy Komentova, I'm sure will be walking to the dock, and we'll be interested to find out what the final score will be combined with a 2.600. It's 2850, 2,850. That should be about 5,650 if my math is correct. So actually the score is 55-40, 55-40. $55-40 for Cloudy Komentova. We're now down to our final competitor in the Elimination Round Series in the Women's Tricks event. This is Marie-Lou Duvergier. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse. At this stage of the competition, halfway expected her to bulk out of that one to go for a toe wake front, but she went in with a design trick run, and there she goes, toe wake line O, toe wake. I was expecting her to go with a toe wake line back, but I think she had a sense of timing to know that that 20 seconds was up around about that point, so she didn't want to go through the whole sequence of trying to get lift off that skis and spin it in the opposite direction for a toe wake line back. Moving quite fast, although moving laterally between the top of the left wake and the top of the right hand wake. Toe wake back and toe front. Toe side reverse. All valuable points these. Toe wake back and toe wake front. And toe wake lino. And then she stopped tricking around about that point, so I reckon that opening score should be well in excess of about 2,300 points. just eyeballing that score there for her. But the eye trick is going to be a lot more accurate. And actually, it's 28-20. We speculate 28-20. And certainly Mary-Lou Lavergier's sense of timing out there. We're just looking at the tricks in detail, and that toe wake lino was actually judged to be out of time. That pass would have been a few points more had she have gotten that trick in. 28-20 on pass number 1. That alone secures her a spot through to the next round. We will see if she can produce something in the realm of 5,000 points. Wake 5 back, wake back to back. Surface back to backs, wake 5 front to the back, wake 5 front. Oh no, and she goes down halfway through the run. She won't be especially pleased with the fact that she didn't make it through pass number 2, but she'll console herself with the feeling that she's done enough on pass number 1 to advance. That is Mary-Lou Lavergier, so she will have another shot at getting her 20-second pass of hand tricks correct. But certainly not wasting the opportunity to make it through to the final on pass number 1. She just applied too much power and not enough access into that trick. And unfortunately there for Mary-Lou Lavergier, only conjuring up 700 points, which means that her point score is going to be 3,520 points. Yep, 35-20. That puts her in 6th spot right now, halfway down the order for the girls' trick in final. We're going to have I'm sure we're going to have a look at the leaderboard coming up once that final point score is in. And that shows us that Claudia Komentova with 55.40 is in the lead, ahead of Lady Wenzel with 42.70, ahead of Victoria Dyden with 41.30. Ahead of Marta Olsen with 41.10. Margarita, South Africa with 36.80. Mary-Lou Lavergier with 35.20. Catherine Hafner with 33.60. Vasiliki Zazopoulou with 37.20. Just marginally behind Katerina Karasova from the Czech Republic with 32.30. Dominic Korsten of the Netherlands with 26.90. Meisa Jakobsen with 26.40. And our last person through to the 12 skier girls trick in final with 25.80 is Sophie van Bergen. All right, we're going to step aside a little bit here and take a little bit of a breather. And then once we get done with that, then we'll have this left in the schedule, the U17 boys tricking from Series 1, Series 3, all the way to Series 1 as we continue live and exclusive coverage of this, the European Youth Championships for 2024. And we'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac. For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, we're getting ready to go on to our final event of the day. It is the U17 Boys Series 3 Tricks event. Then we're going to Series 2 and then 1. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the European Youth Championships. Our previous event, Claudia Komentova with 55-40. Lenny Wenzel with 42.70 and Victoria Dyden with 41.30, your top three in that previously polled event. All right, we have our lead-off skiers getting ready to go. Sotnir Berea from the Republic of Georgia and Yogi Shanoa also from the Republic of Georgia. Then we've got Tulio Wolfersberg. This is a Series 3 Boys Tricks. Don't forget, Stefanos Laudras from Greece, Kain Hamelik of the Netherlands, Victor Blomqvist of Sweden, Tanner Kalilat of Czech Republic, Maximilian Wienerreuter from Austria, and Christos Petropoulos from Greece. All right, here we go, folks. This is Tsotny Berea from the Republic of Georgia. There's the wake back-to-back and the wake back-to-back reverse, wake 5 front, positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse, spinning into the wrap, wake 5 back. It's not looking too bad there. Tries to do the ski line back in a rather unconventional manner. Looks like he's going to do flips. And the ski flying off of his foot there, but looking to see how many tricks he can fit in 30 seconds rather than 20. Just trying to throw everything and the kitchen sink out there. But the first few tricks didn't look all that bad. Especially some of these moves, such as the wake 5 front. And there, the wake 5 front reverse, but spinning into the wrap and getting ready for the wake 5 back. A little bit slidey, some of those tricks. The officials will be looking at these to see if those tricks would still be regarded as credit. And then around about that time there, he should be done with his tricking, but wanted to go for the backflip and coming up short on the landing. So there we go to Sotny Baraya from the Republic of Georgia, as we see Yogi Shanoa getting ready for his turn as well. All right. Continuing on, looks like we've got some great skiing to come from some of our early performers. We got Sotny Baraya on the water right now. We've yet to get his score, his provisional score after pass number 1. And here he comes for pass number 2. 12:40 on pass number 1. Let's see what he can conjure up on this second and final pass. This is to Sotny Baraya of the Republic of Georgia. Toe to start, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front. Just really struggling to stay on top of his ski here. Toe wake back and toe wake front. A little bit early there with the spin. Toe into wrap, and a little optimistic for him to try that, considering where his balance was for the majority of other tricks. But try he did. We shouldn't fault him for that. So he'll swim into shore and leave the way clear for his compatriot Yogi Shona, of also from the Republic of Georgia. All right, looking at this once again, trying to get his balance situated there with the Toa wrapping. Unfortunately, not able to get that all the way round, or at least all the way round in a way that he could ski away from. I'm sure he's done that plenty of times in practice. But 12:40 on pass number 1. pass number 2. I wouldn't imagine it being close in terms of a point score. So he'll be lucky to score anywhere close to 2,000 points. Right, so that's the opening pass of hands, and we're looking for the point score for toes, which I'd imagine is 600. So 600 added to 1240, that's 1840. 1,840. Okay, so looks like we've got a change in running order. Our next competitor to take to the water is Stefanos Luderos of Greece. The reason why we're switching up the order is because of equipment sharing issues. Deciding to go in at 30.2 kph, Bravo 2. Stefanos Luderos of Greece. Couple of side slides, a back and a front. Wake back and wake front. Okay, surface O, reverse, surface 5 back. All right, so doing his best there with pass number 1. We'll see what he can do on the second and final 20-second pass. So, Stefanos Luderos of Greece, getting a little hung up with one or two of those tricks, and then he fell on something like a surface 5 back. He tried to get the ski round, but the handle was already coming away from his body at that time. And Greece, one of the favorite places that TWBC gets to visit on a fairly frequent basis, at least the last 2 Kayafa Pro battles that took place. Wasn't able to do so this year due to some politically related concerns, but from what I understand, George Hatsis, the organizer of that competition, has his venue back under control, and we should hopefully hear from him relatively soon as to whether the Kayafa Pro battle will be reinstated to next summer's schedule. And yeah, Greece, beautiful country that we were able to see in the past 2 occasions that we were there, especially some of the springs that are located right there on Western Peloponnese. Do have to say we were a little bit surprised as when we visited the town of Sparta in Greece on the TWBC crew. We were kind of directed to the newer version of Sparta rather than the old one of antiquity. So, skier on the water, Stefanos Luderos from Greece. Scheduled to be our 4th person out, but he's skiing number 2. And traveling across the back of the boat and not able to stay in one place for those spins. So Stefanos Luderos will paddle back in and leave the way clear for our next competitor, whomever that is. From what I'm hearing, that there is a revised score for Sotni Baraya coming through any moment now. We should have that up on your screen, or at least an updated score on your leaderboard. And just not able to keep his handle close in on that spin. All right, looks like we have skier 73, Georgi Sanoa from also from the Republic of Georgia. Looks like hands is going to be 110 for Stefanos. Hands on that second pass, and we'll get a committed total score for him very, very soon. All right, just waiting for the green light signal from our officials, and Stefanos Loudros is 740 points, so his opening pass was 630 points, 630 points. So combined with 110, that gives you the score, the total score for Stefanos Loudros. Georgi Shona with bib number 73. Georgi Shanoa from the Republic of Georgia. There we go, Georgi Shanoa from Georgia, and I think that move out there is going to be outside of the 20 seconds of time that he was allocated to perform those tricks as part of pass number 1. There's the wake 5 front. I think he actually tried to make that into a 7. But there we go. There's the wake 5 front at the least. There's the wake O. Does he have anything more beyond that? We'll get the initial point scorer coming up in a moment, as he attempted to go with the wake 5 for the wake O reverse. So it looks like it's 1370. Looks like we got our skier from Switzerland wearing a replacement bib. It's Tulio Wolfersberg getting ready on the dock right now. So it looks like we're still revising the score on pass number 1 for Georgi Shanoa. It's 360 points now in its review state. So a lot of those tricks that he performed are non-credit. Not getting the points scored allocated to each trick on the basis that they were not performed correctly. So 360 points on pass number 1. And here he comes on pass number 2. Let's see what he's got. Our skier from the Republic of Georgia, Georgi Shonoa. Toe back and toe front. Toe side reverse. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. And not in very much of a hurry here, as I think he contemplated doing some other toe trick towards the end, and so here we are at the U17 European Championships. The European Youth Championships coming to you live from Rocchetto in Italy. All right, so just looking at Georgi Shonoa, who scored 360 points on pass number 1. I suspect the total on for pass number 2 might be a little bit more, but not much more. Total point score coming up 560 points. 560 points there. So only scoring an additional 200 points on the strength of pass number 2. Tullio Wolfersberg now from Switzerland. Here comes Tullio. Just working his way through the initial spins here. He'll probably be the first to tell you that tricks is it's not his specialty by any stretch of the imagination. He tried to wake back and trying to throw the odd spin or two. Anything and everything out there that he can think of. Doesn't really have a much of a plan of attack out there so far as a run is concerned, but he'll just put in the tricks in that he's learnt, and hopefully they'll gel together and make up a sequence. And that is Tullio Wolfersberg. So, Stefanos Loudaras getting 830 points as a revised score. That's a 90-point increase. And one would suspect, without delving too much into the trick judging, that they may have missed an additional surface 360 in amongst the tricks that they judged. Why a surface 360? Because a surface 360 is 90 points, and there was a 90-point difference. So it doesn't take the mind of Inspector Gadget to find that one out. Here we go. Tullio Wolfersberg coming in on pass number 2. Oh, and try to go in with a Waco. He'll swim into shore, 0 score on the pass number 2. And I suspect his point score on pass number 1 isn't going to be terribly high. Tulio Wolfersberg out there tricking. Tulio Wolfersberg, 260 points. All of which coming to us courtesy of pass number 1. Kane Hammerlich from the Netherlands is our next competitor to go.
Non lo so, in un modo, cioè sono al sole, non vedo un cazzo e sto morendo di caldo. Quindi devo trovare un modo per è al sole e al caldo. Dobbiamo coprire questa zona. Proviamo.
All right, here we go. Kane Hammerlich. Kane Hammerlich, who has a personal best of 1,080 points. This all goes for the surface, either 720 or 540. Owen launches that one and for a backflip. But nice attempt there from him nonetheless. That first passer should be yielding a score of maybe about 600 or so points. As there is another reminder for you there to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Being transported towards the other end of the lake and getting ready for pass number 2, Kane Hammerlich, Dutch national champion for 2024, Benelux bronze medalist. And suspected it's going to be in the low hundreds and 700 points on pass number 1. We'll see what he's got by way of an encore in this, the European U17s in the tricks elimination round. So 700 points, a committed score there on pass number 1 for Kane Hammerlich. All right, Kane Hammerlich with Bravo 2 with his 0 offsetting. Toe back and toe front. Steady as he goes. Foot off the toe strap. It's taken a while. It's fairly tight to begin with, and now let's see what he's got. There's the Waco, and for all the effort that it took to get the toe strap off, unfortunately wasn't able to do any more but in the way of tricks. So just looking at this pass again, I think that it's going to yield something along the lines of about 300 or so points. Judging by the tricks that he did. A toe back and toe front. Just waiting on the score now. It should be relatively forthcoming there for Kijn Hammerlink of the Netherlands. As Victor Blomqvist of Sweden waits for his go. Wearing bib 120. Victor Blomqvist. All right, so moving on to our next competitor, moving on from Kijn Hammerlink. We're going to get a score of 900 points, so just an additional 200 from what he did on the pass number 1. Victor Blomqvist on the water right about now. Coming in for the backflip. Oh, and Victor Blomqvist coming up a little bit short with that one, but we'll see how much he has left to trick. His personal best is 2,800 points. Third place in the jump in 2021 in the Youth Europeans when he was in the U14s. So a little bit stiff on the landing there with the previous trick, and that kind of upset his balance and his edge going for the trick after that, which was the backflip, the 500-point maneuver. That is Victor Blomqvist out of Sweden. And whilst he continues to trick, we have Tamer Kalilat from the Czech Republic, wearing bib number 34 and getting ready to get after it on the trick ski. So with 930 points already in his back pocket after pass number 1, this now is Victor Blomqvist. Toe back and toe front, and toe wake back and toe wake front. Looking good. Going from one trick to the next there with the wake 5 front. Tried his best to hang on all the way through to the end, but our skier on the water is in the water right now. That is Victor Blomqvist. So there is Tamer Kalilat getting ready to trick, and we await the score to come through for our previous skier, who is Victor Blomqvist. And here he is with the tricks that he performed, the toe back and toe front, and then he went outside the wake for the toe wake back. And just struggling with his balance. That's why he didn't immediately go to guns with the toe wake front. But toe wake, but toe side and toe side reverse. Falling in towards there, towards the end, that is Victor Blomqvist as we roll on to our 7th skier to take to the water from the Czech Republic. It is Tamer Kalilat. Personal best, 21:70. All right, we have a second pass total coming up on your screen right now, 430. 430, which should add up to 1360 for Victor Blomqvist. So 430 points for Victor Blomqvist.
Allora, in bagno d'Andia ci dovrebbe essere un cubo di legno. Se noi prendiamo sto cubo e lo mettiamo sulla sedia,
Just waiting for our officials to give us the thumbs up in order for us to proceed on with our next competitor, who is Tamer Kalilat from the Czech Republic. So, Tamer Kalilat getting ready with the towboat and the entourage inside, and the previous score coming through for Victor Blomqvist. It should be 1360. Yep, that's correct, and that puts him in, I believe, second spot right now. Sotny Borea from the Republic of Georgia with 1840 still holds the lead. Tamer Khalilat coming to us from a part of the world that has a little minor identity crisis going on. Some people like to call their country the Czech Republic. Others have migrated to the country name with the least amount of letters, Czechia. And I even saw a couple of nights ago during the opening ceremony that Slovakia even is known by a couple of monikers as well, such as Slovakia and the Slovak Republic. So between their countries, they're kind of in the same boat, as it were, but not quite the same boat as they were pre-1991 when they were combined into the nation of Czechoslovakia. On the water, this is Tamer Khalilat. Again, all the way through on pass number 1, not looking bad at all. Wearing bib number 34 and doing those hand tricks really, really quick, especially the wake tricks. Seems to just stomps that ski into the water with some reckless abandon out there. But he's still able to stay upright on top of the water and keep a good knee bend and good spin. Going through the step tricks, going through maybe 1 or 2 step tricks in the middle portion of that run, but he seemed to only have a few tricks lined up to do on a pass number 1, so he made sure he did those, and then I'm guessing whatever he has left, he'll throw into the second and final 20-second pass as we look out towards the dock and see Maximilian Wienerreuter from Austria. The wind starts to kick up a little bit here. Not really enough to detract from the skiing out on the water, but a nice little cooling breeze, which is helping to make things a little bit more comfortable out here. Toe wake back, toe wake front. This is Tamer Khalilat. Wake line back, he manages to get that one and that one too. So Tamer Khalilat recovers and skis all the way back to the dock, and he'll be pretty stoked with that. And doing the limited amount of tricks that he had in his repertoire, but thankfully it didn't include that one. He certainly gave the Czech crowd a bit of entertainment. That is Tamer Khalilat from the Czech Republic. We're down to 2 more skiers to come in Series 3 tricks. And then we're going to go into Series 2. And then Series 1 will actually have 13 skiers. So by the time we're 2 skiers deep into Series 1, much like some of the other divisions that we've seen so far, we will have a pretty good idea of what it's going to take to advance.
No, non è in mezzo, tanto io prendo il pontile, al massimo mi viene davanti il palo. fare solo questo e appoggiarlo lì. Fammi per no, già fatto, là no, qui no. L'avevamo già
Okay, so we got a revised score for Victor Blomqvist, 1,950 points. 1,950 points, which currently puts him in the lead right now, 1,950.
A parte che se lo giri già l'ombrellone ti copre un attimo di lattico, ora è girato verso cazzo. Sì, però il problema è che qua non devo dire la barra, così già va bene.
All right, looks like we got another score coming through, 870 for Tamer Kalilat on pass number 2. In the meantime, we got Maximilian Wienerreuter heading out there, and we got a total coming through for Tamer Kalilat with 2,040 points. 2,040 points. Which I believe is about a few more 100 points more than the pass number 1. And there we just seen Maximilian Wienerreuter there. As a reminder, Maximilian actually Tamer Kalilat with 2,040, putting himself marginally in the lead by 90 points ahead of Victor Blomqvist. So Tamer Kalilat, our lead tricker right now with 2 competitors remaining, and the first of those 2 is on the water, Maximilian Wienerreuter. So waiting on a score, 1,060 on pass number 1 for Maximilian Wienerreuter. All right, here is Maximilian. There's the toe wake back, and the toe wake front should be coming up afterwards. A little unstable on the landing, but hopefully it's got enough left over to do the remaining tricks of his run. Toe sides, 1 each side, 130 points apiece. And doesn't seem to be in too much of a hurry to do much of anything else. So that's it. Decent skiing out there. The second pass wouldn't exactly be called laden with tricks. Maximilian Wienerreuter, his personal best is 26:40. But it's going to be extremely hard for him to get anywhere close to that, given what he's just produced right there. So Maximilian Wienerreuter out of Austria. Right, so looking at the tail end of that performance for Max Wienerreuter. He's already tricked 1,060 points on pass number 1. The second pass coming through 480. 480 points. Which means it is a score of 1,540, 1,540 for Max Wienerreuter. Skier on the water now, representing Greece in our final skier in Series 3. It is Christos Petropoulos. Working rapidly for the tricks that he has in store. There is a 5 back, 5 front, O, and getting most of that that sequence in, and certainly was looking to spin them extremely quickly to get them within the 20 seconds of time. That is Christos Petropoulos. Keeping the handle extremely close, which can be a blessing, but unfortunately it doesn't allow for the skier to effectively pull and try and get a little advance on the boat to continue spinning. There we go, that's Christos Petropoulos, whose personal best in tricking is 23:20. So Christos Petropoulos enjoys the gym and basketball. Christos Petropoulos, a World Championship finalist in this season in the slalom event, and the U17 Europeans slalom finalist as recently as last season. All right, here we go. Trying to search for our 12 skiers to make the tricking final. We are at the very end of Series 3. We're about to go into Series 2. Ah, look at that. Look at that great looking performance. Throwing in some steps towards the end, some spins somewhere in the middle, but he preceded all that with a few toe tricks. So at the end there, at the end of a Series 3 U17 boys trick and elimination round. There's a pretty good good balance and good posture there towards the end of that trick-in effort there. And we've got the running order to come here for the U17 boys start list for Series 2. We've got Santi Bajo from Spain to get things started, and then we got Charlie Fern from Great Britain, Daniel Hadzouk from Ukraine, Daniel Rodriguez from Spain, James Cosgrove of Great Britain, Peter Steiner from Austria, Leonard Martinov of Ukraine, Noan Borrell from Switzerland, Florian Kapasik from Austria, and then finally Ales Polidor of the Czech Republic. Now, we got one more point scorer to be shown coming up soon. Hopefully, we'll get that total for Christos Petropoulos. Our final score to come out of Series 3. We're pushing that score up, and it is 1880, 1,880 points. The combined score for Christos Petropoulos. Still out in the lead, or there might actually be the lead with 1880 is Christos Petropoulos. 2040 is actually the lead, I beg your pardon, Tamer Kalilat. So, Tamer Kalilat currently has the lead, a little over 2,000 points. Oh, and just not committing fully to that step there on the weight climb back. So Santi Bajo from Spain with a personal best of 23.70. Looking to try and put in a substantial amount of points. Currently, the top score is just a little over 2,000 points with 2,040. And then you look down the list and you see the likes of Christos Petropoulos, and you see also Sotny Boraya with 1840. And then you see Victor Blomqvist also from Sweden in amongst that mix too. But certainly I don't think those point scores are going to be much of a challenge for our top skiers as we head towards the end of Series 2 and into Series 1. The top 12 qualify for the finals. So within about the next few skiers, we should find that the top positions held with each of those scores will have their status wiped out very, very soon. In that vein. Okay, so Santi comes in on pass number 2. Setting the boat speed at a fairly high clip of 28.4 K. Santi Barro. With toe sides in both directions, toe wake back, toe wake front. Oh, tries to hop in for a Toho wrap-in. That was a good attempt there at that 200-point spin, but just threw everything into that one. And not really bothering too much about his balance and how he would recover from that trick. So 290 on pass number 1, and that second pass may yield better points, but could have yielded so much more had he have recovered from that effectively. So that is Santi Bajo. Now next competitor to go and representing Great Britain with bib 68, it is Charlie Fern. There's Kalilat in the lead, followed by Blomqvist, Petropolis, Vino Reuter, and Barria, the top 5 at the moment. All of them tricking in excess of 1,000 points. Some of them are tricking more than 2,000 at this time. All right, Charlie Fern coming into the course right now. Pushing out a score for our previous skier, 950 points. 950 points for Santi Bajo. And Charlie Fern in the course right now with his personal best of 25.50. Let's see if he's got anything around about that range. Right here, right now. Back and backs. Surface back-to-backs, wake back-to-back, wake back-to-back reverse. He's continuing to rock along here. Wake back, wake front. Does he go for the reverse wake back? No, he goes for the back flip. Look at him go. Back flip reverse. He nails that one shot. It's 1,000 points for the combination of the two. And wanting to add another 800 on the strength of that front flip. So good skiing there. He might just have taken the lead with the points on pass number 1. So Charlie Fern, age 14, but competing in the U17s. Lists as his sponsors Mum and Dad and JKP. And I don't know whether I'm reading this right. It's the handwriting is a little bit of scribble scratch, but he says he likes cows and of course skiing. Or is that cars? Cars. I thought cows would be a little bit off the beaten track. Why do his R's look like W's? So, handle pass. His handle tricks constitute a score of 1730, 1,730 of his first salvo of tricks, but needing something along the lines of about 400 or 500 points to really pile it on in comparison to some of our other skiers that have competed earlier. 2,040 points for Kalilat, who is in the lead with that total. Tamer Kalilat from the Czech Republic with that score. Our next skier to go is Daniil Hanizuk of Ukraine. We're pushing a point score. It is reduced, a reduced point score for Charlie Fern, 1640. 1,640, so the task is gotten a little more difficult, but not by much, though. The trick calculations are being handled courtesy of a new system called iTricks, from the mind of Donald Conley, the inventor of Splash Eye. Comes to you, iTrick, and you can find out more by going to iTrick.ski. iTrick.ski. This is Charlie Fern. Second and final, 20-second pass. Just waiting for the time to get in the course. Here we go, toe tricks. There we go, toe back and toe front. Setting himself up pretty well for the toe wake back, just flinging himself into that one. Toe wake front, he's still upright here. Toe sides, 130 points apiece if he can get the wrap toe side. Reverse toe back and struggling to stay on top of the water, but he's good to go there. He should have enough points to take the lead. So if it's anything over 400 points, or over 410 points at least, he'll take the lead away from Tamer Kalilat from the Czech Republic. Just looking at some of these tricks there, he certainly has a good base here with these moves. He just needs to learn how to pull to do the toe side. Just needs to commit himself a little bit more there when he pulls and when he turns, and just go into those tricks with a little bit more positivity, thinking that he's going to make that trick and continue to ski, rather than thinking that he's going to fall and just hoping to survive. There we go. We're getting the trick score coming through for Charlie Fern on pass number 2. The tricks that he performs should be appearing on the left side screen, and there they are. 500 points, 500 points on pass number 2, and that should give him a score of, what is that? That is 2140. Yeah, 2140, he takes the lead. Charlie Fern takes the lead with 2,140 points. All right. Daniel Hanzik of Ukraine. Competing in the U17s. Despite clearly being in the younger age category, age 10, and competing in the U17s. Wake line 5 front, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. Foot in the back binding, surface back to backs, winding it on, wake back to back, wake back. Wake 5 front and getting in a little bit deep there with the landing and unable to ski his way out of it. Just pulling a little bit too much off of his axis. But I tell you what, the wake line 5 front looked very, very impressive as he went into his step sequence to come after that. Daniel Hanziuk from Ukraine, looking to pile on some more points with the second and final 20-second pass. The wake back-to-back looked clean and crisp. Then he exposed his shoulders a little bit there, and I think what happened was the that as he pulled, he changed his body position over the ski, and when that ski landed, it just stopped cold, and he got pulled over it. And as the rope was a little high at the same time, it just careened him into the water over the front of the ski. So, Daniil Handziuk of Ukraine, or Handziuk. Hopefully I'll get that pronunciation right one of these days. His personal best is 25.90. In the Ukrainian National Championship, he was second in jump, third in slalom, and third in tricks. Enjoys tennis when he's not skiing. Just a reminder that 12 skiers make it out of the elimination series. 1350, 1,350. All right, so setting the boat speed at a fairly low clip here. I'll be curious as to find out how slow that boat speed is going. Yes, it's about 23.5 miles an hour, just a little bit over. With 23.6 kilometers an hour. 23.6 miles an hour is a heck of a lot quicker. Here we go. Toe 7 front. He nails that. Oh, no, and he goes down there on the spin out of that. There's a good job that the release person was quick on the trigger there. And I don't know whether he's hurt or not, but he's taken a rather delayed swim back to the shore. Oh, and just hitting the outside edge on his way back. You know, sometimes you can overpull even on a toe 7 front, and he just didn't have enough to work with on the end of that one. But age 10, he's still got quite a bit of experience to gain in the coming years. So I don't think that this is going to be the last that we see of Daniil Handziuk. All right then, so 1350 on pass number 1, and I will probably go so far as to suggest that because he fell as a result of the attempt of the toe 7 front, that might be the total, unless the officials judge that toe 7 front to be a partition spin. And they do credit him with a partition spin for 200 points. The 200 points credited for the toe O. So maybe that partition spin being his saving grace. 1550, 1,550 points for Daniil Handziuk of Ukraine, aged 10 years of age, with a personal best of 25.90. All right, moving right along, Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel Rodriguez, personal best 2,640. Spanish trick champion for the U17s last season, and 12th place in slalom in those championships as well. Oh, and throwing the handle and throwing any chance that he had a way of getting some substantial points in the tricks event, at least so far as pass number 1 is concerned. We're at slapping them almost slap bang in the middle of the list of trickers in the Series 2 elimination round for boys tricking. Coming to you live from the Italian National Training Site here in Rocchetto, in the northern part of Italy. This competition being supported by the local community of Rocchetto and also by the province of Novara and the region of Piemonte, as well as also the local delegates of the Italian National Olympic Committee. So we thank all of those entities as well as the Italian Surfing, Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. Skier about to take to the water is James Cosgrove. $1,130, the score committed on pass number 1 for Daniel Rodriguez. And needing a score of over 2140 points in total to take the lead. So needing 1,010 points, or 1,020 points to do that job. Going through each of these toe tricks, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Oh, nicely done with the event of the toe wrapping, with some good knee bend and good ankle bend for a lot of that pass. The chances of him actually coming away with that toe wrapping looked exceedingly good. But there is a reason why he programmed that particular move right at the very end, and the reason being that it was a low percentage of tricks in terms of being able to successfully complete it. He wanted to make sure that he got at least these few tricks completed and out of the way so that they're scored, including the toe sides, 130 points apiece. 180s there, and toe back and toe front before he goes in for the toe O. And I tell you what, with a little more training, a little more practice, he'll have that, as well as maybe some of the other auxiliary tricks that surround that, including the toe wake O and the toe O out and in the middle of the run. That is Daniel Rodriguez. Next competitor to take to the water from Great Britain, it is going to be James Cosgrove. Looks like we're going to get a point score for Daniel Rodriguez. It is the new lead scorer, 2560, 2,560. We're over the halfway mark now in this Tricks Series 2 elimination round. Skier on the water and getting ready for a Waco to start. This is James Cosgrove. There we go, wake 5 front towards the end and nails that one. Standing up all the way through. So looking at these tricks again, very, very light and very, very nimble on that trick ski. Probably 2 words that his parents probably never thought they'd hear in relation to his tricking. Light and nimble and getting the job done there with pass number 1. All right, so dockside, we're seeing Peter Steiner from Austria as we look at the result of pass number 1, which is 1,130 points for James Cosgrove, exactly the same as Daniel Rodriguez. So it's probably easy to say that he needs a score of about 1,450 points to take the lead here. Going through each of these toe moves and trying. There we go, toe back to back. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. He survives that, and he'll survive on his way back to the starting dock. There you go, James Cosgrove. I don't know what his personal best is, but that might well be it. So worked his way from one trick to the next, just one after the other, being very deliberate with these tricks. Again, some good elevation with the toe wake tricks and getting some nice spins to complement those initial tricks as well. Reverse toe back, keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. And then he applied that next time to the toe surface back to back, although that might actually be one of the tricks that may not be counting towards his total due to the partition nature of that spin. But that's why he included that toe surface back-to-back reverse towards the end, much like Daniel Rodriguez's attempt at the toe wrapping, just in terms of the percentage figure of success. 1,030 points, 1,030 points provisionally scored for James Cosgrove on toes. That should give him a total of 2260, or 2160, I beg your pardon, 2160. Skier on the water representing Austria is Peter Steiner. Okay, here's Peter Steiner, pass number 1. working his way through these this pass. There you go. Very, very quick, very, very nimble there from the start through to the finish on pass number 1. Very, very quick with each of these tricks, including the Waco. As soon as he landed, he went straight into the regular back and front. And then he went on with the wake back to back, and then it's reverse, keeping that handle very, very close to his center, allowing himself to release the free hand here on the initial wake back to backs, and that actually helps him out a little bit with the wake 5 front that came afterwards in that sequence. Did some surface O's, a couple of side slides, and there you go. Just like that, he stands up all the way through, and that should be a pass that's well in excess of 1,000 points for that effort. Getting ready to go, Leonid Martinov from Ukraine. So they're still timing on this one, and looks like it is going to be, I would say, about 1,000 points. Committed that score of 1,000 points, which means that in order to take the lead here, he needs to score about 1,570 points with the remaining tricks that he has in his repertoire. Toe wake front. There we go, with the line back and line front. He's got the surface 5 back, surface 5 front. Couple of sides at the end, which he did anyway to end off pass number 1. And he taps his head and says, "Take me home." All right, so good, solid effort there. Nothing spectacular, but effective in its simplicity. Peter Steiner from Austria. All right, so as I say, effective in its simplicity. Getting through that run, and we'll add some points on top of the 1,000 that he scored on pass number 1. We'll soon see what his total is going to be. Should be a really, really simple addition here. 980, 980. So we're still judging, still adding points. There can't be too many of those points remaining. The points are the tricks are still being added. Still continuing to add some moves here. He's on 1,000 points from pass number 1. And anything more from that is definitely going to be welcome there for our previous skier, Peter Steiner from Austria, as we see Leonid Martinov getting ready to go. So I don't think the timing is going to be too much an issue. I think he ended up his pass before the 22nd mark, so it looks like it's going to be 1,720. The point score for Peter Steiner. Skier on the water, 4 from last out in Series 2 tricks. It's going to be Leonard Martinoff. There we go. Surface O preceded by a backflip and a great solid effort all the way around for Leonard Martinoff at age 13. And it's extremely interesting what they've done among the members of the Ukrainian team, how they've selected those teams and which part of the tournament that each competes on. Certainly interesting to observe that, because the Ukrainian U14 team is currently in the lead in the team overall, and it's based upon their very best skiers that they can muster, that they put into the U14s, and the skiers that are in the U17 are kind of like the developmental skiers that they'll continue to work with to try and bring them into the fold of the U14 team. But in the meantime, giving them international competition experience, which is extremely valuable going forwards, and being able to ski in competition is a privilege as well, given what's going on in their homeland right now. So every opportunity that they can find to ski in an international rated competition is certainly extremely welcome. Looks like we got the hand tricks being computed right now, and to determine whether they're in time or not, and it is 19:30 on pass number 1. 19:30 on pass number 1, so looking for a point score of about 1,440 points there and thereabouts to take the lead. Toe wrap in, toe out. Toe back and toe front. Toe wake line back, nicely done. And he is going to be chuffed to bits with that one. That could be enough to take the lead at this juncture. There you go. I didn't know Alice was a Tour de France caliber camera person. Or maybe she should try that as her next profession. They certainly pay better. Just looking here towards the end, Leonard Martinoff from Ukraine. Wonderfully executed toe wake line back. Plenty of height and plenty of clearance, making sure that that toe foot is clean out of the water during the rotation. Personal best of 3,200 points, and I suspect that he might well have gotten extremely close to that 2080, 2080. This is a personal best if it is calculated to be the way that I see it right now. It is going to be 4,010. He has taken the lead by a country mile with 4,010 points. That is Leonid Martinov. There you go. There's the change in the lead. Martinov, Rodriguez, the top two at this time. Known Borel from Switzerland on the water at this time. Toe side, reverse. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Toe back, surface toe front. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Positional to the toe back to back. Tries to go for the toe back to back reverse and nothing was doing, and he tries to take the handle off his foot and results in that fall. So he'll be picked up and taken down towards the other end. But as we look at this, there's that quick reminder once again for you to check out the TWBC YouTube channel. Make sure that you click on that and subscribe, and also hit the bell icon as well. You know it makes sense to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. All right, so known Burrell with 860 on his toe tricks. So looking down the chart, they're tricking really, they're scoring really, so just looking at that again, he received a no credit for toe wake back and toe wake front. Obviously, lack of air between the ski and the water, the reason for that. Skier about to take to the water is Florian Kopasek from Austria, and then after him, Alice Poliador for our final series of tricking, and that's series one, as we see Vincent there in TWBC control in our specially designed TWBC log cabin. So here we go, folks, coming on in with Noah Burrell. Wake back to back and wake back to back reverse. There's wake back, wake 5 front, wake O. Cases the top of that wake. Does likewise with the backflip, but he's able to survive. And you're almost losing it right there. Flip twist back to front. That is 550 points right there. So a combined total for those 3 tricks of 1,550 points. So when you add that at the very least to what he's done already of 860, then it becomes really interesting as to how his points add up with what he's done already. So started off with the wake back to back. And then just wound it on here with the remainder of his tricks there with the wake back and then the wake 5 front. The wake 5 front is 310 points. And then was the wake O. Then he edged out outside the chine spray. There's the backflip. There's the backflip reverse. A little heavy on the downslope. And then he continued on with the flip twist of back to front, which is 550 points. Yeah, good stuff there. That is an exceptional performance there for Noah Burrell. All right, so as we wait for our next competitor to take to the water, Florian Kopasek. So we got a committed scorer on this pass. That is 2,050. About 1,500 of those points are backflips. So looking at the score, it's 2,910 points, 2,910 points, which would have taken the lead had it have not been for the effort from Leonid Martinov. But there you go, Noah Burrell with 29.10. He's currently in second. Robert Rodriguez, Daniel Rodriguez, I should say. Why did I just confuse him with a Hollywood director? Here we go, Florian Kopasek. Look at these fives, very close to wakes, and now he's going to activate the beeps. There's the backflip, reverse, and just falling out the back and unable to ride that one out. That was our penultimate skier in Series 2, Florian Kopasek. Working its way through the 540-degree spins. Not edging particularly aggressively over the top of the wake, except when it came to do his backflips. Nicely done there with the first backflip, and then the second one just slightly under-rotated, and by pulling on his arms and pulling it up high, it arrested the amount of spin that he was able to get over a certain amount of time, and he just was unable to ski away from that. In the meantime, he scores 1,330 points. So needing a score of about 2,700 or so points, maybe 2,800 points to take the lead away from Leonid Martinov. Alex Poliador is also coming up very, very soon. I'm sure he'll be eyeing up that target as well. But so far as Leonid Martinov is concerned, he is sitting pretty right now and could well be a feature in the boys U17 tricking final. Here we go, coming on in, pass number 2. Looks like it is going to be something along the lines of either a toe O out or a toe 5 back. It's about a 150-point difference between the two. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back. 750 points from that free trick sequence alone. Good pull in. Toho into wrap. Oh, and just going into the toe wako, and everything looked beautiful there. Right at the beginning of the pass, the balance and everything was right. But then it came in to do the toe wako, and everything just went backwards. So Florian Kopasek looking extremely good out there and showing us some signs of some Eastern European trick training because of how high his chest and shoulders are in relation to the trick ski. That's a trait of skiers that have come from that part of the world. They use that part of the body to gain height off the top of the wake rather than trying to force their way up using their legs, and that enables them to keep their axis going while they're tricking. And it is a trait that you see among the top skiers from that area of the world. No, for many, many years, people were trying to work out how Alexei Zernasek could trick the way that he does, and much of what he achieved in trick skiing, as well as other skiers such as Natalia Bertnikova and Maria Abeliakova, who is still actively tricking in competition and recently won the European Championships, and also the likes of Hanna Streltsova, was their ability to keep their chest and shoulders up, and a lot of that was learnt in the swimming pools during the winter in places like Novopolotsk and Dnipro. So 1,310, which should give him a grand total of 2640, if my math is correct. So that is going to be a bit of a stinger there for Florian Kopasek. It's enough to put him in the top 5, but not enough maybe to send him through to the next round, the final. We'll have a look at the leaderboard to see if we can confirm that. There is your leaderboard. Florian Kopasek currently in 3rd spot right now with 2640, just marginally behind Noah Burrell. But in the lead and looking more and more likely of being a participant in the tricking finals is Leonard Martinov. All right, this is our last skier in Boys Series 2, Ales Poliador. There's a wake 5 front. Here's the reverse wake 5 front into wrap. Wake 5, oh, bulks out on the wake 5 back, but he goes for the backflip. There you go. Good, strong ending there, and he had to think on his feet a little bit there towards that sequence. He was wrapping in for a wake 5 back, but decided a split second before he hit the top of the wake not to use that trick in favor of going for the backflip, which was 500 points on its own, and decided to sacrifice one trick for the better hope of being able to survive long enough to do the other. And that's what trick skiers sometimes have to do. Here is that situation. Instead of the wake 5 back, he has stopped his spin at the 360-degree moment. Then he does the backflip. Couple of sides at the end, 40 points apiece. Added to that backflip. 580 points for that 3-trick sequence. So, getting ready for the next pass, and look at this, it's 22-20, 2-2-2-0. That would have taken the lead on its own not too long ago. wouldn't have been enough to make it through to the final, given what's happened since. But 22-20, needing a score of about a little under 1,800 points, maybe a little bit over 1,800 points to put him on level pegging with Leonard Martinov. Looks like he's going to set himself up for a toe 5 front. Toe 5 back, I should say. I beg your pardon. Toe 5 back is a 350-point starting trick. And it leads off to 2 more tricks after that. The toe back-to-back and the toe back-to-back reverse. Toe 5 back, toe back-to-back, toe back-to-back reverse. Bulks out on the toe 5 front in favor of doing the toe wake back and toe wake front. This guy is thinking on his feet here. Toe wrapping, 200 points. Toe wakeo, toe wake line back. Continuing to rock here. Toe back and toe front. And there you go, some smart trick in there. Alice Poliador. So Alice Poliador in extremely good shape here. Not prepared to risk everything for the sake of some of the bigger tricks that he had planned for his run. He decided to bulk out on a couple of big moves, such as the toe 5 front, which I'm sure he's very, very capable of doing. But he realizes that the writing's on the wall so far as what is needed to make it through to the tricking final. He knows that it doesn't need to require him to go all out and blast out the tricks that are on his wish list. So that is Alice Poliador. Looks like our towboat is making its way to the other lake to be refueled. Our point score of 2-2-3-0 on pass number 2 is enough, I believe, to take the lead. If the current lead right now is 4,010 points, then I believe that is enough. So it looks like the point score coming through, 4,450. Rank number 1 for Alice Poliador, and if that point score stays intact for the lead for 2 more skiers, then he will see himself through to a tricking final, because we have 13 skiers left and 12 advanced through to the final. Here is your current leaderboard. 4,450 Alice Poliador, Leonard Martinov 4,010, Noam Burrell 2,910. Florian Kopasek, 2640. And rounding off your top 5, Daniel Rodriguez with 2560. So those are your top 5 right now. And looking down the list, we see James Cosgrove with 2160, Charlie Fern 2140, Tamer Kalilat with 2040, Victor Blomqvist with 1950, Christos Petropoulos with 1880, Peter Steiner with 1720, and Daniel Hansiuk with 1550. All right, so those are your top 12 at the moment, but that is going to change very, very soon as we continue on the coverage of the boys tricking U17 elimination round series. We're through with Series 2. We're about to go on to Series 1. So make sure you grab your favorite seat and beverage for some more great tricking to come as the European Youth Championships continues right here and right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
All right then, folks, getting ready to go with Boys Series 1 tricks with the elimination round here at the European Youth Championships. And I'm absolutely giddy with excitement here because right here, sitting next to me, to my left and to the right of your screen, is a person who I've wanted to try and reconnect with for years in this kind of environment. And now we'll finally get a chance to do it. Presented to you, multiple-time world record holder, multiple-time world champion, Nicolas Laforestier. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Tony. Good to be here.
All right then. So just to try and reacquaint yourself with the good people out there, tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of like in a Cliff Notes version, and and just a short resume, as it were.
I hate doing this, but yeah, I've been skiing for quite a while. Started, I think we were both on our national teams when I met you in '87 in Lincoln, and you were still a member of the British team, British junior team. That's when it all started, and then I had quite a successful career. I must say I've won everything I wanted to win in my career: World Championships, World Record, US Masters. So I'm not going to elaborate on the list of everything because it would take the entire day. But yeah, I've been passionate about skiing all my life, and took a break when I stopped skiing in 2013. And it took a daughter to bring me back to skiing. And she's here competing. She's had a second Europeans now, and I'm back in the boat, back on the skis, and I love it.
Oh, absolutely. And have you taken much to the water yourself, or have you just packed the trick ski away and allowed it to gather dust?
Well, I think you were too busy looking on lake number 2, but about half an hour ago, you would have seen that older dude throwing front flips and back mobs behind an old Mastercraft.
Well, I was more focused upon what was going on there, so I do apologize for that. But
yeah, I've picked up the ski again. It was some kind of bet with my daughter last year. She said if she qualifies for Europeans, I have to start skiing again, and that's what I did.
Okay, that's great that you're able to uphold that promise. But yeah, I mean, with trick skiing that's evolved over time, as we have a look at our first competitor in Series 1. Let's see Joshua Venegi from Switzerland, needing a score of over 44.50 to at least put himself in a position where he could potentially make it through to the trick final. But let's see what he's doing so far as setting up the boat speed. There we go, Waco for starters, to the back, wake back to back, wake back to back and reverse. There we go, surface back-to-backs, wake front, ski line back, positional to the back, and now he does the back flips here. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there, and just not quite getting the height and just not getting the kind of fluid motion that you need with your edge to really set that back flip going. But let's take a look at this, and you tell us what you think's going on here.
Oh, well, it's pretty solid beginning of the pass. I mean, the nerve gets to you. It's prelims of Europeans. No one has ever won anything in the prelims. The only thing you have to do is try and make the cut. And you obviously starting Series 2, there's 13 skiers. You don't know the score you have to do, so you just have to go out there, try to ski your best. And trick skiing is really that devastating event where you're not allowed to one mistake. You can't just... first mistake and you're done. So he's got a second pass. There was quite a bit of points in the first pass before the flip, the fall on the flip. So it's not over until the fat lady sing.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a wonderfully English expression there from you there, Nicolas Laforestier. But you saw that backflip that he tried. Now you were an innovator of many of the flips that a lot of these kids now take for granted. And you've even been known to do some flips that no one else has ever tried for a while, and I'll elaborate on some of those. But I mean, what are the key components for anyone that's trying to learn a flip? You know, when they get to that stage, they've gone through the fives, they've gone through the back-to-backs, and they're looking for that little bit of lanyap, you know, to boost their run a little bit. What is the first thing they need to key upon in order to successfully do backflips?
Well, I think most of the people have the misconception that a backflip is like something you would do on the trampoline, like push on your legs and throw yourself backwards, which is not the case at all in trick skiing. You basically have to work the load in your line and the tension in your line to the top of the wake, and that's what's going to give you rotational momentum to do your flip. So that's the real focus you're going to have to do new flips.
So 680 points on pass number 1, and I'll actually ask you a little bit in terms of the trick scoring a little bit, because we're using the new system called iTricks that's developed by Donnell Connolly out of Ireland, and it's your bulletproof for trick judging system. iTrick.ski to find out more, but let's have a look and see with the toe 5. Oh no, and he goes down on the toe 5 back. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that, but what that does is it means that Alice Poliador has a higher percentage of now making it through the trick in final with his score of 44.50, but Joshua Venegi just getting a little bit trapped there with the toe 5 back and scoring 0 there, which means that ultimately his total score is going to be 680.
Yeah, very, very, very sad. I mean, in tricks, I mean, you can be ready as you want and have done those practice runs a million times. You can still fall any trick anytime. And I could tell you some tricks I've fallen on in major tournaments, in finals or in prelims that that are still haunting me 20 years later.
Haunting you 20 years later. I mean, just give us a brief list of some of the ones that still haunt you.
One of my worst memories, I think, and you were there, was prelims in the 2003 Worlds.
Yeah.
I was defending world champion. I'd won every single tournament that season, pro tournament. I was ahead of the field, and I'd broken the world record 2 weeks before. And coming into the prelims, did a perfect hand pass, and then out of nowhere, toe wake 5 back. I'm in the drink just because the rope slipped on my short for no reason. I mean, it was over before it even started, and that's those moments define you. And even now I say, shit, it could have been. Oops, sorry for the language.
It's okay.
That could have been one more title gone like this. So those little moments define you.
All right, there. So coming in right now for pass number 1, Ionis Fananakis of Cyprus, coming in for pass number 1. Now Cyprus has really started to develop its junior talent in recent years. I mean, this tricks 5,000 points even. Let's see what he can do with a little bit of old school styling here, Nicola, with the wake line 5 front and the steps, and there's still room in trick skiing for the line tricks,
Well, there is one trick that we haven't seen, which is including a line, but actually with a flip.
I'm about to mention that.
I haven't seen Joe Poland do that one. It's a back flip. You take your back foot out of the kicker halfway through and land in a step over position.
Well, and as we try to explain that, Ionis Afanakis, and yes, that was indeed possible back in the day, because I remember you doing that trick, the back flip with a half twist towards the back and landing with one foot, with the foot over the line. You did that at the Leeds Masters for the TV cameras of the BBC at that time, and I was just. Everyone was absolutely just blown away after you completed your 2:20 seconds and threw that one in.
Yeah, well, when some people often ask, how do you invent a trick? And the only answer I have is you just go out there on the water and have fun. And that's what's been missing for a long time in trick skiing. We've been skiing really hard, doing runs, and I only see it now with a new generation of trickers, with Pato, with Matti, with Joel. Those kids go out there and they just have fun on the ski and push the limits, which is incredible.
And what's your reaction to a lot of times that you see like Joel Poland come through with a notification on Instagram and those social media sources, and say, "Hey guys, I'm inventing a new flip," and then you're thinking, yeah, right. You want to try a flip? Let's try the back flip half twist with a line back.
Yeah, well, it's not a running joke, but I mean when Joel submitted that Mob ski line 5 front, I mean that trick, at least 2 people before him were landing it. I know of Jimmy Simmers and myself that we were landing it 15 years ago, and we wish we had the same media at the time to film with our mobile phones. and to get those tricks on record, because what was going on in Winter Garden the week before Masters was just crazy. You couldn't even imagine the tricks we were throwing together.
All right then, so Ioannis Thanicus with 1940 for his opening pass, going through his toe tricks right now, toe wake back and toe wake front. Doesn't seem to be as adept with toe tricks as he is with hands, but I tell you what, he's still upright here. Toe into wrap, launched himself with the toe wako and a toe side and a wrap toe side, nicely done. And I think that might well be enough to see him through to the next round of the competition, provided it's over 44.50. As we calculate the trick points, let's zero in a little bit on the eye tricking system as we go through the instant replay on this one. The judges won't have this particular view; they will have the view from the boat, but they're looking for Christmas. They're looking for accuracy with the spins. When the tricks leave the wake, they're looking for air, and plenty of other specifications are required to pull off these toe tricks. And just looking at this, a little unsteady towards the end, but I'm sure a lot of that nervousness is due to the fact that he has a relatively close score to get over in order to make it through to the final there, Nicola.
It's always tough. I mean, he knows the cut is 44.50. His PB is around 5,000. So I mean, he knows he's got room for one trick, maybe two small tricks that he can get out of time or no credit, but it's got minimum margin to make it in. So not an easy position to be in.
Yeah, certainly an unenviable position to be in. So we're looking at the start list there. We've got Gilles Gaspard from France about to trick. He's age 15. His personal best is about 47.80. And there, you kind of wish you had this back in the day, didn't you?
Well, I didn't have eye trick, so we didn't have the scores as we were skiing. It was basically everyone was skiing and you would get your scores later. But we developed some habits. I took AP Math at school to learn how to calculate my opponent's runs and know what they had scored before the score even came out.
Oh, wow. So you're into that level of complexity so far as keeping... Oh, look at this. We've got Ioannis Thanicus with a 34.80. That seems to be rather low considering what he produced out there. So now coming in, Gilles Gaspard. Coming in with toe tricks and keeping that toe foot close to standing leg. Just trying to get his harder tricks out of the way first. There's some of the tricks that he has more difficulty trying to produce, and you know, there are certain strategies that one employs at this stage, and doing toe tricks first. You know, I've seen the majority of the times you actually starting with toe tricks, not really taking too much into account where the wind is going, but. You know, for some of these skiers, you know, if they're looking to employ a strategy, I mean, is there one overriding thing they should be thinking about that trumps everything else?
Stand up, get to the end of your run. The more, I mean, if you fall after 10 seconds or 15 seconds, it's like 1/4 of your run that's gone. So, yeah, even if it's not perfect, you get to the end of the pass. If you make a small mistake in the end, you don't try to rush it. You never catch up with the time you lose. It's so the strategy is stand up and get to the end of your pass.
Well, that gives you the very best opportunity to get the maximum points. Now it comes down to our officials to see if those are tricks or were performed properly, and that's where iTricks comes into play here. 1,300 points before it commits to being the one half of the final score, and you're seeing some of the tricks there on that left hand edge, whether they're repeats or credit, no credit, and all the way up until he fell on that toe front. And it looked pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean the tricks were fine. The first trick, I think he wanted to do toe 5 back and stopped a little bit in the front. So obviously the judges write it as they see it. So they're not going to say toe 5 back, no credit. They're just going to see what they write what they saw, which is a toe, a stop, and a toe back. So this system is nice. It actually tells you what the judges have seen and not what they imagine the skier is trying to do.
Excellent, excellent. So we continue to roll there. That is 1,300 points on pass number 1. Needing a score in excess of that 44.50 point score that is currently in the lead, courtesy of Ales Polidor. Coming in, this is Gilles Gaspard, or Gaspard Gilles. Now getting warmed up outside of the course. Now let's see what he can do here. There's backs and positionals here. Wake back to back, surface back to back. Let's see if he can wind it on. Waco, we're expecting this going to be high octane backflips. There's 500. Oh, and going down there, and that has become a gift now to Ales Polidor, who has made his way through to the tricking final with his score of 44.50. So, bit of a disappointed ending there for Gilles Gaspard.
Yeah, you can see the trick wake on that nautique is really kicking the skier nicely, and on the first flip he nearly over-rotated, landed a little bit on his tail, and had to recover before throwing the next one. So it was a nice thing to do to make sure not to rush into the next flip. But then same mistake on the second flip, like a little bit too much on the tail of the ski, a little bit too much height, and the arms a little bit too high also. And you're done.
And I think he might have lost a little of his coordination as well, because his head was like dipping off center, and that could put you off center with your equilibrium as well.
Yeah, basically you want to keep the handle as close to your hips as possible. As soon as you start raising too much the handles, and you're losing basically your center of gravity.
All right, so what that means is Gilles Gaspard is going to be struggling for points here. It's going to be 2,610 the total, based upon what I'm seeing there with that second pass, and in addition to the toe pass to open up his account. So it should be 2610 coming up. Actually, 2720 looks like there was a score amendment to pass number 1, so looks like it's 2710. So now that means that the cut point is that of Martinov with 4,010, and here comes Harrison Crossland from Great Britain.
I'm sure all the teams envy the British team with the support system.
Yeah, their support system this weekend has been absolutely beyond exception so far, as we look at Harrison Crossland there, toe wake back to back, bulks out on the reverse. All right, going through the toe tricks one after the other, and knowing what is needed to trick to the final, that normally determines what tricks you keep in and what tricks you take out. Because I'm sure that Harrison Crossland is capable of doing that toe wake back to back reverse, but he didn't want to risk too much on this one.
Yeah, you were talking about strategy earlier on, and it can be tricky. It can be a trap when the bar when the score to get in gets a little bit lower, and you have a little bit of margins. That margin can be gone really, really quickly in tricks. One early fall and you're done. So you might want to tone it down a little bit, but I mean, I'd say take all the points you can take.
Absolutely, because I mean, with the second pass coming up, I mean, it's going to be hands, which is going to include flips for the most part. But you don't want to. I mean, you could potentially fall somewhere on that handle pass, and then you're left struggling for points. And some of those points could have been gained if you'd have kept some of your tricks in that you took out with the toe pass.
Yeah, I'd say don't overthink it. Just do what you've been doing in practice every day and day after day, and do your runs.
All right then. So 22:40 on pass number 1 with toe tricks, and just look at all those credit tricks, and there seems to have a pretty good eye for toe tricks right there. So let's have a look at that Nautique 200. We've got Martinov in second spot right now. Anything over 4,010 will take that skier through to the next round of the competition. So Harrison Crossland is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's the 10th skier from last out.
So 10 skier from last out, meaning you have to beat, I think it's 3480s, and anything over 3480 gets you in.
Yeah, that's right. The 34, the high scorer over 3,000 points, but not over 4,000. Here we go, wake 5 front, Waco, and here he goes in for his backflips. There we go, cases the top of the second wake, but managing to take that flip a little bit further out. Flip twister back to front, flip twist front to back. A good little sequence there and wonderful skiing, and the rope had been released out the boat, but I think that might be enough to send him through. What do you reckon there, Nicola?
I think the rope release was done on purpose so he could swim back to shore and be with the team.
Maybe. But one has to come before the other, and being able to get through these tricks and add the points that he did.
Very cautious run, and very cautious run. You could see between his flips, taking his time to make sure that he lands them properly, and that should be more than enough to make it through.
All right, good elevation there with the flip twist back to front. Flip twist back to front there, 550. Flip twist front to back, 750. And it's great to see these flips and just bouncing across the wake, and finds himself without the rope or without any way of skiing to the dock. But Harrison Crossland doing a fine job. We're going to get the point score on pass number 2. This should be enough to send him through. Sebastian Terp, our next skier, also from Great Britain. And you know, we've seen a surgence of competitors from Great Britain who, let's be fair, many years ago were the absolute laughing stock so far as tricking was concerned way back in the 80s, early part of the 90s, where the rest of Europe was producing trickers that could produce runs over 10,000 points. There was still at least 2,000 points behind, with maybe the exception of one or two outstanding skiers. But you're seeing guys like Joel Poland out there that's like rocking the world right now. So Britain is coming through with some great trickers.
Yeah, and you've got some youngsters coming up now. I've been in England quite a bit, training at the Water Ski Academy with Nick McGarry and the kids he's got there. We're doing training camp 2 or 3 times a year, and we've starting to see the results with in the under 14 yesterday, Buddy Carrington and Jimmy Elliott making the cut easily with PBs. It was nice, and also Harley is tricking well. So yeah, the bridge team is improving a lot.
And so too is Sebastian Terp on the water representing Great Britain right now. He's gotten 3 flips. Here's the 4th one, flip twist towards the back with the back landing. Not a bad effort there as he gets ready for toe tricks. But I tell you what, some good skiing there. We just saw that point score from Harrison Crossland, 52.70, 5,270 for Harrison Crossland. He's through to the next round of the competition. We'll try and work out who the next person could be making it through to the next round of the competition. We also saw that score of Leonid Martinov. His score of 4,010 is good enough to see him through as well. So taking a bit of a fall towards the end there, and I mean, you've trained behind a number of boats, Mastercraft, Malibu, Nautiques. The two we have the two Nautique boats here. We have the Nautique for slalom, the regular Nautique, but we're using the 200 for tricks and jump. I'm not too sure why, but it is what it is. Is there that much of a difference between each of those wakes in this particular boat?
There is obviously a difference, and but I mean, every boat, every ski boat is a good trick boat. You just have to get used to it. And my last world record, that was 12,400 points, was done behind a Bosch. So I mean, people say you can't ski behind a Bosch. Of course, you can ski behind a Bosch, and you can trick really well behind those kind of boats.
Of course, you could trick behind a Bosch. I mean, they advertise it as the world's best trick wake.
That wake is incredible. I mean, you don't have to do anything; it will just send you to space.
Yes, before they even came up with the whole concept of like a wakeboard wake with the weighted fat sacks and everything, you still couldn't even produce a wake that a Bosch would naturally make.
Yeah, but those Nautiques are nice. You can basically customize everything you want about your wake. With the hydrogate, with the ballast, I mean, there's so many input you need to give your driver before you can even start skiing.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the toe back-to-backs. Look at this. Keeping the flow going with the toe foot close to standing leg, positional to the back. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe back in. Oh. There you go, taking a fall, but that might be enough to send him through to the next round anyway, based upon what we saw with pass number 1 and the tricks he was able to produce on pass number 2. But can't help but be impressed by this youngster's accomplishments out there on the water at this time. So there, a toe wake front. And just waiting up on the situation, just trying to play this cautiously, as you say, some of the competitors may well use a little bit more in the way of caution.
Yeah, that's one thing I try to tell my skiers and my daughter now when they're standing on the dock at a tournament. I tell them, just do what you've been doing in practice every day, day after day, no less, no more.
All right then. So let me ask you so far on more or less the same subject, consistency, because I've seen in recent times where skiers are actually setting themselves with a one universal boat speed between hand tricks and toe tricks. This has happened quite often with Jake Abelson in the United States. I believe there's a Ukrainian, or at least one or two of them, that have decided to go that route. What is your opinion on that? Just having one speed between hand tricks and toe tricks.
I don't know. That's the first time you're teaching me something about trick skiing. It's
me teaching trick skiing.
It's I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you got a hand pass, you got a toe pass. You've specialized your equipment for hands, you specialize your equipment for toes, and you basically need to be comfortable behind the boat and use a speed that's going to allow you to trick as fast as you can between tricks. So what I've seen from our generation is those skiers are actually skiing slower than we used to in boat speed, to maximize line tension and be able to cruise faster between tricks. And if you're asking me about what they're doing now, they're actually not doing any hard tricks than what we were doing in my time. They actually doing the same thing but faster. So everyone's doing one trick more than we were doing in the runs. And at the end, that's 500 points in the toe pass, 500 points in the hand pass. And that's 1,000 points in the end. So where we would trick with Alexei, we would trick around 12. Those kids are now tricking 13,000 points.
All right, and in terms of points, 4,780, 4,780. That should be enough to send Sebastian Terp through to the next round of the competition. Pepe Leonhardt for his part out there representing Germany, and doing good with the toe pass. Although he got a little bit stuck out there. Now, one of the critical skills that a trick skier at this level has to learn is line control, especially when it comes to toe wrap-ins and toe 5 fronts, for example. A lot of people get stuck with this particular trick and they don't see any path out of it except falling back every single time. So what are the key elements that one has to do in order to do this trick? Because I've been searching for that for years.
Well, there is a few secrets in coaching, but it's like some of the tricks you have to do them over and over and over and over until they're good. I often tell myself one trick in the run needs to be 1,000 falls before you have it 100%. I think in your case you might have not put enough effort to get to the point where you could land it.
Okay, that sinks me right back down to earth. But that was one of those tricks that was really standing in the way of me from being a better than good tricker, you know, to being, I don't know, somewhat great, I guess. I don't know. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but it's just one of those. It's just one of those tricks that's very hard to be consistent with, you know, day after day after day, you know. And I mean, if the conditions here was like blowing and excessively windy, then a trick like a toe wrap-in or a toe 5 front could be extremely difficult to work from.
It's not so much about the wind. It's a trick. So many things can go wrong on it, and not only for kids. I mean, we're looking at under 14, under 17 here, and a few of them are going to fall on that tricks. I can give you a long list of pro skiers who have fallen on that trick recently. I mean, Louis fell on the toe 5 front at the Masters. I've seen Pato fall on one of those tricks, I think in a pro tournament not so long ago. Yeah, everyone's going to fall on that trick once in a while. And my injury before Worlds in 2009 was catching an 8 on toe.
Ouch. All right then. So, Pepe Leonhardt just recovering from that backflip. And I don't know what that reaction was all about, but it may indicate that he's just done enough to make it through to the tricking final. Pepe Leonhardt needing to score outside of the high 3,000 point mark to make it through. We'll have a look at the leaderboard to see what score he needs exactly. But Pepe Leonhardt, almost biffing it there on that wake 5 front. And he just looks really untidy towards the end, but he's got a lot of strength to work with, especially with that ski line back. Then there's the Waco.
Lots of efforts, not the cleanest pass, but skiing till the end. That's and getting the points.
And probably needs to check his shorts after that, but there you go. Well, we'll get the point score very, very soon. He tricked 2,800 points on pass number 1, Pepe Leonhardt. So he's got that going for him at 23:30. Combining those two scores together, you being the highly qualified mathematician can tell me that that 2550 and 2800 should be about
something over the scores that's needed to make the finals.
Okay, all right then. We'll just default to that, shall we?
That's basically all that matters today. Is am I in or am I out?
All right, and he seems to be getting more and more points there. Looks like it's committed to 2,620, which means that his point score is going to be about 54.20 if my mental arithmetic doesn't desert me. Yep, 54.20. There you go. All right, so Giuseppe Acquaviva from Italy. There is a skiing name right there. Tried the ski line back, couldn't quite coordinate with the rope. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Now he goes in, multiple beeps there. Flip twist. Flip twist back to front. That's 550. Flip twist front to back, that's 750. And a great looking run there, and I can't help but be impressed with this youngster. But how he recovered from that miss on trick number 1 was very, very important.
Exactly. I mean, that's what you need to do. I mean, that's the first trick in your run. You can't afford to allow yourself to stop there. So, I mean, in your head, you say, okay, here's 350 gone, and never mind. Let's do the rest of the run and stand up.
Absolutely, and he goes in for the backflips. You know, getting plenty of height here, and I like what he's doing right here. Just keeping going and just not stopping until he is stopped. Boom, flip twist to the back there. And nicely done. Seems to be well practiced with those, and a skier with a last name that's just absolutely built for the sport, Acquaviva.
Yeah, the Italian have sometimes name with aqua in it, and our friends from the Ukraine or from the Russian countries, Russian Federation, often have ski in the name, so which is also
okay. Well, that's universal. That could be skiing in cross country skiing, Nordic skiing, or alpine skiing. But there we go, 31.20, which.
So he nearly made the.
Nearly made the cut on pass 1.
He basically needs to stand up his first trick to make the cut, but it's tricks, never jinx it.
Yeah. Okay. So let's continue on. Well, we've got that score from Pepe Leonhardt with over 5,000 points, 54.20. He's through. Giuseppe Acquaviva getting ready to come in on pass number 2. All right, so looking to try in a trick over 2,910, which he already did with pass number 1. And it's a good solid effort here from Giuseppe Acquaviva, especially with that toe wake line back-to-back right at the end. And you know, whenever you know that you've got enough points in the bag on pass number 1 to qualify for the next round, which is very rarely the case a lot of times, maybe it affects detrimentally what you do on pass number 2, but with Giuseppe, certainly not the case here, Nicola.
I've been in that situation, but you also need to think about the finals already. I mean, if you're a medal contender, you need to think where you want to place and where you want to go off the dock in the finals. Do you want to try and ski last and know what you have to do to win, or do you want to try and place a few skiers before last and put the pressure on the rest of the group? It becomes strategy.
All right, yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, it helps if you have the knowledge of what you need to do. I mean, half the reason why High Tricks is in existence right now is to give the skiers the knowledge of what they need to do in order to get to a certain position in terms of scoring. You know, to give that kind of information, then they can take with it what they will, leave tricks in, take tricks out, what have you, and kind of like produce a targeted performance. And this is going to be especially the case here, because I believe that Giuseppe Acquaviva may have done enough to possibly take the lead, and if he's done that, then that moves him up into the running order, at least in the halfway down that running order.
Yeah, it's all strategy, but skiers are different, and we are all different in our heads, and we handle pressure differently. And some skiers, they just don't want to know what they have to do. They just want to go out there and ski and not have to worry about it.
And that's why some kids like Pato Font use those headphones, right, just before they go out and trick, before Neely pulls them away from him.
I've got no idea what he's got in those headphones. When I see the kind of music those kids hear.
Oh, we can have a long and varied discussion about that, but here we go. Ionis Konstantinos from Greece out there on the water. We just received the point score there for Giuseppe Acquaviva of 5,800 points is in the lead, and that means that at the very least he's halfway down the order in the boys tricking final. And another great performance there from our Greek competitor, Ionis Konstantinos. And I tell you what, in good form right now. And if that is more than 21-10 points that is currently held by Noam Borrell, then he is through to the next round. A conservative approach here on this toe pass, I would say.
Well, you can see they're nervous. I mean, it's normal, it's natural. It's it's tricky when it's like that, because they know the score for those skiers now. They know the score to make it through is not that high, but they know also they can't afford to fall on the first trick or early in the pass.
All right, so continuing to trick there with the toe sides at the end now. We expect a high-octane handle pass, for the tricks that we've seen right there. They're relatively straightforward and relatively rudimentary compared to a lot of the stuff that we've seen so far. So he'll be trying to motor on, but also at the same time, he needs to try and control his breathing, control his adrenaline, and just make sure he doesn't get ahead of himself, especially with some of the flips that require either a front or a back landing, right?
Yeah, you have to make sure that you stick your landings and you take them one by one, and not rush it. You have to be in the right timing. The trap in those runs is to be on a rhythm that's different than the one you used to in practice.
All right then, so needing 820 points on this run to supersede Noam Borrell and put himself through to the boys tricking final. Setting up the boat speed. Here he comes, coming into the course, Ionis Konstantinos. There's the wake 5 front, ski line back. Now won't even begin to edge there. There's the backflip. There is the backflip reverse. Flip twist to the back there. Flip twist to the front. 750 and 550 points back to back. There are two surface O's. Just like that.
Yeah,
Très simple.
You've seen on the flips, that's what I was telling you earlier on. It's not true. You don't need a lot of speed. You just need to build your line to the top and be efficient to get a tight line. And when you hit the crest of the wake, and then it looks simple.
One skier, and I did mention this earlier in the broadcast. I mentioned a day or so ago. One skier that I know that actually did the line tension thing and was able to land the trick ski flip in the middle of the wakes. You know this French guy way back in the day, Luc Signor, who used to be able to do those backflips using one wake and land it in the middle.
I think in those days we all had a one wake flip at some point in our runs. That was either going from outside to inside of the wake, or from inside to outside of the wake. I know Oleg had a trick like that until very late in his career, and yeah, everybody's doing double wake flips now, but you don't even need the wake to flip. It's just about line tension, and you can see when they do this Instagram contest, trick contest, you can see some fun tricks, flips without the wake.
Yeah, and I mean, way back in '89, like Jarrett Llewellyn, after the end of his trick pass, threw a backflip right after time. I think you probably even remember the TV coverage about that. But you are right; you don't even need the wake to do the backflip. And that brings me on to this next question: how about having a series of new tricks being posted about doing backflips, but without the wake, and give them separate points?
I'm not sure if it would benefit the event. We really have to think where we want to take trick skiing, and if we want to have it only flips driven or to see other things. That's why some people are complaining about this 6 flip limit. I'm not sure we want more flips. We want variety in the runs. We want to see something spectacular, and I'm ecstatic about seeing those trick skiers now bringing back the wake 7 fronts like Jake did, ski line 7. Those big tricks that we haven't seen in ages are back now, plus the big flips, and that makes very exciting runs.
Indeed, indeed, and we just saw a point score there, 53-20 total. We might get a change to that score, but we see Ettore Serafrica coming in. So looking good here, and not producing any flips with this run, which seems to be bucking a little bit of a trend, but yeah, you are right. Some of those multiple revolution spins are coming back. I remember back in the day seeing Corey Picos do a 7 front to front right in the middle of the World Championships way back in '89, and that trick hadn't been seen for a while, but it's making a comeback now.
Well, when you get to that point, once you've done 6 flips that are worth 800 points or more, you have to think about what's the second highest scoring trick you can put in my run. After you've done 6 flips, you still need to find 4 or 5 tricks to end up your run. So if you want to maximize it, you look at, okay, what's worth 800 points or 750? And then you'll easily find that you've got wake 7 fronts, you've got ski line 7 fronts, ski line 7 back. And there you go. You got your tricks, you got your run.
And it's all points per second, and I mean, you can, if you can find a way to use 1 second to do two high revolution tricks, I mean, obviously take that opportunity. But one of the recent developments that we're seeing is using some of the simpler tricks to end off the passes. And I mean, you've seen Louis Duplon-Freiberg, you know, at the end of the run at the World Championships, actually do an inverted wake 3 bouncing off the second wake at the end.
Yeah, and he can do a wake 5, and I'm telling him to start doing a wake 7 there to make it even more exciting. Yeah, it's crazy to do a trick on the bounce like that, just using your momentum, not taking any time. It can look like nothing doing a wake O like this on the bounce, but it's really, really hard.
Maybe hard enough for them to add more points to it, possibly, if you can properly define something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's already really complex to judge everything, and there shouldn't be any point different between a wake code just because you're doing it on the bounce instead of doing it normally.
All right, then. Looks like we got a point score. We got point scores 54-10 for Ioannis Kosophanos of Greece, and also the original score on this guy is a run of 27-20 on pass number 1. But looking good, and I would say that he's gotten far enough into pass number 2 to have secured his spot through to the next round. No flips, but he has some toe wake line tricks to throw into the mix there, and they look spectacular out there for Ettore Serafrica.
Yeah, nice clean toe pass. Hand pass was very good too, as you said. No flips, but coming from my generation, 2 of my most fierce competitors were Patrice Martin and Corey Picos, and Corey had no flips at that time in his run. Patrice just 1, and yeah, you can still score very high points without flips.
And yes, you kind of laid that next subject out on the table for me, of the rivalry between yourselves and Corey Picos and Patrice Martin, which we'll discuss at length in the moment. But we'll take a look at Ettore Serafica right now, who trains right here in Rocchetto, so used to the surroundings, used to the boat, and that's a great advantage to have going forward, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
yeah, hard. Yeah, kind of hard to explain how much that advantage is. But I mean, if you're used to the equipment, used to the surroundings, then it makes everything else fall into place a lot easier.
Well, skiing at your home site obviously is a big advantage, and in any sport, anyways, you've seen many teams win World Cups when their home countries are hosting. France just broke their record medal at the Olympics because it was in Paris. So obviously there is home field advantage. This is such a thing.
And of course, France won the World Cup in 1994 as well.
That was 1998.
1998, yeah, because 94 was in the United States and 98 was in France. And yeah, you're right there. That's 57-50, 57-50. Salvatore is through to the next round of the competition, but I think that was fairly academic anyway, considering what he'd done on pass number one. He only had to trick her a few hundred points to confirm his status as a finalist. All right, now we're about to bring on our skier from Slovakia, Adrian Elias. Let's see what he's got for pass number one. Wonderful conditions here, beautiful sunshine lighting up the trick wake and everything else that surrounds it. Looks like he's going to do something along the lines of either a Waco or a Wake 5 back, Wake 5 front, into the flips, boom, 500, boom, 500, boom, 750, 550. Points really rack up with some of these. Mo back-to-back 800, Mo back-to-back 800. You see how the flips are add up the points. If you're able to do them, you'd be crazy not to include them right off the bat.
I mean, 6 flips. Those 6 flips are already like 4,000 points in the run or more.
Yeah.
So just on the flips, he made the finals.
That's just crazy pants, isn't it? When you consider what other tricks are out there.
Yeah, I think my 5 flip sequence of my usual World Championship hand pass was 4 to 50, and I would do that in 8.2 seconds.
That's just remarkable. You know, you end up being one place and you're into the finals 8 seconds later.
Yeah, maybe we should have prize money that gives you the amount of points you trick, or maybe I should have patented a few of my sequences and asked all the skiers to give me money every time they use something I invented or a sequence I did.
Copyright, all rights reserved, Nicolas Laforestier.
Yeah.
But just remarkable to see how trick skiing has developed and how it's got its mojo back, seriously, because I mean for years a lot of the tournament events, especially tricking, was being overshadowed a lot with what's been going on behind with wakeboarding and what have you. But with the likes of Joel Poland and Louis Duplan Freiburg and the Pro Tour as well, with the tricks event, it's remarkable to see the exposure and what it's doing for the sport going forwards.
Yeah, and you have a small group of trickers now that are really pushing each other and really pushing the limits. One of the reasons I think trick skiing stayed at the same level for a long time is because at some point it was just me, or me and Jimmy Simmers, then Alexei, but then I stopped. Alexei was basically alone. And then Pato came through. Pato was following a little bit the same path. And now we're seeing Matty, we're seeing Joel. Louis, all those guys now pushing each other. And you can't just relax and say, okay, I'm going to trick 12-5 and win everything. You basically now can trick 12-5 in a World Championship final and still not win.
Absolutely. Oh, and it almost got dragged there. That is Adrian Elias, who I believe tricked over 4,000 points on pass number 1. We'll get that a point scorer for that pass in a moment. But I mean, his toe pass looked pretty decent up to that point, staying really close to the wake, especially with that one. He bulked out on the reverse toe wake back to back. Not for the first time we've seen that, but looking pretty clean up to that point.
Yeah, solid toe pass, and that should be more than enough. Well, I mean, as we said earlier on, he made the finals already on his flips only, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm gonna ask you like the $64,000 question: who's gonna break 13,000 points first?
That's a good one, and I think there's at least that I know of. I know 5 guys that can do it. So who's gonna do it? I'm not sure. They'll have to push each other. Maybe if some big sponsors can put some money on the table. You were talking about the $64,000 question. Is anyone up to put on the table $64,000 for the first guy who's going to trick 13K?
Yep, that would be something, wouldn't it? That would be an event that a lot of people, even from outside the sport, would definitely come around to watch.
Yeah, it's you have to create those events and push the interest, and I mean, I could think of an event and invite the top five world top trick skiers and say, okay, we're not leaving the site until someone breaks 13K.
All right, here comes Salvatore Maturana from Italia, going for his trick pass first. We hear the beeps from the towboat. Oh, look at this. Full flip, flip twist to the back, flip twist to the front. No, mode back to back. And a lot of these skiers are doing the mode back to back, you know, they're even starting with the run. But I mean, a lot of them haven't really experimented too much with the super mode or some of the other tricks that you invented over the years.
The issue we've got now with flips is that flips were created one after another, and the points came through one after another, and they basically decided that at the tournament council that they had to cap a little bit the flip scores, meaning that the difference between a normal mob and a super mob is going to be only 100 points. The difference between a flip landing to the back, which is 750, and a mob front to front is only 50 points. There's no real incentive in doing the harder flips.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Because I mean, but would you say that's either good or bad? Well, I mean, in your opinion?
I think at some point we're gonna have to review completely the point system and realize that the points can't be the same for the pros as it is for the under 14 and kids. I agree that a backflip 500 points is fairly priced for a kid. A back landing might be fairly priced for a kid, but a back landing for a pro skier should be worth 200 or 300 points. This is one of the easiest tricks you can do.
Personally, I think that the score of 350 points for a toe 5 front is too low compared to the toe 5 back.
Yeah, and the issue we have when we want to review the point system is that you can't get everyone to agree, and everyone's trying to push in the direction to advantage. If you're good at toes, if you're good at toes, you're going to want to push the toes. If you're good at ski lines, also. I mean, we had those endless discussions with Jared, Patrice, Corey at the time, and could never reach an agreement. And I think there was some discussion between Pato, Joel, Louis, and a few pro skiers not so long ago, and they couldn't reach an agreement either.
All right then, Salvatore Maturano, a slap in the water, but he's already through to the next round of the competition based upon his first pass score of 41.20. So he shouldn't be too upset with what he's done. But you know, everyone comes into this event with their own goals and ambitions, and for Salvatore Maturana, it's getting through both 20-second passes and wanting to put a score up there that's actually going to help him climb the ladder, so to speak, in terms of the final round. So coming up a little bit short of that aim.
And you can see again one of those rapins claiming a new victim.
Yeah, it's just like one of those like lake monsters that's going to come out and grab you like a kraken or something like that, in a mythical beast that's going to rob you of the remaining tricks of your run if you don't get past that point, you know.
Yeah, and I wonder who's the person who one day decided that it was a good idea to stand up on a trick ski and put his foot in the rope and let's say, okay, I'm going to get dragged by the boat in one foot.
Well, probably one of those pioneers in Sweden or even in Cyprus Gardens, but certainly worth mentioning one of the pioneers of trick skiing, Bruce Coburn, back in the day in the late 1960s, where he actually went out of his way, borrowed a boat and illustrated to a number of officials that were prepared to watch some of the tricks that we basically regard now as we've taken them for granted, like the reverse toe back and the toe wrapping and what have you. You know, so I mean, credit where credit's due. Without a lot of those pioneers, you know, the trick skiing wouldn't be where it is today.
Yeah, and those guys were doing incredible tricks with equipment that I don't know what we could do on them now. There's a few videos on YouTube of Carlos Suarez, and dating from the early 70s, and this guy could do wake sevens, like all sorts of counter rotation and crazy tricks. It's actually inspiring.
And you know what's frustrating about trick skiing for me is the fact that we ever had to use mechanical releases back in the days, because those were death traps, way back in the day. And the replacement for it now is just a short piece of rope that you put on the pylon and you just hold on to it. Why couldn't we have thought of that in the 1970s?
I don't know what we didn't, but I still have one of those mechanical releases, and I still use it because when you coach and your skier is doing hand tricks, it's actually nice to have it so you don't have to hold the rope release all the time.
Yeah, you got a point there, but I'd rather go for safety over ease of use, as we see Tim Field go there with the toe wake back-to-back toe wake front. A little bit short on the toe wake back-to-back reverse attempt. The reverse. There we go. Toe wake O, toe wake line O. What has he got? Toe wake line back. And continue on. Oh, toe wake line back to back. Really, really short on the top of the wake, but he still could throw that ski over the top of the rope. And you know, Tim Field, coached by his father, Stefan Wild, and also by Nicolas Laforest, not you, Christophe de Vergier, I beg your pardon. And
but I can coach him if he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll give him your number. All right, then. But I mean, he's found inspiration from two of the greats within the sports. You know, with Christophe de Vergier and his father, a former junior world overall champion in the former Stefan Wild, you know, and it certainly helps to have influences like that going forward, isn't it?
It's always easier to have someone who knows skiing, who has been in the skiing world, and who can help you, give you the right tips, knows the ropes of skiing, but the thing we need to avoid is to try to take up too much space. Our time is gone, and now our kids are on the water, and they need to make a name for themselves, and we need to step back and let them enjoy the time.
Well, that's a healthy perspective, certainly. But I'm not leaving the microphone just yet. Well, maybe my time will come, and probably a little bit sooner than I anticipated, but there you go. 28.60 on pass number one. And that's not quite enough to make it through to the final for Tim Field, which means he's still got some work to do. And I'm sure he knows the score that he has to get past in order to make it through to the final, which makes this pass very, very critical right at the start, which means his first 2 or 3 tricks have to be on the money here, Nicola.
Yeah, well, the score has just been revised. He was missing toe line back and toe line back to back. Only toe line back to back now. He's no credit, so he's back into something close to making the cut on his toe pass only, which is, I mean, all the other skiers that made it through the finals on the first pass was the one doing flips in the first run. Doing over 3,000 points on the toe pass only is already a big achievement.
All right then, so here we go. Tim Field, Moe back on his first move. Case in the wake, Moe back-to-back reverse second one. 800 points apiece for each of those. There's the regular backflip. Here's the flip twist to the back. That's 750, 550 for that one, I believe. Ski line O, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, getting plenty of height. Ski line back-to-back. Ski line back, revert into the wake, nicely done. And impressive stuff there.
Yeah, nice pass, and I know that that team is also playing for overall. And when you're an overall skier and a medal contestant in the other events, you basically want to get overall out of the way in the prelims, so you can focus on your final the next day, and that's what he did.
So he can just dedicate his efforts and his mind space to winning the individual events rather than concentrating on just the entire package of 3 for the overall.
Yeah, it's always hard to fight 2 battles at one time. So if you've posted your score already in the prelims and you've got your base for overall, then you don't really have to worry about it in the finals. And at some point, a few years, it dates a little bit now. We used to have the overall finals, if you remember correctly, where basically the top 3 overall contestants were going out again for a full new event and skiing again in 3 events and starting from scratch on the overall score.
Yes, indeed. Always harder to fight a battle over 2 fronts. And there we go. That is Tim Field making sure that he doesn't have to do that. He's pretty sure he's through to the trick final. He's already through to the slalom final, and the jump elimination begins tomorrow. As we now get ready for our last competitor to go, a compatriot from France. This is Axel Garcia. Tell us about him.
Axel is a pretty good skier. I used to ski with his dad when we were kids. His dad was a pretty decent, around 8,000 points tricker. And Axel has been doing so well. Is part of this new bunch that are throwing new flips, that are trying to push the limit of trick skiing, and not just going out there to do runs. They're just going out there to have fun and try to invent new things and make the event progress.
Please don't tell me his dad's name is Steve.
No, his dad's name is Denis.
I jest. It's that time of the afternoon.
And yeah, you could see Axel in the finals of the world stood up both his passes and on the way to the dogs through a front flip ski line 5, which was pretty crazy trick, and stuck it in front of everyone.
Yeah. All right then. So hand panel pass there for Tim Field, 52.90, through to next round of the competition.
55.40.
Yeah. And looks like those points are being revised as we speak. We'll push in the score, and it is 89.20, I beg your pardon, 89.20, 8,920 points. Last skier of the day. Look at him go, Axel Garcia. Oh, looking very, very quick here. Going with the same game plan that he had prior to knowing what the score would be to make it through to the next round. And I think he's already done that. He doesn't have to worry about not making it through to the final, but he will obviously be preoccupied with the score that he gets, because that will determine how far into the final he starts.
Yeah, we're talking about making the finals on one pass, and we're saying just before Tim didn't make it on the first pass, he still had to ski second pass, and Axel with his toe pass alone, I think he's going to make it through already, and he can relax a bit and try to put a big score on hand pass. Is in the same situation as Tim. The overall is going to be between the two of them, and because Axel jumps pretty far also. So there's something at play, and I think he wants to put a big score in tricks to make sure that he's got a solid overall.
You know who he reminds me of with toe tricks? Tori Baggiano.
Yeah, there's a little bit of I'm not sure that's a compliment, but
Okay.
Tori was a little bit all over the place, and he looked like a bit of a copy of Corey, but a little bit less clean. But yeah, Tori was amazing trick skier, very efficient. Even there was a lot of arm movement on his toe pass.
And the 1991 World Men's Trick Champion.
1993.
91 was
Patrice.
Was Patrice, and 93 was in Singapore, which he won. So I get the 90s confused. Anyway. So let's continue on with Axel Garcia. Yeah, 4,100 points. They're still reviewing the points, but he's way in excess. And it looks like one of the tricks has been taken. So, Noah Burrell has just realized that he will not be through to the trick in final. He's on the outside looking in for slalom. He's on the outside looking in for tricks, both with 13th place finishes.
Don't tell me about it. That's what happened to my daughter in jumping tricks.
Oh, oops. I'm sorry about that. But you know, it's the nature of sport, isn't it? I mean, you try your best, and sometimes you come up short. But I mean, you should be applauded for trying.
Yeah, it's not important. It's not a bad thing to not succeed. What's important is what to do. What you do from it. Where you go from it, how quick you stand up, and how quick you build yourself up again.
Yep, sounding like the latter day Pierre de Coubertin. Here we go. This is Axel Garcia. Oh, and coming up short. Look at that. How on earth was he able to get out of that one?
That was a crazy save. Oh.
Ouch. All I can say is ouch.
All right, he seemed not too happy about it, but he can think about it and realize that actually...
Oh!
Ooh, and that mob I was telling you about.
Are his hands duct taped to the handle? Seriously? Or is he wearing clinchers?
Yeah, we need to bring back the clinchers to make sure you get stuck to the handle.
All right, then. So that ends off the tricks competition with a flurry in the elimination round series in Series 1. He tricked 4,020 on pass number 1, which was good enough to... How he got caught up with that first wake and still able to do that. Even someone like Joel Poland would be would be impressed with that, I tell you that.
Yeah. Nice save.
Ski line 5 back, and then goes in for the ski line back-to-back. And then right towards the end, ski line O. He's still tricking away here.
Yeah, you can see he left a lot of energy in that start of the pass, and starting to get to him towards the end. Do we have that last trick he threw after the run?
Yeah, I think that one would be out of time. It'll be interesting to see what that list of tricks has in that vein. That was
counter raging from your reverse 180. Something crazy.
Something
crazy
like
hard.
a half jack 7.
Yeah.
That's just remarkable stuff, and we look forward to seeing more from Axel Garcia. And here's the view from the boat.
That's just a switch scarecrow.
Okay, going back to your wakeboard days. But I tell you what, that is some good tricking towards the end. And if you're watching this and you want to share what you've just seen, then please do. There's a share button at the bottom of the play deal on the YouTube channel, and that was some great skiing there from Axel Garcia. That is 6,300 points, which should give him a score of 10,320, if my math is correct. But obviously, don't read too much into that because the point score could potentially change during the review period. But great event, hey?
Yeah, it's always nice to see those youngsters pushing it and doing hard runs like this, and it's lovely to see that trick skiing is well and alive.
Yep, alive and well. Trick skiing is in safe hands with this group of talent out there on the water, especially the likes of Axel Garcia, whose point score of 6,300 points is still under review at this time, and we've got our 12 finalists, so let's read them off before we go into the leaderboard. We're almost there with the points, so reliably told by Vince, just a pause, just a few more minutes. Un moment, monsieur. Okay, so we're committed on 6360, which means you add another 60 to my point total. It should be 10,380, 10,380. The point score coming up around about now. It's pushing, and 10,380 and 10,380. So let's go through some of these skiers with the leaderboard. Axel Garcia, 10,380, remarkable score considering what we've just seen. All right.
Yeah, it's good score, prelim score. I'm sure you'll want to build a little bit on that in the finals. I think Tim's got a little bit in the tank still also, so it's going to be a nice overall battle. And then you got a big group. The third place is really open for the finals, so I'm sure a lot of contenders will have their eyes set on third place, try to get a medal.
And the Italians are looking pretty good right now, with a whole trio of them occupied in places 4 through to 6 right now.
Yeah, very good representation from Italy. 2 British skiers in the finals also, which is nice.
Yes, indeed. And looking at some of the others, we're on that leaderboard. You can see that leaderboard by typing IWSF results and search through for this competition, which is the European Youth Championships 2024, coming to you live from Riccetto. Thank you very much, Nicola Laforestier. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've been waiting absolutely years for you to come here and sit next to me and announce through the Tricks event to gain your unique perspective. Former world champion, former multiple-time world record holder, and has won basically everything that's worth winning in the sport of trick skiing, Nicola Laforestier. And if someone wants to get in contact with you, maybe from the point of view of coaching and what have you, how would they get in contact with you?
They can just, if they're here on site, they can just come and talk to me. Otherwise, I've got my Facebook and Instagram handle, which is LJune, and I'll tell you maybe one day why this name. but yes, they can get hold of me through Messenger or Instagram, or they can follow my daughter, Little Skiers, that can get in touch with me.
Okie dokie. So those of you that want to get a bump in their trick skiing, Nicolas Laforestier is the one to turn to. Thanks a lot to him. Thanks a lot to you for watching, and thanks a lot to all of the people that have a direct stake in making sure that these championships are a success. This is the European Youth Water Ski Championships of 2024. We are done with day 3. Day 4 starts tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp. So on behalf of everybody here, this is Tony Lightfoot saying, ciao for now.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.